Hello everybody and welcome to the Fear and Hunger Lore Supercut. This is going to be going over all the lore I did in the past year or so. Before every video there's going to be the thumbnail so you can see what video you are about to watch. Obviously if you could like the video and give a comment, that would be really helpful, and I really hope you can enjoy this video. Bye. Welcome back to some Fear and Hunger content. With how well my last video did, amassing over 10k views and somehow getting the Fear and Hunger channel itself to subscribe to me, I decided to make some more content on it. But this time, let's talk about some lore. Specifically, let's go over the gods. However, we're just going to go over the general ideas and basics of every god. If this video does well, great. I'll make some more videos and go into deep depth on each god. If not, that's okay, and this could just be a one-off fun video. So let's get a little groundwork down here first. There are 4 categories of gods in the Fear and Hunger universe. The first of which is the old gods. These gods are akin to the creators of the universe, the primordial forces of the universe, and those who use them. Think Cthulhu or the King in Yellow, things like that. The gods that are in this category include Sylvian, Gro-Goroth, the god of the depths, Rher the moon god, and Vinushka. The second category of gods are the new gods. The new gods are immortal beings that have ascended, and that is ascended in quotation marks, by the way, by sitting on the throne in the throne room of Mahabre. They are gods, technically, but they don't have a huge amount of power or influence that the old gods have. These gods include Francois, the dominating one, Nilvian, the endless one, Valtil, the enlightened one, Shambara, the tormented one, and the tainted one, the radiating one, the heartless one, as well as the 9 chromatic blights, which as of December 27th, the time I'm writing this, there's no lore on the 9 chromatic blights. The third category of gods are the ascended gods. These are a sort of combination of the last two. They were once mortals and ascended, but they were pretty much sired in by an old god, sort of. Kind of like a sponsored ascension in a way. They have the power and power of the old gods, as well as massive influence over the world. The only 2 we know of these right now are Almer, the ascended one, and the god of Fear and Hunger. The fourth type of god are gods that don't really fit into any of the last 3 categories. There are lots of these, and they're mostly unimportant. However, 3 of these are very important. Those 3 are Logic, the machine god, the Sulfur God, and Vitruvia. All of which are not directly placed in the former 3 categories, but maybe retconned at some point and put into them, but they're kind of different currently in time. Almost all of the gods can be encountered in game one way or the other, whether it be a straight up fight, a fight with the remnants of the god, or even just books teaching the player of the spells pertaining to that god. In Fear and Hunger 1, you are tasked with killing 4 current new gods to be able to sit on the throne and ascend yourself. Although you only fight 3 of them, this means that although the new gods are powerful and have some sort of godly abilities, they are killable. However, they don't really die as humans would. They're just sent to the Grand Hall of the new gods, which is basically just a place where every new god who quote-unquote dies or falls out of power in some way goes to. Here they wait for eternity. For what? We don't know. But it just seems they sit here at the tables and talk amongst themselves. The old gods, however, are a bit more forthcoming with skills and spells to aid you, although they don't ask for worship or anything since they have long since departed from this world. You can get things such as powerful blood magic or healing magic this way. In Fear and Hunger 2, you can use chalk to draw symbols of the old gods, and they'll give you a gift or some benefit as long as you use them in the right types of summoning circles. We'll go over what those benefits are when we get into each god's summary. However, the gods are obviously an important gameplay mechanic in these games. Knowing them and using their influence is more important in Fear and Hunger 2 than in the first game, where you can just kind of blindly walk your way through the game if you're lucky. Alright, let's get into the juicy stuff. The summary of each god and what they'll do for you. We'll start with the old gods because usually they have the most lore and they're the easiest to talk about. Sylvian is the goddess of love. She is the creator of humankind in her own image and is usually characterized by a phallic-shaped tentacle monster. She loved mankind so much that she only wishes to be loved back for her worship. However, it's impossible for humans to love back the goddess as much as she loves them. So she left this world and mankind a long time ago. There's still people that worship her here today in game, usually performing orgies and spreading love in her name. And her symbol is that of an eyeball, however you could also say it's a vagina. And the type of magic gifted by Sylvian includes healing magic as well as the marriage of flesh. Gro-Goroth is the god of destruction and death. Although he is the god of death, he is not inherently evil, as life and love cannot flourish without death and the end of things. He is the husband of Sylvian, his counterpart. You can worship him and gain affinity by partaking in human sacrifices and blood sacrifices. Like his wife, he left this world and mankind a long time ago. There are still people that worship him, or at the very least use Gro-Goroth for pure power. The Yellow Mages are really good in blood magic, as well as people in the depths of the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger, which are partaking in blood orgies. The type of magic gifted by Gro-Goroth is blood magic and hurting magic. You can also learn necromancy and blood golem magic from him as well. Very important spells. The God of the Depths doesn't have as much lore as Gro-Goroth or Sylvian, however, there is still a little bit we can talk about. He's the god of those who are forgotten, or you can also say he's the god of darkness. You see a lot of his influence in the first game, and he is the one manipulating the dungeons and darkness within them. Getting affinity with him will give those reign over the darkness and small creatures. There are people that worship him, albeit far, far less than the other two old gods. People such as cave dwellers and rats and insects are amongst those who are close to the god of the depths. The type of magic given by the god of the depths include mastery over insects and flocks of crows. Rher is the god of the moon, and the first one that is just straight not fond of humans. So much so that he takes his minion Pocket Cat and will find and kill the child that is destined to ascend to godhood. As in Rher's eyes, no human should be able to ascend into godhood. In the second game, he is shown to be a trickster. He toys with humans and is the master of the Termina festival, a festival for the moon god in which 14 people kill each other until there's only one left. He's also the god of madness, the god of tricks, and the god of the moon. He too, however, has left this world. There are a few people that worship Rher, including Pocket Cat and, at least at one point, Perkle. The magic gained from his affinity includes gaining aura reading abilities and being able to access deeper parts of Rher's realm. Vinushka is the god of nature and the offspring of Gro-Goroth and Sylvian. However, nature can both be calm and tranquil, but also fiery and destructive. He's lost a lot of power as the human world advances and nature receded. However, there are still traces of him. There's never anyone directly stated to be a follower of Vinushka, however, I'm assuming all animals are kind of like pseudo-followers, as well as the owl cultists in Fear and Hunger 2 might also be followers of him, but we never expressly told that. Magic gifted by Vinushka includes fire magic as well as plant magic, including roots that reap. The new gods are far less influential, and are frequently cycled in and out until they are ordained to the Grand Hall of the New Gods, where they sit and wait for eternity. For what? Who knows? Francois the Dominating One was the quote-unquote final obstacle in the first Fear and Hunger game. He's selfish, arrogant, however in his later years, after experiencing so much time, he's become docile and he understands that he's just a cog in the machine. He led an expedition in the year 809 for his party to become new gods, and he is widely hated by almost all new gods. Nilvian, the Endless One, ironically, realized her reign was going to eventually come to an end, so she found a man of prophecy, who was supposed to become an ascended god and conceived a child with him. Doing this made sure her reign would not entirely come to an end, as her child would become a true ascended god, and continue her legacy. She was also part of the expedition in the year 809 to become new gods. Voltail is the god of enlightenment, who, once again, ironically had no idea how to bridge the gap between the new gods and the old gods. He also crafted beings in the ancient city of Mahabre to be servants. He loves all knowledge, and if you know the lore of the gods and the games, in the fight with him, he will get a headache if you talk to him, and take tons of damage. He's also one of the new gods that was on the expedition in the year 809. Shambara is my favorite new god, and he is the Tormented One, and looks very fucking cool when you fight him. He was consistently tormented until he became this skinless being that you see in-game. He was a poet in life, and ironically, he is very eloquent, and he holds most of the values from when he was still human compared to all the other new gods, despite his grotesque appearance. He was, once again, on the expedition in the year 809 to become a new god. Betel, I don't know how to pronounce this, was not part of the expedition in the year 809, and there isn't a whole lot known about him, other than he created a lot of the libraries in the city of Mahabre. He was one of the old enlightened gods, and eventually was tricked by our next entry into losing his position. Nas'hrah has a lot of lore to him, and he deserves his own video, really. However, we'll do a quick overview of him. He's another god of enlightenment. Nas'hrah is now just a beheaded being that you can find in the first Fear and Hunger game, and the second Fear and Hunger game, too. He will join your party and surprisingly be a constant source of comedy in a horribly bleak game. He is vulgar and just cartoonishly evil, almost. At some point, he did something, we don't know what, that tricked the last enlightened god, and also angered all the new gods in turn. And they made him what he is today, a bodiless head. He now seeks revenge against the new gods. Once they're all quote-unquote dead, he will tell you ascending is not what you think it is. You don't really become a god with the power of the old gods. He'll refuse to ascend with you, as he has already made that mistake once, which is very strangely calm for his character. He can be found again in Fear and Hunger 2 if you're Osa, once again being a source of comedy with all its vulgarness. The Heartless One is a new god in Fear and Hunger 2. there's not a whole lot of lore in her that can be, other than she can be summoned in Fear and Hunger 2. And she is one of the new gods after the events of the first game. She appears to be a woman with wings, and there's a movie about her, apparently, as seen on one of the movie posters in Prehevil. She also appears to hate all the other new gods, as in her dialogue she will say she hates those, quote, senile old farts. The Radiating One is also a new god in Fear and Hunger 2. There is once again almost no lore associated with him, however he takes your rusty pearls and gives you items for them. Only if you sacrifice a portrait of a young man first. What that means, however, is completely unknown. The Tainted One is, once again, another new god in Fear and Hunger 2. You can summon her after offering several heads. She'll give you soul shards for each severed head, and she's kind of a merchant in that way. She appears to be a woman fused with a throne and metal, but once again, there's not a ton of lore with this, so we don't know anything about her, really. Okay, like I said earlier, an Ascended God is a mortal who was sort of sponsored by an old god, or shares some sort of connection with an old god. They usually have extreme influence over the human world, and they usually have the same amount, or at least close to that, of the amount of power of old gods. Almer is one of the most powerful gods in all of eternity in Fear and Hunger. He was born a mortal man and eventually amassed 12 apostles. Eventually, corrupt and evil kings who felt threatened by his rule made a scheme with one of his apostles to crucify and kill Almer. Almer, now freed from his humanity, ascended to Mahabre, where he became an ascended god. He then returned to the earth and, along with his apostles, laid waste to all those who would oppose him in a bloodbath, and then established a new world order, which is still widely worshipped today. However, there's another theory how he was created. In-game, there's another book that'll say that Almer came to existence through the goddess Vitruvia, a lesser god underling of Sylvian. Horrible and evil humans were while bearing the image of Sylvian, so she set out to create a perfect human to take down the current world order. Then the story continues as it did in the first story. If you're familiar with real-life Christianity, you'll see some rather noticeable similarities to Jesus Christ and Almer. However, Almer might not be as benevolent as he seems. However, we'll talk more about that and why that is when we get to the Sulfur God in the fourth section of this video. Almer can give you spells such as Bloodblade and Fast Travel Portals. Don't bother worrying about the on-the-nose name because we all know. The God of Fear and Hunger was created in the first Fear and Hunger game, of course it was, by bringing the offspring of Nilvian and Lagard to the bottom of the abyss inside the God of Depths. Once the player character brings the young girl into the abyss, she will transform and kill the player no matter how hard they fight. Letting you rest finally, saying there's some beauty in letting go. It's beautiful to be a part of a new god, and she'll kill you with mercy and love. In Fear and Hunger 2, she is widely worshipped like how Almer is. She also has taken some of the God of the Depths' power, such as reign over insects and rats. In a non-canonical ending, Lagard will ascend and become the Yellow King, a perfect being who ascended through the use of the past 4 new god souls. He became the perfect being and will lead the world into a new age. However, canonically, he did not fully ascend, and he became the Kaiser, and not the Yellow King, who has plans with the Machine God, which leads us into our fourth section, the other gods. Our last section is about gods that don't fit into the other 3 categories, whether they be man-made or in some weird way of ascension. Vitruvia is a sort of underling of Sylvian. Not much is known about them other than they are the architect of the human body. It's not expressly stated that she's an old god, or a new god, or an ascended god, she's just kind of mentioned. The Sulfur God is a huge mystery and a huge part of Fear and Hunger 2 Termina. You can only directly hear about him if you get ending C and kill all the contestants by the end of day 2. Perkle, a follower of the Sulfur God, will enact Rher's Termina trial, but in the means to find a new follower of the Sulfur God. Only then will you get a view of the Sulfur God, a badly burned individual with nothing but an eye hole and a weird head shaped like an anvil. Almost everything we know about the Sulfur God is pure conjecture. He seems to be the god of pure freedom and pure individuality. However, that means everyone can do whatever they want, unburdened by humanity, which means a lot of murder and stuff like that. However, how he came to be is directly tied to Almer, and he's actually his antithesis. Remember earlier when we said that Almer died and left his humanity behind when he died? Well, here he is, the humanity he left behind. This is a sort of Vanitas and Ventus situation from Kingdom Hearts, where the good and pure ascended and the evil human was left behind. There's a few followers that we can find in Fear and Hunger 2 Termina, such as the murderer in the White Mold Apartments and Stitches and Needles, and obviously my favorite character in the series, Perkle, is also a follower of the Sulfur God. But once again, the Sulfur God deserves his own video, because he has some of the most speculative lore. Logic, the machine god, is a god created at the end of Fear and Hunger 2, but only if one activates all the telectroscopes and heads to the White Bunker, in which the Kaiser will be waiting to try to become Logic himself after the failure of the last game. Once beating him, you can go in and see Logic, a man-made god. By using technology, mankind can become closer with one another. A sort of internet, but of all human beings losing individuality for the sake of peace. It's almost the exact opposite of what the Sulfur God wants. Like the god of Fear and Hunger, this god was human as well, being Olivia's sister. Becoming one with her is sort of becoming one with everyone. Think of the end of Evangelion. Meeting Logic and beating her is also the only way to keep everyone alive in Fear and Hunger 2, as far as I know at least. So that's it. That's an overview of all the gods. If I missed one somehow or another one is mentioned or found, please let me know in the comments and I'd love to discuss it. Also, once again, if this video does really well, like my other Fear and Hunger videos, I wouldn't mind making a video discussing each and every god more in depth. Anyway, like always, thank you for watching and I love each and every one of you. In most fantasy literature, there are gods and goddesses. And if you're like me, when you think of the term god, you think of a good, moral being, a higher entity that loves humanity. And if there are gods and goddesses in fantasy stories, they usually have some sort of loving god. The Elder Scroll has Mara. Hades, obviously based on the real Greek literature, has Aphrodite. Elden Ring has Miquella, maybe? But Fear and Hunger has Sylvian, a god that loves humanity so much that they cannot reciprocate it. However, with love existing in the world, so does the opposite also have to exist. Hate and destruction. With the introduction of destruction here in the video, we have the god Gro-Goroth, the god of destruction in the Fear and Hunger universe. Ironically, however, he is the husband and counterpart to Sylvian, the goddess of love, because there is no such thing as evil in the Fear and Hunger universe. Gro-Goroth is not a bad god or anything like that. He is just a force of nature like everything else, because there can be no love without hate. There can be no creation without destruction. And without chaos and change, there can be no growth. This is something kind of similar that Gro-Goroth and the god of Fear and Hunger share. Now, like I sort of hinted at a second ago, old gods have left the world of Fear and Hunger long ago. They grew disinterested with humanity and left. However, there are traces left. These traces are just like the laws of nature. They don't exist to be worshipped or to worship. They just exist. It'd like be the equivalent of worshipping gravity. It just doesn't make sense. Nothing is there to be worshipped or to gain from your worship, except maybe Isaac Newton. However, that is just the nature of the old gods. Gro-Goroth, Rher, Sylvian, Vinushka, the god of the depths. They're all gone, or dead. However, that doesn't mean that people still don't worship them anyway, as learning the teachings from these gods in the past can grant magical prowess, such as learning the teachings from Sylvian and indulging in love she brought to the world. One can be granted healing magic from learning these teachings. This brings us to the Yellow Mages. Yellow Mages are just like the worshippers of Sylvian, however it's just the opposite. These Yellow Mages follow the blood and destruction magic of Gro-Goroth, however they don't worship Gro-Goroth. They sort of use him in a way. They revel in the chaos because, as they say, chaos is the only constant in this world. So therefore, they have no hierarchy or anything really. They worship nothing. They revel in the chaos. They more so observe Gro-Goroth rather than worship him. The closest thing they have to a leader is a new god named Nas'hrah, who I covered him on my first lore videos, which you can see here on the top of your screen. Strangely, however, one of their customs is they are not allowed to use guns, which is kind of strange because there's not much guns are used for other than pure destruction. Whether the destruction is justified or not, guns can be considered tools of Gro-Goroth, or his influence in a way. It's an aspect of destruction just like swords, so why is it that Yellow Mages can use swords but not guns? I have no idea, however this is not a video on Yellow Mages, but a video on Gro-Goroth. So let's get back to him. To give room for new generations, for new trees to grow and usher, the prior forest needs to be burnt down. Such is the rule of creation. Creation and destruction. One does not exist without the other. The destruction is called Gro-Goroth, the destroyer of men. And men fear destruction, because a man gets accustomed to the peace and quiet. The man grows fat and afraid of change, but change is inevitable, just as Gro-Goroth. But there is no need for fear, as the destruction is of a pure kind. It does not target one man specifically, it just exists. Interesting note on Gro-Goroth, he is a curious kind, more so than any other of the older gods. To relieve the feeling of fear, Gro-Goroth wears bodies in the skin of men and women alike. He might still be walking among us, masked under the skin of people and hanging bodies, blessing us with his blood magic. Studies of Gro-Goroth. That is how the studies of Gro-Goroth describe him in Fear and Hunger 1. However, Gro-Goroth is slightly different from the other older gods, as in the past he walked the earth as a human, or at the very least wore human skin to observe humanity. He's an inquisitive god, and used to be very interested in humanity. As far as we are aware, no other god walked among man as one of their own. A possible reason I can think of is that humanity is not as Sylvian and Vitruvia designed. As we've discussed on this channel before, it's possible that he didn't like the imperfection and hate humanity could possess. But Gro-Goroth was interested, so he observed, just like we did for him for his destruction magic. After Gro-Goroth did this, however, the city where the old gods used to be for, Mahabre, was taken over by humans. Gro-Goroth, now realizing how disgusting humans were by observing him, and how their thoughts of him were so different from the pure form of destruction that he truly was, Gro-Goroth hated this, so he left. However, as a parting gift, he did show mankind how to use his destruction magic. The spells Gro-Goroth can grant include blood magic, hurting spells, black orb, etc., etc. One can get favor and observe him more by using human sacrifices in his summoning circles, as well as sacrificing one's own blood in his own summoning circles. In the ending B of Fear and Hunger, the player, along with Nas'hrah himself, make their way to the darkness at the bottom of the God of the Depths, where some trace of Gro-Goroth still slumbered. Gro-Goroth then wakes up and fights you. However, once again, this is not the real Gro-Goroth, just some trace of him that is left. Before he fights you, however, Nas'hrah will, in his infinite wisdom, spurts out that he plans to kill Gro-Goroth himself and then is burned to a crisp, but survives, as is pretty custom for a new god. You know, unkillable and all. Then he will start the fight with you, which, if I may say so myself, is the hardest fight in the first game. After which he will tell you that he can show you what pure destruction is. He can show you what it really is, and not whatever you may think. But wait, if he tells you, it might kill you. Humans were not meant to comprehend true destruction. You can say whether you want to hear it or not, but either way he will tell you because he's kind of a dick. He will show you true destruction, which is both what he considers destruction and everyone else that has ever lived's idea of destruction too, because all of them are real. All of them are some form of true destruction in the minds of the people. So he is showing you everyone and everything's true idea of destruction all at once. You then die knowing what true destruction is and learning some form of enlightenment. However, it is only one small bit of information that you could have learned from the Dungeon of Fear. And with that, let's get into some theories about Gro-Goroth, which is pretty custom for these lore videos at the end. There's a theory that Gro-Goroth is a sun god as well. His symbol is an eclipse, and a sun god is shown in Mahabre. Then, after he leaves the world, the sun leaves Mahabre as well. Well, another theory is the sun isn't gone in Mahabre. I think I've heard a theory that it's eclipsed instead, just like his symbol. However, just like most theories, this could all be completely false. Like, there is nothing that says Mahabre's sun is not just the real sun, and it's just black because it's underground now. But it's just a theory. There are also several theories on where Gro-Goroth's name comes from. The one that makes the most sense to me is that in Lovecraftian lore, from specifically the Cthulhu mythos, and even more specifically Robert E. Howard's part of the Cthulhu mythos, this deity looks like a giant black slug and becomes whatever the person viewing him's worst fear is. So in my case, it would be a really hot woman that wants me, oh no. This entity is called Gro-Goroth in Lovecraftian lore, which is pretty easy to see the inspiration there. It could also be inspired from Gro-Goroth, a country in the Lord of the Rings universe. However, I doubt that this was the inspiration, and it might just be a coincidence. But with that, that brings us to an end of the Gro-Goroth video. If you want any other lore videos covered, please post in the comments and I'd be happy to oblige. Haha, I'm not running out of video ideas, what are you talking about? Ha ha ha. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. I love you all so much and I appreciate all the support I get. Goodbye. We've talked about nearly every god in the series now, so if you have any more ideas or any lore tidbits you want to see, let me know in the comments, and if I liked your comment enough, it could be in a video. Love you all. Thanks. The old gods in the Fear and Hunger universe have always existed, since the dawn of time. Probably before the dawn of time. They usually represent the forces of nature, and some people say that even the gods themselves are just forces of nature themselves. And they're just metaphors. However, the two most primal ideals deserve perhaps the most powerful gods. Those concepts are creation and destruction. Destruction is represented by the old god Gro-Goroth, which I already made a video on, and you can see that one right here. But to have destruction, you first must have creation, which brings us to the subject of this video, the old god of creation, Sylvian. Before the creation of man, Sylvian asked another god, who is probably an old god, but we don't know for sure, named Vitruvia, to make a design for mortals that are made in Sylvian herself's image. Vitruvia made an initial design, and although Vitruvia herself was not proud of her own work, Sylvian loved it, flaws and all. Sylvian then took that design and made it a reality. She gave birth to mankind. This also gave her counterpart and husband, Gro-Goroth, the god of destruction, the ability to give the end of life, making Gro-Goroth not only the god of destruction now, but also the god of death, blood, and human sacrifices. Not only was humanity created by Sylvian, but another old god was also created by Sylvian. As the child of Sylvian and Gro-Goroth, being the child of creation and destruction, it was fitting for their child to be the god of the place where creation and destruction exist in tandem, nature. This god was originally named Vinush, but later was named Vinushka, but this video isn't a video on Vinushka. Sylvian loved her creation of mankind so much that no mortal could ever love anything as much as she loves mankind. Even with all of humanity's flaws, Sylvian loves mankind just the way it is. However, a theory states that Vitruvia, the one who originally designed humans in Sylvian's image, and fixed the initial flaws she saw in humanity, and created the perfect human, Almer, which you can see this video on him right here. But however, Sylvian still loves humanity so much that she wants them to love each other in her name, usually by showing love to each other or to themselves. Sex and masturbation are ways to show the love that Sylvian wants. So much so that a lot of worshippers of Sylvian don bunny masks and hold orgies in her name. Sylvian, however, isn't entirely pleased with this, as no matter how much humans seem to love each other and themselves, it is impossible to feel the same amount of love that Sylvian has for humanity. A more significant way to show love to Sylvian is to make love on one of her ritual circles. Doing so will create a marriage of flesh. It will make the participants literally become a mass of writhing flesh together until they literally become one person. Like a Dragon Ball fusion dance, but weirder and stronger. Now, becoming a marriage with two people usually doesn't have any adverse effects, other than slightly strange looks. However, not only can two people become a marriage, seemingly infinite people could theoretically become a marriage. With three, reproductive organs usually no longer work, however. There is still some discernible human features, however, on a marriage with three people. Once again, it is a lot stronger, but more deformed. The more and more people who make love on the circle at once, the more and more disfigured and unnatural the marriage of flesh becomes. In Fear and Hunger 1, you yourself can become a marriage of 2 or 3 people, provided you have a positive relation to the old god. However, once you become a marriage of 3 people, you can no longer use small weapons or armor. Despite you being only able to become a marriage of 2 or 3 people, there are at least 2 occasions of potentially upwards of 20 or 30 people participating in one. In Fear and Hunger 1, the human Hydra is in the earlier parts of the dungeon. It will ask for a human sacrifice for meat, providing the meat doesn't give you anything, but neither does refusing. This Hydra is made up of most of the guards in the dungeon. These guards tried to save themselves by becoming a marriage. It obviously didn't work, and I'm not 100% sure what the thought process here was, but whatever. In Fear and Hunger 2, in Ending A, you will come up on a very hard boss known as the Platoon. A marriage of what I assume is a bunch of Bremen soldiers and maybe a tank? However, I have no idea how these people had sex with a tank, and if they didn't, why does their marriage have a giant fucking tank barrel on it? Not only that, it literally has a one-shot move you can't block. In fact, I'm pretty sure not any other enemy in the series does over 200 damage in a turn, provided you fail the coin toss. Not only that, however, if you pass the coin toss, the platoon will still do 50 damage. However, you can still bypass this boss entirely if you run really fast and catch up to its handler, who is a Sylvian trooper of the Bremen army, who, let's be honest, she's wearing a BDSM latex bunny suit, which kind of fits the whole, sex theme Sylvian has going on. If you catch up to her and kill its handler, she will not be able to command the platoon, and the platoon will immediately die. However, if you do fight them both, she will command the platoon and fire on you, as well as whip you with a flogger. There are other marriages in the game, however, like a moonless guard, which means yes, this guard had sex with a dog, as well as a yellow lizard mage. which is a lizard person who had sex with a yellow mage, which, as I said in an earlier video, based. Magic gifted by affinity with Sylvian include healing magic as well as flower magic, which is kind of like mind control, as well as, well, creating life. And to not try and get this video age restricted, you can love a dead person and you can create a demon child out of it. At some point in history, Sylvian, who was dissatisfied with how little humanity reciprocated her love, made everyone have a giant orgy, but we don't really know a whole lot about that. But people went crazy, lots of orgies, and they all became lost in the sauce, as they say. There are a lot of cults dedicated to Sylvian, which usually just include people having orgies in her name, but generally, they're harmless. Even in the 20th century, Dan, a possible protagonist of Fear and Hunger 2, was born into a family who was in one of these cults. However, they used all their time for sex and didn't pay attention to Dan at all. So it is possible that these cults make people only think about orgies and Sylvian, neglecting responsibilities. There are less grotesque versions of these cults, however, and those are the churches of healing that use Sylvian magic. However, it's not only cults and churches. Brothels usually are also dedicated to Sylvian, as seen from Prehevil, the main city of the second game, having a whole district dedicated to Sylvian, which it's basically just a red light district. Eventually, however, humanity decided that they wanted to be in charge of their own destinies, and tried to become gods themselves, taking over Mahabre. Sylvian, along with the other old gods, then left this world. However, in Fear and Hunger 1, once one ascends, they can see the other side, where the old gods still hold power. It is a seemingly vast wasteland with a green hue, which the hue itself is a topic for another video, but here you can find traces of Sylvian and challenge it to a battle. Win or lose, the traces of Sylvian will descend back into the green hue. In Fear and Hunger 2, Sylvian doesn't make as much of an appearance. However, like I said earlier, the platoon is still here, and although this is cut content and non-canon, Father Hugo, the headmaster of the orphanage, used to be a marriage with an orphan. Meaning, you know, he's not just a bad guy, but he is canonically one of the worst guys, I guess. But this is non-canon, but it's worth mentioning. Either way, I hope we get to see more Sylvian, as she seems to be one of the nicest and most benevolent old gods, if not the only one. But either way, hopefully we will soon see more of her in the upcoming update. I will stream that update when it comes out, but until then, I love you all, and I'll see you next time. Most gods are well known in the Fear and Hunger universe, and people have thousands of videos on gods that are not well known in the universe. I mean, look at this clown in his overly generic video on the Sulfur God. What an idiot. Along with a bunch of others creating videos on the Sulfur God, Logic, and the Yellow King, and everything else, there's still one god that I don't see a lot of people talk about. Almost fittingly so, because even in-game, this god is described as the god of the lost and the forgotten. Fittingly, no one talks about this god, as it is now almost a forgotten deity in the Fear and Hunger universe and in its fandom. We are, of course, talking about the God of the Depths.
$19 Fortnite card. Who wants it?
God of the Depths is one of the old gods, along with Sylvian, Rher, Gro-Goroth, and Vinushka. The God of the Depths is the god of darkness, insects, birds, and the lost and forgotten of the world. So fittingly, when we first hear about the god in the first Fear and Hunger game, which takes place in 1590, the god is almost completely forgotten by the world, only worshipped by insects and cave dwellers at this point. However, according to the description for the Leechmonger ring in Fear and Hunger 2, there are some mages alive in the first Fear and Hunger called the Hermit Mages of the South, who still worship the god around 1590, who can infuse rings with the power of leeches that give health back when hurting other creatures. However, the most prominent worshipper of the god is the Cockroach King in the first Fear and Hunger game. However, you won't even be able to talk to him unless you have the Mastery over Insect skill from the God of the Depths skill tree. Talking to the Cockroach King will grant you the dialogue that he is a follower of the God of the Depths. If you bow to him, he will tell you to kill the Butterfly right above him, who, by the way, is just minding his own business. Killing the Butterfly will grant you favor with the Cockroach King and by extension the God of the Depths, which is one of the only ways to grant favor with him. If you are not playing as Enki, he will also tell you to kill Enki. And not that this is canon, but in an older version, you used to be able to sacrifice other party members to gain favor with the God of the Depths. However, once again, that is cut content and non-canon. However, like the Cockroach King, the God of the Depths has even more followers. Mostly in Fear and Hunger 1, because, as we'll discuss, the God of the Depths isn't really around in Fear and Hunger 2. at least not in the way we know here. Anyway, the creatures that follow the God of the Depths are the Cockroach Kings, Scarabs, the Crow Mauler, the Snatcher, the Mumblers, and perhaps even the Butterfly. But now that we know what the God of the Depths is about, let's talk about the timeline of them. Also, the God of the Depths is mentioned having both male and female pronouns, so I'm just going to keep saying them. Let's talk about the timeline of the God of the Depths. Like all old gods, the God of the Depths has always been around. There was never a beginning of these old gods, they always just were there. Old gods are more like forces of nature rather than gods in this universe. It would be like the concept of gravity being a god. Gravity has always existed, it was never really born, it always just was. We don't know a whole lot about the gods before the year 1590 in the series, as that's when the first game happens. Obviously in the lore they have tons of lore and tons of stuff that happened in universe, we just haven't been told about it. And it doesn't really matter, it's irrelevant. Because like I said, they've always been around and they've always been exerting their power. But it would be like trying to talk about all the stories where gravity was involved. So, like I said, it's irrelevant. However, to talk about something in the past before this first game, it is said that at some point, a human woman was wed to the God of the Depths, and she was named the Maiden of the Depths. Now, because this human was mortal, and the God of the Depths was immortal, that would kind of make it hard for a lasting and healthy marriage. However, somehow, in a way we are not expressly told, the so-called Maiden of the Depths did something amazing. She merged the realm of the divine and the physical world. How did she do that, though? I don't know. But she did. Doing this somehow brought the God of the Depths into the physical world, something no other older god has done. Sure, we can meet the traces of Gro-Goroth or Sylvian, but we never see the whole unadulterated old god. Except for the God of the Depths. Like, here he is. Right here. This is God of the Depths. The Maiden of the Depths somehow brought the God of the Depths into the physical world. To continue with our example of gravity, that would be like bringing gravity as a concept into the real world as a god. She did this, and not only that, she merged the God of the Depths with the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger, a notoriously cruel dungeon, also merging it with the thicket in the area surrounding the dungeon, even making this thicket a sort of organ for the God of the Depths. Along with the thicket, there are other organs strewn about the dungeon as well, even so far down as the ancient city Mahabre, buried below the dungeon. Cutting them open will allow you to enter the gauntlet, which is inside the God of the Depths itself, the deepest and most in-tune part of the dungeon with the God of the Depths. This gauntlet is the closest thing to the true God of the Depths as we will see. We will see all the telltale signs of God of the Depths here. Bugs, crow people, depraved guards, and an immense amount of darkness, along with the deepest and darkest darkness, but we'll get back to this embodiment of darkness later. The darkness of this dungeon corrupts, not only in a metaphorical sense, but in a very real sense now as well. As we read from Captain Rudimer's diaries, the dungeons, although horrible, were steadily getting more corrupt by the God of the Depths as time continued on, especially recently. Captain Rudimer is getting corrupted and slowly turning into the Crow Mauler. And you can see that in a video I made specifically about the Crow Mauler right here. But in this video, I described that normally if you were to just play through the game, you might think that the Crow Mauler is just a singular entity, a one-off weird creature that was corrupted by the God of the Depths. But it isn't. And you don't need some schmuck on the internet telling you that based on some obscure book or some lore somewhere buried deep in the game why the Crow Mauler isn't unique, but you can see it for yourself in the Gauntlet. There's another Crow Mauler, a double Crow Mauler. This one is not Captain Rudimer, but someone entirely different. Perhaps it was a marriage that got corrupted into a Crow Mauler. And if you're like me, this made no sense the first time you saw, because I was led to believe that Captain Rudimer was the Crow Mauler and that was that. But I believe that the God of the Depths can actually just corrupt people and things, just like Rher, the moon god. If you've played Fear and Hunger 2, you are very aware that Rher can do this. But I think it's just that old gods can do this. Corrupt. But to get back to that deep darkness we were talking about earlier. If you bring the girl to this deep darkness, something very strange happens. For the first time ever, at least that we canonically know of, an old god dies here. The old God of the Depths dies, right here, right now. However, we see the God of the Depths take a new shape. It merges with the girl to make an ascended god, the God of Fear and Hunger. Not an old god or a new god, but an ascended one. Which, if you don't know, an ascended god is a god that somehow merges with an old god, and creates something greater. Something like an old god with the influence of a new god. If you want to hear more about the God of Fear and Hunger, you can see my video on that here. However, the cliff notes are that the God of Fear and Hunger takes the role of the God of the Depths. The God of Fear and Hunger takes over the role of those who are lost and forgotten and represents human growth through pain. Let's take a look at the God of the Depths symbol though. It is this reverse R. However, when the God of the Depths merges with the girl, the symbol of the God of Fear and Hunger is 2 R's back to back. What do these actually represent? I don't really know. I'm sure there's some symbolism here, but I can't figure it out. Finally, let's talk about how the God of the Depths looks here. If you don't know, the look of the God of the Depths is based on this famous photo of the USS Saratoga, a sunken ship that looks very creepy, and an interesting parallel is that the design is based on a sunken ship in the depths of the ocean. Now, to talk about some theories here, this is a theory that I have thought of, and I'm not sure if someone on the internet has already said it or already debunked it for that matter, but I believe that becoming an ascended god is shown most straight up with the God of the Depths turning into the God of Fear and Hunger. That makes sense. So this theory isn't so much about the God of the Depths, but ascended gods in general. I believe that the only way an ascended god is created is by merging an old god with a human, which makes sense with the God of the Depths turning into the God of Fear and Hunger. Then you might say, what about Almer? Isn't he an ascended god? If you watch my video on Almer and my video on the overview of all the gods, you know that there is an obscure old god that is never really mentioned that much named Vitruvia, the architect of the human body. This god was displeased with Sylvian, as she fell in love with the bastardization of her original design for humans. If you read the Skin Bible of Almer in Fear and Hunger 2, you know that in the lore, there is a theory that Almer was created by Vitruvia. I believe that when Almer died, he merged with Vitruvia and ascended, and that's why we don't hear about Vitruvia anymore. And that brings me to the big part of this theory I was talking about. I believe that Logic, the god at the end of Fear and Hunger 2, is ascending, and we are witnessing another ascension. There's a lot of weird connections between Logic and Rher. When she transforms into her second form in her boss battle, there's this weird wooden structure behind her. Why? Well, if you know Rher, this is very telling of his realm. This wooden walls looks just like all the realms that he puts you into throughout Fear and Hunger 2. Why though? Well, I believe that Rher, upset with this particular Termina festival, which is not in fact being held in his name, decides to merge with Logic, creating a new ascended god. Percola even grabs you out of Rher's realm more than once. Maybe he's trying to pretend that Rher is still in control of the festival. Moon we see in the sky in Termina is just a floating space rock, not Rher, as Percola says. However, that's just a theory, and it could be completely wrong. And the God of the Depths video is just an easy way to talk about it. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this God of the Depths video as well as my little theory. I thank you all, and I love every single one of you. Bye. A while ago, a certain commenter on one of my videos asked me if I would make a video on Vinushka. This commenter was named Ivory Cest, and I told him that I wouldn't do it because it wouldn't be a long enough video. But I'm happy to say I lied, and I am making one, as evident as you are watching it. Of all the new gods added in Fear and Hunger 2, only one of them was an old god. Although it is possible that some of the unconfirmed ones are also old gods, but Vinushka is the only confirmed new old god added in the lore in Fear and Hunger 2. Vinushka was born of their 2 old god parents, their mother being Sylvian, the goddess of creation and love, and their father being Gro-Goroth, the god of destruction and human sacrifices. So it would only be fitting that the child of both creation and destruction be the place where both creation and destruction coexist in tandem: nature. Vinushka is the god or goddess of nature. We don't know the gender of Vinushka, or even if they have one, so I'm just going to say they as their pronoun, I guess. Nature, like her mother of creation and her father of destruction, can be both peaceful, like a beautiful beach with a nice breeze, or destructive, like a volcano erupting. And because nature can be anything, Vinushka has many forms. Although there are a couple depictions of Vinushka, you'll never see Vinushka themselves in-game. As the edited version of Vinushka's Skin Bible says, similarities between nature and mankind are fitting, as both grew up suckling the many bosoms of Sylvian after all. Both were born of the same loins. Vinushka and the representation of humanity, Almer the Ascended One, are considered equal. Neither of the two stands taller. What is Vinushka is for men to reap, just as nature reaps our old and weary. So in a way, Vinushka is almost like a weird kin of humanity as a whole, as both humanity and Vinushka are the sons and daughters of Sylvian. We are the same. Obviously, Vinushka is a little bit stronger than the average human, you know, being an old god and all, but in a weird way, we are the closest to the old god of Vinushka. Closer than any other old god, probably. It also makes a lot of sense, as humans can both be scions for creation and destruction. I'm not going to get into philosophy this time, but obviously humans can both be very creative to the world as well as destructive. We are a lot like Vinushka in that way. Now, if the skin Bible that you'd normally find was it, then that would be the end of the story. I'd tell you about the skills and what the symbol does and what it looks like, but there is a conspiracy in universe. The Church of Almer and Father Hugo in particular have edited the skin Bible about Vinushka. If you don't know, the skin Bibles in Fear and Hunger 2 are written by Enki and Karian, the Dark Priest playable character in Fear and Hunger 1. If you read the unedited version found in Father Donovan's house, you'll get some interesting lore that is hidden away from the world. However, the reason it is hidden, I'm not quite sure. I'm sure someone in the comments can tell me some theories because I'm super interested why this would be hidden from everybody. The first thing you may notice about the unedited version is that Vinushka looks different in it. They have a pine cone-like face instead of the semi-humanoid one. Once again, why is it different? I'm not sure. If you read it, it will tell you that Gro-Goroth impregnated Sylvian an eon ago, and eventually, Sylvian, quote, pushed a pine cone out of her abyss. However, the child was not named Vinushka, like you might think, but Ninush. However, it will say that ancient tribes of the ancient world used to live in harmony with Ninush, respecting nature's creation and its destruction, understanding the power that nature held. However, people evolved, and then they got greedy. They ravaged and pillaged nature so they could build their cities on top of it. So in response, Ninush also got greedy, to try to keep the balance. A long war raged to determine who was the master and who was the slave. This eventually caused the death of Ninush. So in a way, nature has died. The cycles of creation and destruction are now dead. Mankind then dubbed the dead god Vinushka, which means grief, as the death of nature is humanity's great grief. Enki then theorizes that eventually this death will be disastrous for the world. Enki theorizes that this guilt will eat away at the world and kill all of humankind. However, a few bits of life are still left of the god in totems that humans made to honor the god. One of those totems is named Iki Turso, who patiently will wait for his god to be reborn. He doesn't like humanity for obvious reasons. However, these totems don't know that their most precious god was killed by humanity. And as the unedited version of the Skin Bible says, as soon as these totems learn how their god was destroyed and that humans caused it, the humans will understand the grief that these totems are capable of. Which is a foreboding message. Maybe once these totems understand the death of their god, they will attack humanity in some way. Or perhaps they will have a war that they will rage with us. Strangely, in the A ending of Fear and Hunger 2 Termina, you will meet the machine god, Logic. When her true form is revealed, she will have a small cube on her chest that resembles the Cube of the Depths from the first Fear and Hunger game. Curiously, however, the symbol for Vinushka is plastered all over it. However, the symbol is defaced. This could mean many things, but my theory is that perhaps the death of Vinushka somehow has something to do with Logic's birth. Or perhaps it's just a design choice that the age of nature is over in the world, and now is the age of technology. Vinushka's symbol itself looks like kind of like a half of an eyeball with a storm coming out of it. Whereas the game says it's a maelstrom, which would make sense. Maelstroms are a pretty fierce part of nature. But I believe that the symbol also carries some of this god's parents in it. Half of the eye, which, if you don't know, Sylvian's symbol is the eye, or a vagina. And Gro-Goroth's destruction, which only half of the symbol is a maelstrom. So I believe it is kind of a mix of the creation and destruction of these two gods, which is what Vinushka is. We don't know much about the followers of Vinushka, however. It's possible most of them have died out, and that would make sense as we learned that only the ancient tribes lived in harmony with Vinushka. And with the industrial era now upon us, it would make sense that nature doesn't have as many followers. As a certain psychopath would say, the Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been disastrous for humanity, and by extent, nature. Perhaps the only ones who follow Vinushka are the owl cultists in the forest. They are animal-like, and they protect Iki Turso, a known totem of Vinushka. Spells in Vinushka's skill tree can give you nature-like abilities, like the god themselves. These abilities can be helpful with healing magic, like when the sun is out, you'll regain health every few seconds, or destructive with combustion and fire magic. One spell, Spontaneous Combustion, allows you to become flame itself, which just instantly kills you. Which, strangely, is only one of 3 skills in the game that just instantly kill you when used. When you use Vinushka's symbol, it will instantly grow a tree in the summoning circle that you used it, which can give you shortcuts, good weapons, and a pinecone pig, which is base. Vinushka is based on the Hindu god Vishnu, which strangely enough is also part of a triad of gods. How Vinushka is the god of nature and fear and hunger, with their father, the god of destruction, and their mother, the god of creation, Vishnu, in the Hindu religion, is the deity of preservation. The other 2 of the triad in Hindu are Brahma, the creator, and Shiva, the destroyer, which somewhat mirror Sylvian and Gro-Goroth. Sylvian equating to Brahma, and Gro-Goroth equating to Shiva, making Vishnu the equivalent to Vinushka. Well, in times of evil and horrible chaos, Vishnu is said to descend to the earth and restore order to the world. So perhaps if the world is threatened enough by some chaos in the Fear and Hunger universe, perhaps Vinushka will once again be reborn to restore order to the world. So will Vinushka rise again? I don't know, but Mira does, and he's not going to tell us. Thank you for watching. I love all of you so much, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye. After the abysmal performance of my last video on Graffiti Kingdom, I decided I would go back to Fear and Hunger for a bit. And this video is uploaded on my birthday, May 6th, hopefully. So if you could like and subscribe to the video, that would mean a lot. Thanks. So, let's talk about the gods again. In particular, one of the most confusing gods, Rher, the moon god. Rher is one of the old gods, along with his old god brothers and sisters, Sylvian, Gro-Goroth, the god of the depths, and Vinushka. However, if you know about the old gods, you know that all of them have left this earth a long time ago. However, there is still one of them that observes humanity. That's right, our main man Rher here. Very much like the sun, the moon is one of the primordial entities, and thus it has lore and beliefs written since the dawn of time. This makes it difficult to separate the facts from fiction and the mad ramblings from the hidden truths. Consistent details among the myriad of stories seem to hint of a god called Rher, also known as the trickster god and the moon god. In the most ancient writings, Rher is depicted as the god of the insane and those who have succumbed to madness. His blessing to men is his moonlight, which is said to uncover the truth under the human filth, a truth that is often too much for a human mind to handle. It can be debated whether his version of the truth is more accurate than that of the human filth. Unlike many of the other old gods, Rher's part is greater scheme of things remain a mystery. Just looking at the night sky, you can see his presence, in eternal slumber. This makes his secrecy even more infuriating. He is literally hiding in plain sight. Rher Skin Bible. Rher is known as many things. The moon god, the trickster god, the delinquent one, amongst other things. Which makes sense as every depiction of him makes him out to be very mysterious and almost Lovecraftian. Although most of the gods are Lovecraftian, Rher takes it to the next level, as he is a god that is known to be very knowledgeable and knows a whole lot. Even glimpsing into a fraction of the knowledge Rher has would inevitably cause the viewer to go insane. Rher's light may do this itself, as there is a thing that Rher can do to humans called Moonscorching, which you can see my video on right here if you haven't. It is possible that the light that turns these people into these monsters can in fact be Rher's light to be revealing things about humans that they are too scared to know themselves. In the book, The Truth Under Moonlight, it is said, "Who of us doesn't cover their true face behind a persona? In broad daylight, we adopt a social role depending on the surrounding people. We put on a mask that works as a public image of our true personality. Do we hide our face to avoid the judgment of the people, or do we look down in shame as the sun watches our every move? a sun that knows our deepest longings and lustful thought. Only in the darkness of the night does the true and vile nature of men get revealed. We share our decrepit bodies only to the select few under moonlight. Despite what lowly thieves covering in the shadows would like you to think, the moonlight hides no one. All of this makes Rher sound like some sort of god of knowledge as well. When you engrave his symbol into your face, you even get more mind gauge. To segue, it is also strange that Rher is so interested in humans, as he is known to expressly dislike humans. In the first Fear and Hunger game, Rher is acutely aware of the main party members and the girl, who will eventually become the god of Fear and Hunger. Rher, who we have established, hates humans. He believes that godhood should not be shared by humans. So because of this, he will simply employ Pocket Cat, a servant of Rher, and a very powerful one at that, to convince the party to give the girl to him so he can kill her, or worse, instead. To sweeten the deal, Pocket Cat will give you a variety of pretty damn good weapons in exchange for the girl. However, if you refuse Pocket Cat, he will get upset. But Rher will strangely tell him to let it go. Another one of the trickster god's servants can be found in the first Fear and Hunger is the Lady of the Moon. She is much nicer than you'd expect, as well she will completely heal you. Once again, however, only if you give her the girl. Rher really doesn't want her to become an ascended god. Another possible servant is the Maneba, these weird little dudes at the beginning of the game, as well as around the Lady of the Moon. They, however, don't communicate like her, as they will directly beam knowledge into your head. So are they actually servants of Rher? Probably, but who knows what they actually are. After the events of Fear and Hunger 1, the god of Fear and Hunger is in fact born, to Rher's dismay. Or is it? Stop that music. It is possible that Rher has something else in mind. As we've discussed, Rher does let it happen anyway, which is strange as he definitely has the power to stop the girl from ascending. However, he doesn't. Now, all the old gods are important in these games, obviously. However, in the second Fear and Hunger, Rher is a pretty big focus, even more so than any other old god. In Fear and Hunger 2 Termina, the main game revolves around Rher's Festival of Termina, although the festival isn't exclusively for Rher anymore. The Termina Festival is a long-standing festival in the Fear and Hunger universe where 14 contestants battle it out for Rher's honor, until only one remains. However, if people abstain from fighting, they inevitably get exposed to Rher's light and Moonscorched, which we talked a little bit about earlier. But how does this actually honor Rher? I really don't know, as we never get to see one that truly honors Rher, as the one we see in Fear and Hunger 2 is truly for the Sulfur God instead. It is very possible that Rher is only staying around and pretending to be used by the Sulfur God for another reason in Termina. Well, maybe he's here for Logic, another man-made god being created in the second Fear and Hunger game. This is Logic, a machine god made by men to create a peaceful world shared through a consciousness through the Logic. As we've established, Rher really doesn't like humans and really does not want them to be on the same level as gods. In fact, the only way to get Logic and activate it is to go through Rher's pocket dimension and turn on the teleelectroscopes. In fact, several of Rher's realms are connected to Logic in general. So it's possible that Logic is tapping into Rher's power. Or it is possible that Rher is directly trying to intervene to stop Logic. Either way, however, Rher obviously has some interest in Logic. However, just like the god on Fear and Hunger, when you get to the boss itself, Rher will not intervene. If you beat Termina in the B ending, the remnants of Rher will be released into the world and you will have to fight him. He will be quite a bitch too. He will have a bunch of eyes that drain your mind, and if they reach 0, you will get a coin flip move that will insta-kill you if you fail the coin toss. He is also prone to cut off limbs, which if you're using an overpowered weapon, like the meat grinder, it will pretty much end your run if you get a limb cut off, because, you have to fight Rher alone. Maybe with ghouls or a blood golem, but only you can use commands and such. However, after beating him, he will float away, disinterested in you, and you will be left to live another day. There's a lot of theories on Rher. He is pretty enigmatic. One is he is secretly helping humanity somehow. He is the god of tricks after all. Maybe he's lying and helping humans. Another one on a much less grand scale that I really love is that you never actually fight Rher in the ending of B Termina. It's just a metaphorical of you fighting off the Moonscorching. I love that one. However, either way, Rher is pretty obscure, and I guess we'll learn more about him in the next update, which I will stream when that comes out. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I love you all. You've probably seen my video on the Fear and Hunger God Lore Explained, and I've covered the really obscure and mysterious ones already, like the Sulfur God and Logic. But what about the more known ones? What about the most well-known god in the universe. Well, let's talk about Almer. In his early life, Almer was born a human man of a virgin mother in the city of Jedediah. He eventually gained influence through his teachings and through his teachings of the older gods, and gained quite a big following. In his teachings, he united tons of people from different religions and converted them to his own. He would gather 12 friends that were especially close to him and made them his 12 apostles, which only furthered his influence in the known world. Obviously, kings and sultans from all over Europa and the Eastern Sanctuaries learned of the man teaching and converting people to his religion, despite not being a god himself. Although their gods were probably not as noble as to take down a false god, they feared Almer, and how much influence he had gained so quickly. And so they had him arrested with the help of a jealous apostle who had betrayed them. More than likely that's Black Caleb, and that's a whole can of worms on if he actually betrayed Almer or not. In the year of 0 of the new calendar, he was publicly executed and humiliated, and then he was stabbed by a spear on the cross and finally executed. When he was executed, his soul was sent to the ancient city of Mahabre, and then his body was laid to rest in the tomb of the gods, or whatever it was before it was named that. His soul became an ascended god in Mahabre, and then he returned to the earth. He then used a sword of his own blood to lay waste to the sultans and kings that had wronged him. He then once again ascended and now left his 11 apostles to spread the good word of his religion. That is only one story of his origins in the game. However, there is an alternate story that is also written in the Skin Bible of Almer in Fear and Hunger 2 that makes more sense to me. This account says that Sylvian, the goddess of love, created humanity based on the drawings of another god, Vitruvia. Vitruvia, loving these creations at first, started seeing the evil mankind could bring and how imperfect they were. Sylvian, blinded by the love for her creation, disagreed with Vitruvia and said mankind was perfect as it was. Vitruvia, once again disagreeing, set out to make a perfect human, one that was exactly like her original design. So Vitruvia did just that, made the perfect human, Almer. Then the story continues as it was already in the first story. As Enki, the author of the Skin Bible, says in the Skin Bible, there is no reason these two both cannot be true. However, in philosophy, they differ. The first story makes Almer out to be a human god, one becoming an ascended god through the strength of man and mankind alone. However, the second says it was deigned from the start. He was prophesied to do that, and that Almer was already destined to become a god from the moment he was born, and it didn't matter if he gained a following or not, and he didn't become a god through the strength of man alone, but an old god interfered. As Enki says, however, it's probably somewhere between the two. Almer is somehow both human and influenced through the gods somehow. However, we cannot talk about Almer without talking about the Sulfur God, which if you want to learn more about, you can check out the video I made on him. You can click on the link on the top of your screen. However, let's do a little bit of a rundown here. At the end of Fear and Hunger 2, the main villain, Percola, will tell you the whole game is a way to recruit new members into his cult, worshipping the Sulfur God. Several clues around town clue you in that Almer and Sulfur are somehow connected. Sulfur is a horrible deity that emphasizes freedom, allowing those with the will to follow him to do whatever they want, free from the conscience of humanity. But Pugzer, what does Sulfur have to do with Almer? Well, there's a good amount of things that point to Almer and Sulfur being one and the same, or two halves of the same whole. Remember that humanity that Almer left behind when he died? It is very possible that that half is Sulfur, and all the hate and the rage and all that was left when he ascended, and it festered in the sulfur pits and became the Sulfur God himself. Although, another thing of note is that in the Eastern Sanctuaries, the Church of Almer depict him as a slender human man with long black hair. However, in the Western world, like Europa and where most of these games take place, he is depicted as a muscular white man that is bald, because when he ascended, he lost all his hair for some reason, according to the lore of the game. The reason for this discrepancy is because the Eastern Sanctuaries depict him before he ascended, and the Western world depict him after what he came back and slaughtered with everyone with that blood blade. But there are theories that state that they are the same person. Spells that Almer grants through the Hexen table include his blood blade, which I kind of realize sucks because you have to summon it every single battle, and that wastes a turn. At the very least, it wastes a Spice Forge slot, which isn't good. He can also grant you the ability to summon the Lance of Longinus. in New Game Plus at least, as well as the Reverse Crown of Thorns, which just instant kills you for some reason, which is slightly better than Bloodblade. The Lance of Longinus, however, is slightly better than Bloodblade, but it still needs to be summoned, so whatever. His symbol is a cross, and it grants fast travel portals, like in the first game. If you engrave his symbol on your face, you get +3 defense and 85% physical damage negation. Which is okay, but why would you engrave anything other than the God of Fear and Hunger sigil, which gives you more agility? Alright, let's get this out of the way now. There's an obvious inspiration for Almer. If you are at all familiar with Christianity, or just Jesus in general, you'll notice some less than subtle connections. Jesus was also betrayed by an apostle of his and was stabbed by a spear on the cross and then crucified to death. Jesus, however, descended to hell and then rose from the dead 3 days after and then ascended to heaven. However, there is sort of a difference, as Jesus didn't slaughter his executioners with a sword made of his own blood, which brings me to the theories about Almer. It is very possible Almer has never existed. It is very possible that the Sulfur is the one and only one that has ever existed, and has used the guise of the merciful Almer to establish a new world order. Because if you go into the Church of Almer in Prehevil in Fear and Hunger 2, you'll realize they worship someone who looks a lot like Almer, but is a bastardized version of him, as also will say. It's pretty well established that a lot of Almer churches worship Sulfur instead, and just use Almer as a guise to control the world and be greedy. I wonder why that sounds familiar. Anyway, this theory states that there is no Almer at all. That all the churches are using him as a guide, not just a few, because as we stated earlier, Jesus did not slaughter people with the Bloodblade, so it is very possible that the real Almer did die, and that the Sulfur God has taken his place ever since. I think this theory is true. I think this is where Miro is going with the story, actually. I honestly think that's what's happened in the Fear and Hunger universe, because when has Jesus asked for human sacrifices like in the Fear and Hunger universe? That's a bad example. But when has Jesus asked for human sacrifices recently? I think that Almer has already established a new world order. But that's for Miro to tell us. And he's not going to tell us anytime soon. Either way, I love all of you. And thank you for watching. I want you to picture this. You play through the entirety of Fear and Hunger 2 Termina, and you decide to be extremely ruthless and end all other contestants by the end of day 2. Because you heard there was a secret ending if you did. So you go on a crusade and do just that. Make it to the end of the day after ending all of the other contestants. Perkle says that you are bloodthirsty enough for the true reason of this ritual. Perkle says that the ritual for Rher was just a front. The true reason of the festival was not for Rher, as he left this world long ago, but for the new god he worships, the Sulfur God. What this new ritual was to find someone worthy of becoming a cult member of Sulfur. Becoming one is as easy as just dying. However, you won't die, quote-unquote. You'll be sent to the Sulfur Pits where the Sulfur God lies, and be burned by the sulfur until your humanity is burned away, and the only thing left will be pure freedom. He then says you will face him as equals. Then the ritual begins. This is probably how you will first hear about the Sulfur God, a god that is very rarely talked about in Fear and Hunger. However, despite being only mentioned a handful of times, he is one of the most memorable gods in the Fear and Hunger universe. We will be talking about a few topics in this video, so the video is quite easily digestible. We'll be talking about what is alt-right stated about Sulfur, Sulfur's influence and reach, and then theories on Sulfur. Before we start, I want to thank everyone for the great support with the videos and the polls and whatever else I've posted. So much that it has Mirio, the creator of the game himself, has seen these videos. I hope you all enjoy this video, and let's talk about Sulfur. The Sulfur God came to be from the ascended god Almer. If you know about this game, you probably know all about Almer. However, if you don't, let me explain. It is said that Almer was originally a man born about 1900 years ago. He was a strong, influential figure, and he gathered 12 disciples. Eventually, sultans and kings of the time managed to get one of his disciples to betray him. This in turn gave these kings and sultans a way to crucify Almer. Almer died and was buried in an ancient tomb near Mahabre. Eventually, he came back as an ascended god. Almer, now back as an ascended god, laid waste to all the sultans and kings that killed him. Well, when Almer ascended, he threw away his humanity to ascend. This humanity was then burned in the sulfur pits for eternity. This humanity he left behind in the sulfur pits is, you guessed it, the Sulfur God. His symbol, according to the Fear and Hunger wiki, is the alchemical sign for sulfur and the philosophical sign for fire. The meaning of this sigil can be translated as just burning sulfur. Perkle will tell you more about the Sulfur Cult when you complete your 2-day killing spree. Perkle will say that the whole point of the Sulfur Cult is to have complete freedom. He will say that the powers in the world, like the world governments, are cruel and horrible, just like the rest of humans. However, they just got their way to the top first and cemented themselves at the top. They won't look out for you, so you have to be completely autonomous and free, because you can't rely on kings, governments, or sultans. The only person you can truly rely on in this world is yourself. Look at all the millions that have died to disease in the past 2 world wars. That's what happens when you rely on the powers that be. So you have to be completely free for yourself and no one else. Now, that's not a lot of information. However, that is not the whole story. The story of Sulfur is just as much a story of his cult, as it is actually him. The Sulfur cult has a bunch of distinct members. The way to become a Sulfur cultist isn't as easy as just joining a religion, as we discussed in the beginning of this video. The way to become a cultist of Sulfur is being recognized by another cult member. So I'd like to discuss how every cult member we know of and how they got into the cult of Sulfur. The first one is Baron Einard von Dutch, otherwise known as Needles. He constantly cuts people's heads off, but he joined the cult of Sulfur by sacrificing himself and his only daughter, and probably many others. When they all died, they were sent to the aforementioned sulfur pits. Then later, the Baron brought back his Needles, who can be found in Prehevil during the events of the second game. A clown inspired by the Terrorizer movie. He will cut off other contestants' heads, as well as just appear in random rooms with a creepy hump. Killing him and analyzing him as Dan will reveal that this weird clown is probably the Baron. The second one is Stitches. This one is pretty much the same as the last one, but it's the Baron's daughter. This is also Dan's late wife, who he will once again recognize that she is his wife when he analyzes her. She is a slightly muscular woman that hasn't confirmed to kill anyone as far as I know at least. However, she is responsible for sewing people together and things together against their will. Things such as the centaur, the sew job, lol, and the living flesh. So although she hasn't directly murdered anyone on screen, she probably has off screen as well as making these horrible combinations of things that probably have killed people. The third member, and is my favorite character in the series, is Perkle. There's not a ton of information on Perkle other than he is probably the leader of the Sulfur cult. He has obviously held several Termina festivals in order to find candidates for Sulfur as well. Despite being a former winner himself, this probably means he has killed tons of people. He also will be the one to indoctrinate you if you kill everyone by the end of day 2. He'll tell you more about Sulfur, the cult, and the ritual. He will then perform the ritual where you and him will kill each other, which he might not die from the ritual, but we really don't know, but who knows, he probably does. The last one is the serial killer in the White Mold Apartments. He's killed at least 4 people in the name of Sulfur. He is also the reason we know what the symbol of Sulfur is, as the sigil for Sulfur is on the ground in his apartment with his diary on top of it. I've also heard this might be the janitor from the beginning of Termina, but I haven't seen the lore on that, but it is possible and even likely. So what do all these people have in common? They have pale white skin with half their face painted blue. They all love killing things, or at least indirectly killing things. So we can assume that the sulfur pits turn your skin white. They probably paint their own face, as I can't see the scenario where the sulfur god paints their face like a face painting booth at a kid's birthday party. So the sulfur pits also burns away your humanity. It doesn't necessarily make you a murderer, I think. However, it burns away all of your conscience and lets you do what you really want to do and be. However, everyone that has done this just so happens to have already been a murderer. So perhaps the sulfur pits doesn't exactly make you a murderer, but makes you completely free. So that's the end of the part of the video we 100% know about sulfur. But let's get into theories that are most likely true, but we don't 100% know. So I'm just going to give a disclaimer there. This may not be true, but it most likely is. There are several theories on sulfur and what it means and who he is, but let's get some really common ones out of the way first. One theory states that Sulfur is the true god of humanity, and Almer is an obsolete being that has no power. It is stated that in Almer's lore that he came back after his own death and used a blood blade to kill all of the opposing kings and sultans to establish himself as the one true new god. Now, Almer is clearly a stand-in for Jesus Christ in Fear and Hunger. Now, everything we know from Christianity is in Almer's lore. Except, although when Jesus came back after 3 days, he certainly did not kill all the kings, and he didn't murder Judas and Pontius Pilate. He also didn't kill all the people that ordered his execution. This is where Jesus and Almer differ, which may mean that this is not really Almer who did all this. We know the Sulfur God is quote-unquote the evil side of Almer, and it certainly seems like something a human with thoughts of revenge would do, not a god who left his humanity behind. So this theory states that Almer was in fact the one left behind, and Sulfur is the god that people worship nowadays instead. This theory has huge credibility to it. It is not 100% confirmed, but it makes a lot of sense. Another thing that validates this is the secret passageway in the Church of Almer in Fear and Hunger 2 Termina. There's a large statue that Osa will say is not Almer, despite this church supposedly being an Almer church. It is similar, but it is not Almer. So it is likely that the Dark Priests nowadays worship someone who is not Almer. Who do we know that is very similar to Almer? Maybe someone like his other half? But this statue clearly doesn't look like the Sulfur God we know. Perhaps this is what the Sulfur God looked like before he went to the Sulfur Pits. Another thing that may or may not help this theory is in the museum. Pocket Cat will state that Almer has been depicted in two very different ways. In the West, he's depicted as a muscular white male and bald. However, in the East, he is depicted as a slimmer man with long black hair. The official reason why they are depicted in different ways is that in the East, they depict him before he ascended as a man. However, these two could be entirely different gods worshipped in entirely different ways. However, that could also just be me reaching. That being stated, it's very possible that the statue in the Church of Almer is just the Sulfur God before he went to the Sulfur Pits. A comparison that some people also like to draw is Sulfur to Satan, which I don't think he's directly inspired by Satan. And this is going to sound really bad now that I compared Sulfur to Satan, but I believe that Sulfur is humanity at its basest form, or something like that, I don't know. Another theory is that Almer is Sulfur, not in the two sides of the same coin type relationship, but they are literally the same person, or at least sharing one body. Think like Sukuna and Yuji, or Greed and Ling. Another theory is very similar to the last theory, and it takes it to the extreme, that they are literally the same person. Like Almer and Sulfur are the exact same person, like Batman and Bruce Wayne. Just an alter ego that Almer can use to be as horrible as he wants and do whatever he needs. Who really knows, though? So, that's it for now. We don't know a whole lot about the Sulfur God, but I'm assuming we'll learn more in the coming updates, and especially in Fear and Hunger 3. So we don't know everything for absolute sure, however, we can always theorize. Anyway, I really hope you all enjoyed, and I'll see you guys next time. Thanks, bye, and I love you all. He's one of the most memorable gods in the universe. He's one of the most memorable He's one of the most memorable... Dude, I can't speak. What outright started What the fuck did I write here? Before we start, I want to thank Oh my god. As the sigil for Sulfur... I want you to imagine something. You found a young child in the horribly disgusting dungeon of Fear and Hunger. You understandably take this girl with you to get out of this dungeon, and you cannot leave this dungeon normally, so you have to beat the game with her in your party. So naturally, you want to get this young innocent girl out of here, so you try to get to the very bottom of the dungeon. You get through this horrible gauntlet to find a huge pile of bodies. You get to the end and... nothing. There's nothing there. The girl looks off into the emptiness, strangely. You're filled with an overwhelming fear. You feel strange, and you realize that this overwhelming sense of fear is coming from the girl. She turns around and smiles warmly at you. Not with malice even, but thankfulness. And then... a god is born. This is the god of Fear and Hunger. However, you may ask yourself, why a little girl? Or more specifically, why this little girl? Well, that's what I'm here to tell you. Hello, it's your favorite Fear and Hunger lore YouTuber, Pugzer, and I am nearly out of video ideas, and it's either this or the Pocket Cat lore video, but because that is such a mess of a script right now that I'm working on, this one's easier to digest. So, the god of Fear and Hunger. Let's get to it. Let's start with the girl. The girl has no name, as she was never given one, though some call her the Ancient One. However, to learn the story of the god of Fear and Hunger, we need to learn a little bit more about her parents. The first of which is Lagarde, which you can see my whole video on Lagarde here in the corner. But for a quick rundown, Lagarde is a mercenary leader who has an unnatural charisma, and someone who is falsely prophesied to be a man to unite all the nations and become the one true god. So, in short, Lagarde is a man of prophecy, even if it's a false prophecy. The girl's other parent is a goddess named Nilvian. However, she is not an old god like Sylvian or Gro-Goroth or Rher. She's a new god, as in one with a quickly diminishing following, destined to fade into obscurity and just be another false god in history. Nilvian is known as the Endless One, which is quite ironic because her reign only lasted about 1,000 years, which isn't all that long for a new god. During the final years of her reign, however, she realized her reign and influence were coming to an end, and she developed a plan. A scheme, if you will, a ploy. Nilvian found a particularly interesting human, a man named Lagard. Nilvian visited Lagard in a dream, and as the Skin Bible says in Fear and Hunger 2, it was the darkest and wettest of dreams. In this dream, the girl was conceived. When this child, born of God and man, entered the world, she seemingly was normal. However, she grew up in a dungeon for probably something like 5 or 6 years, never seeing the outside. She only saw torture and death and the worst part of humankind on Earth. Once again, to quote the Skin Bible in which her lore is written in the second game, her upbringing in the dungeon is described like this. True darkness does not breed light. She was a pure child, a blank slate birthed in the darkest pits of human creation. That is where she grew, and that is all she knew. She was the purest representation of fear and hunger, not spoiled by even a glimmer of hope. Nilvian had hoped her child would be the light for humanity, but as the Skin Bible says, pure darkness does not breed pure light. The girl truly had the worst childhood. I hate to say it, but she probably experienced some really bad things in addition to seeing all the bad things. Things like death, destruction, rape, torture, etc. She saw every single day of her life for years. Eventually, in the summer of 1590, 4 people entered the dungeon one day in search of Lagard, who, despite not knowing he even had a daughter, was in the same place as his daughter was, where she was kept in a cage. One of these 4 adventurers, more than likely Kahara, the mercenary, found her. Kahara, being the upstanding gentleman he is, decided to take the girl with him to hopefully get her out of the dungeon. Kahara, whether he was alone or not, found the organs of a different god while exploring the dungeon. The god of the depths. A god who is worshipped by only a few people, known as the god of those who are lost and forgotten. A god that is enigmatic and disturbing. This old god somehow resided in the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger. Or perhaps it might be better to say that the god of the depths is the dungeon itself, in a way. Anyway, once you get to the bottom of this dungeon, through the gauntlet where all the deepest and worst parts of the God of the Depths are, you discover the Heart of Darkness. At this point, where all the bodies are, in the deepest, darkest pits inside the God of the Depths, you bring the girl here. Bringing the girl here will somehow kill the God of the Depths in a weird way, which is strange because there are several people who say that old gods cannot truly die. So it's possible she takes in the essence of the God of the Depths here and he kind of lives on. Either way, this brings us back to the intro. The girl looks into the darkness, then strangely, her being itself radiates fear. She then falls to the ground and starts convulsing, like something straight out of The Exorcist. Then, for some reason, you know she is beyond saving. So, you attempt to put her out of her misery. Doing so will cause her to transform into an adult woman with no arms, similar to how the Yellow King will look in a different ending. You keep attacking. Now she is seemingly bursting at the seams. Understandably, this is not natural, so you keep trying to kill her or put her out of her misery. Once again, she transforms. She will turn into a dinosaur? I'm really not sure why this form looks like this, but it reminds me of the Count from Berserk a little bit. Keep attacking. She will then assume her final form, and the one she stays in for at least another 400 years. The god of fear and hunger. A cross-shaped, angel-looking being, which is apparently inspired by a Silent Hill monster called Gluttony. In this form, she is so powerful that if you even look into her eyes, it will instantly kill you. However, fight all you want, you cannot outrun fear and hunger. It will always be here. Humans since the dawn of time and felt it, and humans from now until the end of time will feel it. Struggle all you want, this is an unwinnable fight. No matter what happens, even if you quote-unquote defeat the god of fear and hunger, she will kill you. Though, after everything, she kills you mercifully. She'll remember that you brought her here into the depths and helped her birth a new god. It's also possible you gave her gifts in the dungeon to defend herself, so she'll lovingly look at them. She'll say that there's some beauty in the end, and you can at least be part of something greater. And you brought her here after all. At the least she can do is make your specific end as peaceful as possible. As a wave of calmness washes over you, you die. Peacefully. And the god of fear and hunger is born. In between the events of Fear and Hunger 1 and 2, little sects of worship grow and grow and grow into full-blown churches and a full-blown religion worshipping the god of Fear and Hunger, because of what she represents. Suffering is awful. But what is important in life is to find a meaning in the suffering, because otherwise it's pointless. However, discomfort breeds innovation. After she is brought into godhood, technology booms. Life gets better than the Middle Ages, which was stagnant and horrible. In the words of the Skin Bible from the second game, fear motivated people, and hunger kept them moving forward. Fear and hunger breeds progress. Enki, who became enlightened during the events of the first game, wrote all the Skin Bibles, which are a sort of Wikipedia in book form to discuss the various gods and origins and their symbols. So let's get into the events of Fear and Hunger 2. During the events of the second game, she is widely worshipped, even so large as to be in competition with the game's equivalent of Christianity. The spells she gives you are a little bit more disturbing than benevolent, however, if you gain her favor. Spells such as the power to rot a person from the inside out and commanding insects and plants, which used to be powers of the God of the Depths. So she is the God of the Depths now in some way. In Fear and Hunger 2, you can draw symbols of various gods into circles to gain affinity and power from those gods. The God of Fear and Hunger symbol is the same as the God of the Depths, only mirrored, which is fitting, as the god's essence is now in the God of Fear and Hunger. However, drawing her symbol in the circles gives you a free save point without advancing time, which is super helpful in Fear and Hunger 2, because if you don't know, anytime you save normally, it advances time, and you only have 3 days. So saving usually is a risk. Another thing you can do in Fear and Hunger 2 is engrave symbols of the gods into your own face. Carving the God of Fear and Hunger's symbol into your face results in an increase to agility, which could represent how the god advances things through pain. But that's just headcanon for me. Anyway, for now, that's all we know about the God of Fear and Hunger. So we'll have to wait till the next update to see if there's more lore. So if you like this video, please leave a like and subscribe because it really helps me out a lot. So thank you for watching, and I love you all. Bye. To shamelessly plug myself real quick, the DLC in Elden Ring comes out on June 21st, which a month before, so May 21st, I will start streaming Elden Ring to get a character ready for the DLC, and then I will stream the DLC. So I'll see you guys there. I want you to picture something. You're a good person. You obviously aren't, but just pretend. So you want to end Fear and Hunger 2 without having to kill anyone. So you hear about an ending in Fear and Hunger 2 where you don't have to kill anybody and you can save everyone. So you go through the tedious task of going through all the white bunkers to turn on these weird machines called telectroscopes, which Wikipedia describes as an early concept of a television. Which is obviously not what it is in the game, but I have a theory about that later. But maybe someone else can think of a theory too. However, when you go to Rher's realm near these telectroscopes, they turn into these strange flesh machines. What is it that the Bremen army is up to with these, you wonder? You need to activate all 3 of these. One of them is in the bunker near the train, one is deep in the forest, and one is under the church, guarded by Moonless. However, once you activate all these telectroscopes, you can head to the museum at the end of the game and make your way through the museum to go down the impossibly long ladder and find the White Bunker, where you find out that this bunker is massive and hosting some strange combinations of machines and flesh. You make your way to the end of the bunker and you find Kaiser. He will tell you about logic. He will say logic is a machine god made of humanity's collective efforts. Kaiser will say that logic is still young and fragile. Kaiser says that he originally wanted to become the machine god himself, but unfortunately he had someone else become the machine god instead. Who though, you may ask? Well, that's what I'm here to tell you. The story of logic. However, to learn the story of logic, we need to learn the story of Relia Audrey Haas. I'm sure I mispronounced that. Give me a break, I'm an American. I have trouble pronouncing names that aren't as easy as Steve Smith. So, let's get into Relia's story. Relia was born on January 1st, 1922, a mere few moments after her twin sister Olivia Haas, a playable character in Fear and Hunger 2, though the 2 twins could not be more different. Relia is extroverted and loved engineering, and Olivia was introverted and interested in botany. So quite literally, Relia was into machines and Olivia was into living things. Both, however, grew up in a household where religion was a main focus, despite neither twin being very religious themselves. After a while, Olivia suffered a bunch of small strokes that didn't kill her, thankfully, but because of their religious parents, they didn't believe in modern medicine until Relia convinced them to take Olivia to the hospital. However, the damage was already done, so she was forced into a wheelchair, at least for the foreseeable future. Around 1937, with both twins at the age of 15 or 16, they enrolled in college very early, due to both of them being extremely intelligent, though in different fields. Thankfully, this meant both of the twins got to go away from their overbearing religious parents. Though this was great, they were in the Bremen Empire now, which if you don't know, is pretty much Nazi Germany. Relia, being the social butterfly, or moth, she was, began a relationship with the professor, like Joker in Persona 5. Relia was amazing in her field of new sciences, so good that she entered into an exchange program with the Eastern Union. In this program, she would travel the world. She would regularly send letters to her sister Olivia and the professor that she had a relationship with. Eventually, she was found by a recruiter for a certain engineering project called Operation Logic in the country of Bohemia, more specifically in the city of Prehevil. She was so smart in this field that she eventually became the lead engineer for this project. Eventually, the Bremen Empire invaded and took control of Prehevil, the capital of Bohemia. Olivia tried to resist and told the higher-ups that this project was too important to give up Prehevil, but they did not listen, relinquishing the city. Then she learned one of the reasons the Bremen Empire was there was for Project Logic, the one she was working on. So, seeing no way to keep Logic out of the Bremen Empire's hands, she integrated with Logic herself. Then, she told the freedom fighters, the nameless Liberty Underground, who might also be terrorists by the way, but semantics, to stall the Kaiser and the Bremen Empire as long as possible. Eventually, the Kaiser did in fact make it to Project Logic. However, it was long enough to where he could not use it himself. Though not being able to use it, he corrupted it, making Logic what we know it as today, a disturbing amalgamation of machine and man, making it something more, a god, perhaps even an ascended god. What this god is, or what it does, is sort of confusing, so I'm going to do my best to describe it. Logic, the machine god, is a perfect machine to imitate a god using all the perfection of a computer's intelligence and the will of a human. That human being Relia. What this god entails to do is integrate all of humanity, creating true world peace, like a hive mind. This, however, also raises the problem of no free will of humanity anymore. Sure, world peace and all, but loss of individuality. Like the end of Evangelion, or the Lord of Frenzied Flame ending in Elden Ring. Anyway, now that the shameless plug is over, we have a question of, was Logic originally supposed to become a machine god? Or was it corrupted by Kaiser to make up for the failure of the first Fear and Hunger game? If it was Kaiser's corruption that made this god, then what was the original purpose of Logic? We really don't know in that case. However, either way, its main goal is to create a global consciousness to make true world peace, which I assume has some of Relia's idea in it, as if you play as Olivia and fight her, at the end Logic will call Olivia by name, offering Olivia to join her. So some of Relia is left in there, somewhere. Before this, however, Relia will attempt to guide the player to her throughout the game. She will spawn visions of herself and blue moths to show the player where to go, trying desperately to get us to come notice her where she is. Perhaps she's using the collector scopes for this, showing electromagnetic waves to us like a TV. I don't know about that, but that's just my theory. Before we talk about the fight itself, I want to talk about the symbol of Logic. It is the symbol of the God of the Depths mirrored, similar to the God of Fear and Hunger symbol, but inverted. What's this mean, Pugzer? Well, I don't know for sure, but my theory here is that Logic is the exact opposite of the God of Fear and Hunger. In fact, they were both made very similarly, yet different. The term two sides of the same coin comes to mind. The God of Fear and Hunger was created through the suffering of humanity, like Logic. However, it was made by an old god. Logic, however, was made through the suffering of humanity as well. However, Logic was made a god through technology instead. I theorize that somehow, someway, there is going to be a battle that will happen later in the series, maybe in Fear and Hunger 3. Perhaps between the old gods and Logic, or perhaps the God of Fear and Hunger against Logic. It is possible that Kaiser made this machine finally to oppose the old gods, but who knows, that's just my theory. Okay, now that we know the lore of Logic, what about the fight itself? What is that about? Logic, in my opinion, is the hardest fight in the series. She has 19,600 HP, and will heal 9,999 HP after 13 turns. Her first phase is before the 13 turns are up. It consists of a main body, which to me almost looks like a wireframe of a person, which thematically would make sense, being a machine gun and all. And this phase can only cast 3 different attacks. Red Arc, doing around 30 damage to a person, Red Arc X2, or times 2, I don't know how to pronounce that, being the same thing but hitting twice for around 60 damage instead, and Red Arc Wave, which hits everyone in the party for around 30 damage. Which may not seem so tough, however, every couple of turns, the 6 tanks around Logic will light up, indicating a large attack is coming. You have to break these tanks within 3 turns or an overheat attack will ensue, hitting the entire party for around 50 damage each. Which, on top of the 60 damage that it's possible to hit you, it could literally just one-shot you if you don't take out the heat attack. If you cannot kill Logic within 13 turns, as we said, she will heal 9,999 HP and mature into the true machine god, with a strange mechanical woman sitting atop a fleshy, machine-y throne, along with 2 hands, the hand of destruction and the hand of creation. My strategy here, if you even get here, is to immediately take out the Hand of Destruction, as it can use destruction magic, which will just obliterate your party almost instantaneously. You can leave the Hand of Creation, because all it does is heal like 200 HP to the main body, which is like so negligible at this point in the game. She can also cast Moth Swarm, which will hit you for about 30 damage, and she will heal also 30 damage. Which, like, okay. I feel like healing like 30 HP is stupid for what it does, because that's like less than a single hit with no weapon in your hand. Once you take out Logic, she will open up and show you her true form. A woman with a half-mechanical face. This looks like something to me, I just can't place it. This reminds me of some pop culture thing. I don't know what it is, though. If you can think of what this reminds you of, please tell me in the comments, because it's bothering me. Once she shows herself, if you're Olivia, she will call you by name. You and presumably your party are absorbed into Logic. Similar to how in the ending A of Fear and Hunger 1, you are killed by the god just being birthed in peace as well. I wonder if this is mirroring the god of Fear and Hunger. You can walk forward and you'll see a bunch of stacked humans on top of each other, representing the collective consciousness. Then everyone else in the Termina festival not dead is set free. They can all go, circumventing the Moonscorching and the festival entirely, making this ending a bittersweet ending, as you are sacrificing yourself so that everyone else may live. Logic will not die. The Kaiser will not die. So, what is he planning with her? Well, only Miro knows, and Miro isn't telling. Thanks for watching. I love you all, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. We've talked a lot about the gods in Fear and Hunger on this channel. In fact, that's a bulk of my content, as there's just so much to talk about. However, we've only discussed around 2/3 of all the gods in depth. We've talked about most of the old gods, like Gro-Goroth, Rher, and the God of the Depths, and we've also talked about the Ascended gods, gods with the power of old gods, but with the influence of new gods. We've discussed Almer, the God of Fear and Hunger, and there's debate whether Logic is an Ascended god or not, but we've discussed her too. Then that leaves us with one more category of gods we haven't discussed. And it's not because they're not important, it's just that if I were to discuss them, I couldn't dedicate a whole video to just one of them like I have been doing with the other gods. Because if I were to talk about, let's say, Chambara, the Tormented One, the whole video would be something like 4 minutes long, and that's no fun. So instead, we're going to be talking about all of the new gods in this one video. The new gods are different from the old gods and Ascended gods. They are powerful, sure, but nowhere as powerful as the old gods, who are like forces of nature themselves. Gods of destruction or creating things and stuff like that. But the new gods are weaker, with powers more akin to weaker concepts. Despite their great influence, however, their influence tends to die out very fast. So it might be strong for a couple hundred years, but then as people forget about them, their power wanes. But how does one become a new god? Well, anyone technically can, even you. If you live in the Fear and Hunger universe, and if you do, God help you, but any human in the universe can. However, they have to travel to Mahabre, an ancient city buried deep beneath the ground, and take a seat on the Golden Throne. What is the Golden Throne exactly, though? Well, we really don't know. However, we do know is that it transports you to the other side, or the void, depending on who you ask. An almost alien landscape where you meet yourself as a new god. Or in some cases, for reasons we don't understand, sometimes when you sit on the throne, you'll see someone else. In the case of ending C in Fear and Hunger 1, if you take Lagard with you and brought him here, he will sit on the throne. And if you go to the void after that, he will be there, instead of a new god version of yourself. Perhaps he is so grand and the legend foretold he would ascend the throne, so maybe the throne just thought you three were his vassals or something, I don't know. After you ascend, your religion will spread, and people will know the new god, which brings us to the influence of the new gods and what happens when their influence wanes. For example, the new gods are immortal, right? We see Francois, the dominating one, who we will talk about again, as an extremely strong and powerful new god in the past. However, in the present, he is frail and weak. You could say that is because now he has another 1,000 or so years of knowledge under his belt, but we see his influence gradually died out, and he is very weak because of this. Because his influence is nowhere what it used to be. However, the power and influence is a point of contention, but that's the most accepted idea. However, if you have any other opinion, let me know in the comments. What happens when the new gods are completely forgotten? Well, when the god's influence completely dies out, they are taken to another new place, an enigmatic and non-Euclidean place known as the Grand Hall. or as the community affectionately calls it, the Hall of the Gods, in accordance with other fictitious pantheons. This grand hall houses every new god that has ever existed. What are they waiting for here? Who knows? Perhaps they are waiting for the end of time. Or perhaps they are waiting for people to discover them again in the human world, so their influence can return, and by extension, so can they. There are ways humans can get to this hall, but only temporarily. At least enough time to ask every new god that has ever existed a couple questions. They are very old, after all, so they know a lot of things. Now that we know what new gods are, let's talk about the ones we know. The first ones we hear about are a group from an expedition in the year 809, where 5 people, known as the Fellowship, made their way to Mahabre and ascended. These are the 4 new gods we see and interact with most in the series. You may have heard me say that there were originally 5 members of the Fellowship, but only 4 ascended. Well, that's because one of them, named Nostramus the Forgotten One, became enlightened instead. But we'll talk more about him in another video. The Fellowship was led by Francois, a conquistador-looking man who possessed the dominating soul. Enticed by the Golden Throne and the Golden Palace of Mahabre, he was gifted powers of gold itself. He can spew molten gold and even turn himself into gold, and perhaps even levitate for some reason. After he ascended, he made the Golden Temple, which housed the Golden Throne, a stronghold of sorts. He held himself up in there and ruled over Mahabre with now an iron, or rather, a gold fist. He did his best to make sure no other human could ascend after him. As his influence waned, however, so did his power. As he lived several lifetimes, he also realized the idea of domination is false. However, in his insanity, he believed that he could ascend again somehow, but after hundreds of years he gave up. He eventually was beaten by one of the protagonists of the first Fear and Hunger, Orlegard. He was then brought to the Grand Hall after his defeat. Nilvian, the Endless One, is a woman who ascended the throne and was given power of transcendence, but a weak form of it, only able to transcend dreams, which she uses at least twice. Once to enact a plan to conceive a child with Legard in a dream, and one to tell the protagonist of Fear and Hunger 1 to bring her daughter to the bottom of the God of the Depths. You never actually fight her in Fear and Hunger 1, which is different from the other 3 we're going to talk about. The plan was for her to bring a child untainted by hope to the bottom of the God of the Depths to create a truly pure god. She did this because she realized her reign was coming to an end as her influence was waning. But as the game says, pure darkness cannot breed pure light. It did make a new ascended god, but not in the way she wanted. You can see a video on this god here, the god of Fear and Hunger. Voltaire, the Enlightened One, ascended the throne and was given knowledge as power. Not infinite knowledge, mind you, but at least all the knowledge in the library of Mahabre, which funnily enough wasn't a ton. He was able to create life to a certain extent. He could make creatures of stone and metal to come to life and do what he wanted them to do. After hundreds of years, however, his true goal of enlightenment was not found in the library. So he gave into despair and sulked. He too was ultimately defeated by one of the Fear and Hunger 1 protagonists and then was ordained to the Great Hall, but not before canonically telling Enki about false enlightenment. The final member of the Fellowship, and my personal favorite new god, Shambara, the Tormented One. Cause look at him, he's so fucking cool looking. He ascended the throne and was skinned and given chains in his flesh. He was also given the power to inflict the same things on others. Despite this, however, he was the most sane of the new gods, still upholding the values he had as a human. He was eventually defeated by the Fear and Hunger 1 cast. However, he can be summoned again and fought in Fear and Hunger 2 if you're weird. Now, if you're especially attentive and astute, you'd realize that the 4 new gods of the Fellowship are ironic. The title of each of them is not true. Francois realized there is no such thing as true domination and couldn't keep people out of the throne room. Nilvian realized that she wasn't endless, and she tried to continue her legacy by any means possible. Voltaire had all this knowledge, yet he couldn't reach true enlightenment, and Shambara, despite his looks, is the least mentally tormented of the 4, as he is quite normal and kind, actually. Those 4 are my favorite new gods. However, there are 5 or 6 more that we know of. The first is Betel, or Betel, I don't know, an old god of enlightenment. We don't know too much about him other than he was also a god of enlightenment. He is the one who started the library in Mahabre. Once again, ironically, he was outsmarted by the next god of enlightenment, Nas'hrah, the Enlightened One, also known as the Great Eastern Wizard. I have a whole video on him here, but the spark notes are that he is a far more powerful than most other new gods, as his influence is still around to this day thousands of years later. He was never ordained to the Great Hall, probably because his influence is still around, despite him being a floating head. Here's one that I didn't even mention in my overview of the gods, my most viewed Fear and Hunger video. The Morning One. We see statues of them in Fear and Hunger 1 and 2, however they are only given the name the Morning One in Fear and Hunger 2. Despite this, we know almost nothing about them. It is possible they are connected to Almer somehow, as we see depictions of them near Almer churches usually. Then there are the 3 new gods introduced in Fear and Hunger 2. It is possible, and even likely, they ascended the throne in Mahabre sometime between the events of Fear and Hunger 1 and 2. So somewhere between 1600 and 1900-ish. The first one, the Heartless One, a new god hated by the other new gods. She in turn hates them back, however, calling them senile old farts. You can fight her in Fear and Hunger 2. It's also possible that she was famous before she ascended. You can see movie posters with the Heartless One in Prehevil. So perhaps she was an actress, or maybe this film was just about her life, I have no clue. But she clearly has influence. If we follow the naming scheme of the new gods being the exact opposite of the title, maybe the Heartless One is really kind, despite how she presents. Maybe she really cares for people, or her fellow new gods, and is acting or something. The Radiating One, who can only be summoned by sacrificing a photo of a person with their face scratched off. Doing so, you can give him rust-colored pearls from Rhere's realm and he'll give you cool items, like the Mauler Mauler. Why does he want these weird rare pearls? I don't know. Maybe he hates Rher, or maybe he's just greedy. But if we follow that naming scheme that the new gods are the exact opposite, the Radiating One should be dull, or perhaps obscured. So maybe he's really secretive, or maybe he's just dull, I don't know. The Tainted One is probably the most important new god in Fear and Hunger 2. Sacrificing severed heads to her will give you soul shards, which can create soul stones, which are pretty much skill points. Once again, we know almost nothing about her, but if we follow the naming scheme, maybe she's very pure. This one I literally have no idea. She seems really sadistic. Maybe she's purely sadistic. Man, I don't know, I barely passed 4th grade. Finally, some new gods that no one ever talks about in lore videos are the Blights. In the Void, in Fear and Hunger 1, which is the other side once you ascend the throne, you can find these weird lizard people, who in actuality are new gods, just really, really old ones, as before humans, lizard men ruled the earth. These are the ones who ascended the throne at some point. However, they didn't ever really get out of here, if they're still here. There's even a greater Blight, who is this T-Rex guy. Maybe he's a dinosaur that sat on the throne. Hell if I know, but these are technically new gods. Then among these Blights, there are the so-called 9 chromatic Blights, which you can read about in the museum in Fear and Hunger 2, and they are somehow distinct from the normal Blights. Maybe they are just different colored lizard gods, as chromatic means produced by color, so who knows. There's also a few more that could be new gods, but it's not really confirmed. It's possible that Percola is a new god, but probably not, as well as some rat god, a wolf god, as well as Yegagetsu, an ancient warrior god worshipped in the Eastern Sanctuary. But once again, none of those 4 are really confirmed what kind of god they are. But that is all for the new gods. If you want to see more, or just want to help me out, please like and subscribe. I love you all, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Imagine you are on your first playthrough of Fear and Hunger. You are walking around trying not to die when you come across this horrible room filled with blood and gore. You're low on health and you're desperate. Knowing going back or forward isn't an option, you just start clicking on everything in the room to find some supplies. When you click one of the walls, however, it says you get a bad feeling about this, but you're like, I insist. And then he pops out. A disembodied head yells at you and says he was sleeping and then starts a fight with you. Talking does nothing, praying does nothing. You can't do anything against a large, dark, looming beast that slowly comes up and you're crushed to death. This is how you may first encounter the Headless Man, with him killing you and having no remorse and with that stupid laugh on your screen. But there are ways to get on his good side, as we'll talk about later. This is Nas'hrah, a man with many titles, the plague of the modern times, the horror from the east, the great wizard of the east, to name a few. But he's not your normal recruitable party member in Fear and Hunger. Oh no. Nas'hrah is important not only for lore reasons that we will discuss, but he also cannot die, making him an extremely great party member to have. But you may say to yourself, Pugzer, who is this floating man, and why is he so important to the overall lore of Fear and Hunger? Well, let's talk about that. Not much is known about Nas'hrah's early life, almost nothing in fact. All we know is he is from the East, which we don't know much about other than they have their own ideals of what the gods are and were, and in the fact he was born in the late 300s. He would eventually learn of the city of Mahabre. He would somehow reach this destination with some others that we learned that he despised, and ascended to godhood with them in the year 410. Nas'hrah and this group of new gods were some of the first to be noticed by normal people. Although the concept of new gods has always existed, seemingly forever, it was somewhat scarcely talked about. Nas'hrah, seemingly being such a cruel and notable person, brought the idea of the new gods into a household name. People knew of the new gods, and at the very least knew who Nas'hrah was, at the time of being known as the Bringer of Doom and Terror. We know he also took the position of a new god by tricking a former god of enlightenment, Betel. The new gods other than him say, and I quote, "Nas'hrah was not content with what we have here. His mind was weak, his body was weak, and most of all, he couldn't hold his own against the pressure this place has on people. Without reason, he used to sodomize everyone who stood in his way. That is how he desired to spend his days, instead of true godhood we have here." So it would appear that Nas'hrah, instead of doing whatever it is new gods usually do, decided to stay on Earth and sodomize people? Although I think this may be an over-exaggeration, as we have stated, Nas'hrah hates all other new gods, and they hate him. They sling insults at each other all the time, so it's possible he didn't actually sodomize anybody, but it still would not surprise me. The main takeaway here, though, is that he is the only new god who is not confined to the Grand Hall. If you watched my lore overview on the gods, you know that when a new god loses power and influence, or quote-unquote dies, they are sent to this Grand Hall for seemingly eternity. So you may ask, why is Nas'hrah still on Earth? Well, I think it's because he was so influential and known by people that he still has influence. It may only be over a few people, but people know who Nas'hrah is, usually. The Yellow Mages still exist in the 1940s even. Look at Osa. This is just headcanon though, we don't 100% know why Nas'hrah is still alive and kicking in on Earth. You may be asking yourselves, well, what are Yellow Mages? Well, they are students, or at the very least followers of Nas'hrah's teachings. Like Nas'hrah, they are power-hungry and they use strong destruction magic. The Yellow Mages are mages coming from the East usually, and unlike a lot of Western occultists, they do not really worship, per se, the old gods. They more or less use them for their own agendas. They usually, but not always, are using magic from the god of destruction Gro-Goroth. The Yellow Mages, and Nas'hrah for that matter, believe that Gro-Goroth is the old god with the most influence in the modern age, therefore they use his magic as it is the most powerful. And the fact that it's destruction magic also helps. As the years have gone by, though, they are slowly but surely dying out, which may mean Nas'hrah may also die out when his influence does, but who knows. During the events of Fear and Hunger 1, Nas'hrah is still alive and currently a bodiless head in the flesh pits. He was reduced to this by the other new gods, seemingly. The way to get him is quite annoying. You have to find one of his pupils in the mines. Find a Yellow Mage, then carefully cut off their arms so they can't do the same to you. Then you can talk to them and ask who they serve. They'll tell you Nas'hrah, and then give you an Eclipse Talisman. After you have this and the Cube of the Depths, which you should know how to get by now, you can go to the Flesh Pits and fight Nas'hrah again. Give him the Eclipse Talisman, and he'll tell you that he pretty much doesn't care that anyone could have killed any one of his pitiful Yellow Mages. Stay fighting him and staring your death in the face, then on the last turn he'll say that he appreciates your bravery at least, and he notices that you have the cube. He'll ask you one more question, and you'll have to answer that there is more to find in these dungeons. He'll agree and join your party. I go by many titles, but you can call me Nas'hrah, the doom and terror of modern man. I hate the idea of a brainless maggot like you following me around as a pupil, but I might just need you this once. You see, I need to destroy the reign of the new gods. I want to rip off their spines and watch as they slump down weak and feeble. I want to watch them bleed as they're being squashed by the very same arrogance that helped them rise to power. But my strength isn't quite the same as it once was. Make no mistake that I could crush you like the worm you are, but to get this job done, I need my body back. There should be a way to do just this in the ancient city that's below these ruins. I want you to aid me there. Nas'hrah will say this when joining your party, making his intentions pretty clear. You are to go to the ancient city of the gods, Mahabre, and get him a new body, and if not, kill all the new gods. As we stated before, it makes sense that he wants this. He hates them and they hate him. Taking him with you is a great idea, as he cannot die, he doesn't get hungry, and he doesn't get any ill effects from low mind other than not being able to cast spells. Because of this, he is one of the best party members in the game in my opinion. To be an invincible meat shield if nothing else. You have several interactions you can have with him before you get to Mahabre though. such as trying to make love to him, in which case he will set you on fire. Or you can try to sacrifice him to Gro-Goroth, in which case he will set you on fire. Or you can try to kill Gro-Goroth yourself, in which case he will be set on fire. Lots of fire. Once you get to Mahabre and jump down to a secret lab, or laboratory, he will show you how to make a new body. This will be helpful later to kill Chamra, but it's not why we are here. He tries to make a body for himself first, then realizes it cannot live up to his expectations and power. And then once again, he will set it on fire. Frustrated, he will tell you to just go kill the new gods through brute force as your party is now. It shouldn't be too hard. If you bring him to the throne and ascend after, he will be strangely quiet after killing all the new gods. If you try to ascend and take him with you, he will say strangely out of a place of calmness that he's already ascended once and it was a mistake. New gods aren't what you think they are. Canonically, we do not 100% know what happens to Nas'hrah in Fear and Hunger 1 other than he survives. In my headcanon, someone took him to the God of the Depths and tried to fight Gro-Goroth, at least before the party with the little girl who made the God of Fear and Hunger got there. Nas'hrah, happy about getting to fight Gro-Goroth, gets burnt to a crisp, like we saw earlier. It's also very possible that Lagard had something to do with it, as in Termina, his whole reason for leading Osa there is to kill the Kaiser for revenge, I guess? For what? I don't know. Possibly burning him and cutting out his eyes, explaining how he got to this state in Termina. A burnt head with no eyes, but we don't know which really it is. During the events of Fear and Hunger 2 Termina, it is stated that Osa went to the ruins of the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger at some point before the events of the main game, and he found Nas'hrah in a pile of rubble. Osa frees him, and being quote-unquote thankful to Osa, Nas'hrah makes Osa his latest pupil. Osa will take Nas'hrah to the Termina festival, which Nas'hrah appears to know about. Once everything kicks off, he'll say some choice words about some of the contestants, and other people, saying, Dan is a worm hiding secrets, and they must be dug up. August is dangerous, and he should be watched closely. Marina is a child trying to play with magic. Olivia is a measly librarian waiting to be devastated, whatever that means. Karen is an arrogant bitch and a piece of filth. Henrik is a weakling with no discernible features whatsoever. And Pocket Cat is a pubic hair stuck in your throat, and the Nas'hrah has met him several times before. He will say that the Kaiser is the reason why Osa's even here at all, and that the Kaiser is a bastard baby, and that he's spineless, and that the only time he'll stand up straight again is when he fucks him from behind, which is a classic Nas'hrah dialogue. He also says Osa has a long penis. Yep. He will also strangely contradict himself and history several times, so perhaps he's gone mad or he doesn't know as much as he says he does, but I don't 100% know on that one. Another thing is, if you play as Osa, you can tell Dan about the Sulfur God, information you seemingly know from Nas'hrah, as he will ask you why you're even telling Dan this. So that means Nas'hrah is at least aware of the Sulfur God, something we'll talk about in the Sulfur God video. However, no matter what ending happens in Termina, we don't really know what happens to Nas'hrah at the moment because we don't know the canonical ending. In ending B for Osa, however, he throws him into a lake, so perhaps that's where someone will find him in Fear and Hunger 3. I'm not sure. But Miro is, and Miro isn't telling anyone. Anyway, I appreciate you watching this video. If I missed anything, please let me know in the comments. I'm sure I missed some bit of information somewhere. Also, I'm aware of his whole Kingdom of Edo thing, but it's not important at all, so I didn't really discuss it. Anyway, I love you all. Thank you so much for 4,000 subs. See ya. The prophesized one. Already while still alive, there were many tales written and sung about his tale. We don't know where the prophecy got started, but needless to say, it is all fallacy. But the man himself is a curious kind. There is definitely something different about him, and whatever his part may be in the greater scheme of things, at very least he started something larger. The new gods and asked about Lagard and his prophecy. There exists a man in the Fear and Hunger universe that many people in universe strive to be like and admire. The man goes by many names. The Man of Prophecy, the Captain of the Midnight Sun, the Messiah, the Yellow King, the Kaiser. But the man's real name is what most know him by. The man is named Lagard. Originally supposed to be a playable character in Fear and Hunger, he was instead made a party member, and someone very important in universe. It's possible that the reason for this is that everyone wants to be like him, but no one can be him. Lagard is a man of mystery and everybody is drawn to him. In fact, one of the first things you are told about in the first Fear and Hunger game is your goal. No matter who you play as, it is to find Le'garde. But who is Le'garde, you may ask? Well, I'm here to tell you everything we know about the man, the myth, the legend himself, Le'garde of the Midnight Sun. Le'garde was a commoner at birth, someone destined for nothing. He was, however, someone who thought of himself destined for something greater. He eventually founded the Knights of the Midnight Sun, a mercenary group. He would find victory and fame throughout his career until eventually he caught the attention of the Kingdom of Rondon. Rondon originally had the idea of recruiting his mercenary band, but eventually felt it was too dangerous because of the faith that Le'garde's men had for him. You see, Le'garde is incredibly charismatic. Or as the kids say, he's got that riz. He is beautiful. Some people say that his beauty matches that of even the gods. He is slender with long red hair. He has some nearly otherworldly ability to attract people because of how charismatic he is. He's almost like a cult leader. Eventually, Le'garde heard of the prophecy that foretold of Le'garde's birth. One that said he was prophesied to become something amazing. This prophecy, of course, was not real. It's not a real prophecy made by someone who is clairvoyant or anything, it was just made up. Le'garde, claiming to not believe in prophecies, started to slowly believe the prophecy himself, thinking he was destined to be not a king, but a god. He had beliefs that he was destined for greatness before, but now he was sure he was meant to become a god. He started studying the occult and found out the real way to become a god. He found out about 700 years ago, 4 or 5 people went into a certain dungeon and found an ancient city. They became gods in doing so. Le'garde, thinking he could become an even greater god than them, found the key he needed to the city. The key was called the Cube of the Depths. He found out this cube was in a small town in Oldergard. Right before he raids the village, he sits down with Darcy and explains that he thinks that the prophecy about him is silly. Le'garde takes his prestigious Knights of the Midnight Sun and uncharacteristically brutally murders everyone in the village to find this cube. Rondon, using this opportunity, charged Le'garde for murder or something like that. I don't know exactly what they charged him with. I guess like 500 counts of murder or something. And throw him into a notoriously horrible dungeon. The Dungeon of Fear and Hunger. Something right before this, however, Le'garde was visited in a dream from a beautiful woman and conceived a child. In the dream. This beautiful woman turned out to be a new god named Nilvian. Her plan was to become impregnated by the man of prophecy to birth a child to extend her reign, which we'll talk a little bit more about later. In the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger, Le'garde is in the lowest part. Le'garde was put down here because of a high priestess's request, because of a torturer named Trotter was doing some vile things to Le'garde. Why the high priest cared so much about Le'garde staying alive is weird, but whatever, we don't know exactly why. When your character first reaches Le'garde, if he is alive, he will feign amnesia. This is fake to get his true goal of becoming the god that we will talk about here in a minute. This finally leads us to the events of the first Fear and Hunger game. 4 people enter the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger in search of Le'garde at nearly the same time. There is Kahara, a mercenary trying to help Le'garde for money. There is Enki, a dark priest who learned of the prophecy about Le'garde to find out more about him, and the old gods went in to search for this. Ragnvaldr, a man from the town that Le'garde pillaged for the Cube of the Depths, and he is seeking revenge. Then most importantly, Darcy, or Darce, I don't know how to pronounce it, a high-ranking soldier of Le'garde's Knights of the Midnight Sun. She's infatuated with him. Not like the other knights, though. She is genuinely in love and worships Le'garde. Now, obviously, you can play the game any way you want, and there are tons of endings that are non-canon. But I will be saying what we know for sure happens based on the events of Fear and Hunger 2. Firstly, someone takes the child of the new god of Nilvian and Le'garde to the depths of the dungeon, and she becomes the god of Fear and Hunger, making Le'garde technically the father of a god. Also, Le'garde lives through the entire events of the first game, ascending to godhood, but not in the way he wants. Le'garde is somehow killed before he can ascend. Then Darcy, who we've talked about earlier, finds a taboo spell used to raise the dead. She does this using her own blood and revives Le'garde, though he is not the same charismatic leader as he once was. He is now a bloodthirsty man and quite callous. He then ascends to godhood and dubs himself the Yellow King. It should be noted, however, in an odd-canon ending, Le'garde doesn't die at all, and achieves godhood the way he wants, becoming the perfect being, the true King in Yellow. After which he can be killed by the player, or the player can bow down to him and he will become almost like a messiah in the real world, uniting all the warring countries. However, this is non-canon. He does ascend, just not as the true Yellow King, but as a false imitation. Le'garde, now the false Yellow King, survives the events of the first game and goes to establish a new empire, the Bremen Empire, in which he starts to call himself something new yet again, the Kaiser, The Kaiser, after hundreds of years, starts to calm down. His goals become less conceited, and he once again tries to change the world. He attacks several other countries in the mid-1900s to establish a new god. Not one born of the golden throne of Mahabre, the ancient city, but one born of humanity's collective effort, and human efforts alone. The machine god Logic. Once again, however, he succeeds, but not exactly in the way he wants, which is like his whole story. He gets what he wants always, but it's always some bastardization of what he really wants. Someone else becomes the machine god Logic, not him. However, him not being as egotistical as he once was isn't that upset by this. Before this fight happens, he also kills two of the Termina contestants, being Pab and August, both of which want to kill the Kaiser for their own reasons. After you fight Lagard in the depths of the White Bunker, where the machine god is being born in Fear and Hunger 2, he will disappear. Not dead, but at least gone. This is the end of Lagard's story for now. We don't know where he went, or if he'll even be in the next Fear and Hunger. He could be even the main villain again in Fear and Hunger 3. There are a few other things about Lagard worth mentioning. Nostradamus, an enlightened man who has been alive for hundreds of years, says that Lagard's prophecy is not real, but interesting nonetheless. What he's doing he thinks is right, but it isn't just. But once again, what he's doing is interesting to Nostradamus. Lagard's philosophy is also interesting, and one thing I agree with, strangely enough. His whole ideals about why he is doing this is described right before the non-canon ending where he becomes the true Yellow King. Right before he ascends, Lagard will say this: "In order to reach greater heights, to unify the land, to bring upon the new era, I need this power. The strength of kings and queens is not enough. I need more. Something that lasts beyond me." Do you think that any of the grand kingdoms history books speak of stand on pure foundations? They were all built on bloodshed and violence. What if there was a way that wouldn't require thousands of soldiers on opposing sides to shred their lives? What if such a grand kingdom only required one soul to succumb to the darkness? Only one soul to be tainted? This is saying that no matter what, people in power, or anything in power in general, is never built on good people. Every king, every kingdom, every power is always taken away from people unjustly. Lagard says that if only one person has to be so evil that everyone else can be spared that evil, Lagard will do just that. In my mind, this makes sense, but that's just my philosophy. Of course, everyone has different worldviews and opinions on Lagard. Even Miro, the creator of Fear and Hunger, says that Lagard is one of his favorite characters due to his tragic backstory. And he's one of my favorite characters too. Just a few things before the video ends as well. Lagard is the only person in your party that you can control that will not be affected by the ill effects of the mind-controlling sword, Miasma, in Fear and Hunger 1. Maybe it's because he's unusually ambitious and mentally strong. Maybe it's because he has some sort of divine protection. We really don't know about that one. One last thing, Lagard is obviously inspired by the character Griffith in the manga/anime series Berserk. If you've ever read or seen Berserk, you can see the obvious parallels here. Both Griffith and Lagard were both born as commoners and are very charismatic. Both slip up one time and are captured and tortured because of it. Both become gods in some way. Miro has said that Lagard is obviously inspired by Griffith. Griffith is also my favorite anime character of all time. I don't like him, I guess, but Griffith I think is the best written character of all time in anime and manga, so I might have some bias towards Lagard. Lagard doesn't seem as humanly evil as Griffith is, though. Anyways, I appreciate all the support I've been getting, and I love every single one of you. Yes, even you. So please like and subscribe, and I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye. I want you to picture something. You're making your way through the horrible dungeon of Fear and Hunger, and you finally find a friendly cat. There's almost no friendly faces in the dungeon, and when you finally find one, it's a cat man. But in need of a friendly conversation, you talk to him. The eloquently spoken man will be overly polite and ask some strange questions for the situation you're in. He'll ask you about your day and say it's kind of peculiar how life works, right? Sir, this is the most terrifying day of my life. Well, at least he's a good guy, right? It's good to see finally a friendly face. Thank God someone normal is he wants kids. He wants you to trade him kids for items. He'll either take the girl, because he wants to serve his god better, more on that later, or he'll take the demon child you can create with a certain spell. However, he'll give you a claymore for them, which is like a really cool sword, so maybe it's worth it. But who is this strange cat-faced individual? Well, it's a very, very complicated question. That is why I'm here. to tell you about the titular feline individual known as Pocket Cat. Before the video starts, this video took a lot of research and a lot of problems to go along with that because Pocket Cat is such an enigma. So I'd appreciate it if you'd like the video and subscribe for more Fear and Hunger lore videos. Also, next week there will be a video on a certain masterpiece of a PS2 game that I never see anyone talk about and I wanted to make a longer video essay on, like my original videos of Fear and Hunger and Fear and Hunger 2. So subscribe if you don't want to miss that. Let's get back to it though. In Fear and Hunger 1, you can find a room late in the game of Mahabre where you can ask the new gods any question you want to your heart's content. When you ask the new gods about Pocket Cat, they will say, "A servant of the trickster god, the moon. His motivations lie in a path laid out by the older god. Unfortunately, even we don't understand his mysterious ways." So somehow the gods hardly know about Pocket Cat. Well, good thing I'm smarter than the new gods. So I'm going to tell you about Pocket Cat, or at least who Pocket Cat is. In terms of Fear and Hunger 1, Pocket Cat is just a guy, or just some sort of random creature in service to Rher. However, Pocket Cat isn't just a normal guy who worships Rher, but someone directly influenced by Rher himself. It is possible Rher even just made him up, according to some books. So he's just a thing that Rher dreamed up, right? So that's just it. He's just a weird entity that's aligned with Rher, and he might just steal children. Well, it's a little more complicated. You can find books in both Fear and Hunger 1 and 2 that describe him in fairy tales from long ago. It was a rainy day in the countryside just north of the forest of Mirwood. Willem, the wildest child known in town, would stare at the raindrops behind the window screen. His mother would warn him of going outside. During rain, decent boys would help their parents with their various indoor tasks. Rain brings forth all kinds of dangers not otherwise known to little boys. Disregarding the warnings and without a worry in the world, Willem dashed through the bushes and ran deep into Mirwood Forest. In the heart of the forest, all wet from the rain, Willem heard a slight panting noises from an overgrown grotto nearby. Cautiously, Willem picked through the leaves. He would not believe his eyes when he saw a finely dressed cat standing on 2 feet, twice as tall as Willem's father would be. The cat's back was facing Willem. Its hand was moving swiftly inside its pocket, while the 2 big yellow eyes gleamed inside a burlap bag in great excitement. Suddenly, the hand movement came to a halt. Even if Willem was well hidden behind the leaves, slowly the cat turned its eyes towards him. In terror, Willem ran as fast as he could towards his home. The 2 glowing yellow eyes of the cat haunted him all the way to his home's gates. His mother was there to meet him by the front door. "So you just had to go to the woods, did you?" said his mother. "You saw something you shouldn't have, right?" questioned his mother. "And how do I know this?" Willem's mother would go inside and get a little parcel with decorated wrappings. "This appeared just on the door before you came. It was directed to young Master Willem." Slowly, Willem unwrapped the decorated paper with small mouse prints on it. Inside the parcel, there was catnip. The town of Mirwood was in a festive mood. It was the beginning of the harvest season, and food was plentiful. Willem's mother and father were arranging a large party for all the big families of the town. Even some noble ones were supposed to show up from outside of the town. Willem had to wear his Sunday suit, the suit he would typically wear when he went to church on Sundays. Needless to say, the suit wasn't Willem's liking. Now, you know we need to make good impressions for the city folk," his mother would say. "Why should I care?" said Willem. Willem's mother would pull him by the ear violently and say, "Don't you understand our livelihood depends on these noble and the fancy?" Willem shrugged it off and nodded. It's important to obey your parents, after all, if you were to grow up even somewhat decent and moral. It is even written on the good book of our Lord, the Bible of Almer. The party guests start coming as the sun sets. The festive people were of all kinds. You had the well-eaten mayor of the town with his wife, who was so young she couldn't have been more than 3 years older than Willem. You had the Parkinsons from next door, with their faces forever set on an expression of pure disgust. There were also many people Willem had never seen before. Especially one gay gentleman with a constant grin on his face caught Willem's attention. The man noticed young Willem. He winked his eye, even though otherwise his face was set on the same grin all the same. The gentleman gave Willem the Jeepers Creepers. As the full moon had risen at its highest and the festive people were at the most cocked, Willem noticed the gay gentleman gone. After a short search, he found the man in the backyard howling at the moon. This already made young Willem very nervous, but then The man turned his gaze towards Willem. His eyes were the same two haunting yellow eyes Willem had seen in Myrwood Forest some days ago. Suddenly, Willem realized the size of the man, for he had not realized it before. But the man was almost the same height as their house. With a cat-like expression, the man would say, "Fancy meeting you here, young mister." After this, the book itself will come to life and threaten you not to say anything. You can find the same books in Fear and Hunger 2, however, it won't come to life like in the first game. Pocket Cat is anything but comprehensible. Rher, the moon god and the god of tricks, is not really known to create things that make sense. At least not for us to understand. Pocket Cat least of all. In the events of Fear and Hunger 1, like I said earlier, he will offer to take children off your hands for some very good items. Such good items that you may forget your morals just long enough to make the deal. What does Pocket Cat do with the children, though? Well, there's 3 things that would make sense. He could just kill them, which is very possible. It's also possible he eats them, as it seems in the flashback of Rondon. However, there is a 3rd thing I'd rather not mention that is also possible. So, that all makes sense. However, if you bring him specifically the girl from the dungeon, the one that will eventually become the god of fear and hunger, he will take a particular interest in her, and surprisingly not for the reason you think in your sturdy little head. He will take such an interest in her that he will even threaten you if he knows you have her and you've already turned him down. Well, Pugzer, why does he take such an interest in the girl if not for that? Well, it's because he knows what she is. Or, it's better to say, he knows what she'll become by just looking at her. How? Well, like I said earlier, Pocket Cat is a servant of Rher, the moon god, who just so happens to be the only old god who really hates humans. So the thought of some human little girl becoming an ascended god is very deplorable in Rher's eyes. So Rher would do anything, even sick Pocket Cat on you. But only Pocket Cat. And if the god of fear and hunger is that much of a threat in Rher's eyes, sending only Pocket Cat after you says something about how much trust Rher, the moon god himself, has in Pocket Cat. Meaning this Pocket Cat is something wickedly powerful and dangerous. Despite all this, you can't actually fight him in the first Fear and Hunger, as Pocket Cat is in fact a gentleman, as he himself will put it. And it seems like it. If you talk to him, he will speak very gentlemanly. I imagine he sounds like Austin Powers.
I've got an idea.
That brings us to Fear and Hunger 2. In this game, Pocket Cat returns. And hey, there he is, stealing a child. I know he's a bad guy, but man was this a breath of fresh air to see him. A familiar face in this horrible landscape, and surprisingly, he agrees with you. Saying something similar. He recognizes you. Not you, the character in game, but you. He will even reference real-world events like COVID, saying things like people went crazy and bought a ton of toilet paper and stayed inside and whatnot. He then makes some commentary on the event and the world itself. What do you think follows such intense darkness? You can answer however you'd like. However, if you answer change, he will agree with you. The only thing constant in the universe is change. Quite the philosopher, Pocket Cat. As gentlemanly as he is terrifying. He will then tell you that these days he's somewhat of a head salesman. He will take part in this festival of Termina, which if you don't know about, I recommend you watch my video on the whole game of Fear and Hunger here at the top of the screen, but he will further incentivize you to take part in this festival to Rher. Although, spoilers, obviously this festival isn't for Rher anymore, but the Sulfur God. However, other parts of Rher are still in this festival, like Moonscorching, so it makes sense that Pocket Cat is here too. Or if you really want to stretch it, you could say Pocket Cat has some relation to Sulfur, but I don't think so. If you meet Pocket Cat in the museum later on, he will tell you his philosophy on artists. He views artists in 3 types. First type, the kind that sees something wrong in the world, or just something in the world in general. Then they make art based on those things, whether they be unjust things like cruelty from those in power, or diseases, and then they give their point of view through their art and try to make the change. Then there's a second type of artist. The type of artists that look inwards, and they try to make art based on what's on their inside, whether that be their mindset or their delusions. Then there's the third type. The type that starts an artwork and then lets their art go with the flow, if you will. They have no idea how the art will end up, but they just let the art happen. Now, as much as I toil on this little speech Pocket Cat gives, I have zero idea what he is referencing here. I understand what he's saying, mind you, but I don't know why he is saying it. It's clearly not just here so Miro can express his views on art. There's a reason why Pocket Cat is saying this in the greater lore. But what is it? If you have an idea, please let me know, because I genuinely don't know. Please let me know what you think in the comments of why he is giving us this meta commentary on artists. After all that, however, let's get to the hardest part to understand of Pocket Cat. How is he, or should I say, how is it born? You'd think it's just spawned like any other rare creature like the Manebo, but it's different. Let's talk about Moonscorching. Rhere's light has the power to turn you into something different. Some might say it turns you into something like the worst version of yourself, to quote a certain someone. But what happens if that someone is completely blank, with no worse version to turn into? Someone already completely at rock bottom. Well, that brings us to Dan, a playable character in Fear and Hunger 2, and someone, as we've just discussed, is at completely rock bottom already, as well as possessing the blank soul. If you want to know more about the souls and the birth calendar of Fear and Hunger and what soul you'd get, you can check out my video here on the souls in the Fear and Hunger universe on screen. So, Dan is completely blank and at rock bottom. So what does this have to do with Pocket Cat? Well, you see, when Dan Moonscorches, unlike the other contestants who just crack and turn into some monster or some evil version of themselves, he turns into none other than Pocket Cat. Once again, you find yourself in the familiar pit of despair. You've tried to claw yourself up from this miserable hole time and time again. It's time to accept the inevitable. Maybe this was your home all along. You were meant to fall here all those times. Because, let's face it, you never quite felt right when you were among those smiling crowds, do you? You always felt like an outsider, like you were just a bystander spectating what life looked like in the sun. Like using a mask, you hid the darkness. But that fooled no one. Everyone saw right through it. They knew your true alignment and your past, and you liked it like that. You liked feeling different. You realize it now, don't you? There never was a mask. It was all you, baby. The pointy ears, the fangs, the wide eyes. That is who you are. A dirty, degenerate furry. Now take this mask and this jacket and ramble on, my friend, old sport. It's your time to bask in the sun. The mask and jacket seem to fit you just perfectly. Pocket Cat is not a who, but a what. I feel like it's almost like some sort of disease or some sort of demon. It possesses people that are at rock bottom. It's not a person. It's a cancer that sneaks into people and controls them. Or perhaps there's a little Pocket Cat in all of us. I think that's a good point to end it on. I appreciate all of you, and I love you all. Bye-bye. Like all Fear and Hunger videos, I want you to picture something. You're about 15 minutes into your first ever playthrough on Fear and Hunger. You are struggling. You figure you can save the game if you sleep, so you desperately look for a bed to sleep in. You narrowly avoid this big guy with torches for hands, and you find yourself a nice bed to sleep in. You've heard that you need a coin flip to save your game in this game, so you get ready for it, but when you sleep, there's no coin flip. You awake after saving and agreed with the message. You felt someone watch you as you slept. A little freaked out, you continue, and after a little bit more exploring, you go back to save again. This time you are greeted with the coin flip, and you fail. You awake to see this strange man with no shirt and a crow for a head, and with a scary noise, he attacks you mercilessly. This is the Crow Mauler. He starts the fight with some very dangerous attacks such as Maul, which will break your limbs, which will almost permanently lower your health, or if you're really unlucky and one of the only insta-kill moves in the game without a coin flip, he can use Peck, which will instantly kill a party member. Then another attack he has is Flock of Crows, which can blind you, which sucks if you get hit and blinded. If it happens to a party member, it's bad, but it's worse if it hits your main character, because even if you win the fight, your entire playthrough is now pointless, because you can no longer see almost at all. The entire screen will have this black overlay that makes things nearly impossible to see. Any of these three attacks can instantly make a whole playthrough pointless. My strat here, which may not be the best strat, is to take out his mauling arm and then do your best to just whittle his main torso health down. He surprisingly doesn't have a ton of health, only 1250. Killing the Crow Mauler grants you the Crow Mauler Soul and the Crow Emblem Key. But what does this key lead to? And who is the Crow Mauler? What is his story? What is his connection to the dungeon? Who is the double Crow Mauler you see much later in the game? Well, I've finally pulled myself away from Persona 3 Reload to tell you. Let's learn about the Crow Mauler's lore, shall we? However, to learn the story of the Crow Mauler, you have to learn about the guard's captain, Captain Rudimer. Why, you may ask? Well, let's read some of his diary entries found in the first Fear and Hunger game. Captain Rudimer, 16th of January, 1590. Schroeder once again went too far with his wicked methods. The prisoner was but a child, but already he had to go through so much torture that he shit himself more than he bled. I must say I'm afraid of Schroeder to a certain degree. Sometimes I think I would do this world justice if I just offed him with my blade. Very few know, but Schroeder used to be a famed holy knight in Rondon back in the day. He was able to achieve great fame at a young age, but during our holy campaign against the Eastern Territories, he was captured. Everyone presumed him as dead. He died a war hero. He should have died as a war hero. But 5 years later, when we occupied the eastern capital of Jedediah, we also found what was left of Schroeder. He was but a shadow of his former self, a disfigured hunchback man with barely any resemblance to the great hero that so many adored. I am sure during those 5 years he went through every method of torture he now puts to use himself. Just to honor the mentor of Schroeder the White, I let this monster live today, although I see a great contradiction in my words here. This establishes Captain Rudimer. He is a captain of the guards here in the dungeon, but something is obviously wrong in the dungeon. The guards are twisted, and Schroeder is here just as he is described in the first diary entry. So where's Captain Rudimer? He seems like he's in his right mind from this diary, so where is he? Captain Rudimer, 30th of April, 1590. It was a mistake to take this position here in the dungeons. It's next to impossible to keep any kind of order among the troops here. There are powers at play here that we as mere mortals cannot fight against. I've come to accept the madness. A naked prisoner, crucified on a sacrificial statue with his guts hanging out? Just another day in these dungeons. More and more troops are committing every day. More food for those who are left. Orders to let some cultists do some wicked rituals here? Anything goes. All the gore and macabre scenery has become trivial to me. The High Priest demanded we give them our prized prisoner, Lagarde of the Midnight Sun. I hesitated at first. After all, his worth in propaganda alone cannot be underestimated. But those priests somehow convinced higher-ups of their ways. Lagarde was transferred to the lower levels, below the mines. I have no idea what purpose there is behind this. Nothing good can come out of it, but orders are orders. I feel bad for the poor man. It's obvious the Kingdom of Rondon backstabbed him just because he was getting influence at such a rapid rate. And now his story ends here, defiled in some unholy practices. This diary entry is now showing a little bit of what the dungeons are like. Something is very wrong here, and this normal-seeming knight captain knows it. People are going mad, and there's a lot of dark stuff happening here. Let's continue. I've had feverish dreams for the longest time now. In the dreams, the patterns on the walls, the caws of the crows, the swirling clouds, they haunt me even in my waking hours. I haven't had a moment of tranquility in months. It almost feels like the dreams become wilder as the madness in these dungeons grows ever more stronger. I don't know which is the result of which. Did the dreams come before the madness, or are the dreams a result of the ever-ensuing chaos? Everything I see seems to remind me of these dreams' otherworldly patterns. I swear the intestines of a gutted prisoner from yesterday took the very shape. But when I try to describe its organic, ever-shaping patterns to scholars or draw it down on this very paper, I fail to do so. Like a bonfire with flames reaching out to the night sky, so is its shape without concrete form. These shapes are dangerous without a doubt. Effects like these are far too much for us mere humans to comprehend. I'm the epitome of their obsession, so I know better than any. I know it better than any. Maybe I'm the only sane one left to acknowledge this. Is it my responsibility to clean everything up once again? The crows, they give their testament to my suspicions. I'll start the purge. I'll root out the madness. Only I can do it. Now this makes sense. Captain Rudimer started to get maddened by the darkness in this dungeon and started twisting himself over the course of these 8 or 9 months. This is more than likely caused by the God of the Depths. You see, the God of the Depths is the god of the lost and the forgotten, as well as insects like cockroaches and birds. Like crows. You see what I'm saying? The Dungeon of Fear and Hunger has a way of corrupting people, even your playable characters, as you will not be able to leave once you enter this dungeon. So imagine what the darkness could do to you over the course of 8 or 9 months. It twists you into something horrible like the Crow Mauler. We can see how his morals get corrupted by the note called Captain's Orders, which details some orders to Schroeder from Captain Rudimer himself. On the subject discussed earlier in our last exchange, we no longer have need for those captives. What you do to this poor bastards is none of my concern. If you do go through your wicked plans, please make sure you do leave no one talking about the studies performed. No witnesses, so to speak. Cruelty is not unheard of in times of war. I'm sure you, if anyone, should know this. But some things exceeded the limits of humans should ever experience. We do not want word going around. Take no insult in my words, but for my sake too, I hope I never hear from you again. Captain Rudimer. You can see how he has been corrupted by the dungeons. Then we can see what happens at the end of his story before you get here in the note called Diary of an Unknown Soldier, 16th of August, 1590. The madness has spread in these dungeons like a plague. Some even suspected the plague that's running wild in Kingdom Morannon is the cause for all this, but the symptoms are very different. Very different, to say the least. The remaining troops took refuge in these mines in hope that the kingdom would send help at some point in the unforeseen future. The hope is running low, however. Captain Rudimer set foot into this underground city of the cave dwellers and traded that bizarre artifact for food and supplies. Now those supplies are running low. We try to scavenge food barrels whenever possible, but it's not enough to feed us all. The hope is indeed running low, as even the captain seems to have lost his mind some days ago. He ran into the dark dungeons on his own, wearing nothing but a sheet of cloth. We're gonna die down here, aren't we? So he lost his mind and took off all his clothes except for a loincloth and ran around in these mines, which is one place he can start chasing you. So Rudimer got corrupted and tried to purify all these dungeons from evil, and as it is said, when you stare into the abyss stares back. He's also been in contact with the Cube of the Depths, as he is the one who traded it to the cave village to get more supplies, so obviously Captain Rudimer became the Crow Mauler. What else could there possibly be to this story, Pubser? Well, there's some more stuff that makes this a little more complicated. There is something wrong here. You wouldn't be wrong to assume that Captain Rudimer is the Crow Mauler and that's all there is to the story, as that was pretty much what I thought before I started researching this. I had little bits of ideas here and there that didn't quite fit, and I wanted to learn more, and obviously I needed a video, so this seemed like the one I was interested in. So what pieces don't fit, you may ask? Well, let's get into that. One piece is in the gauntlet, the deepest part of the dungeon. There is an enemy called the Double Crow Mauler. Even if you killed the Crow Mauler before, this one will still be here, and he is much more dangerous than the first one, as both heads attack. So there's more than one Crow Mauler. That seems weird. Another thing is a torn page from a book. Crow, crow, grow your horn. Vile as snow in Scarsburg massacre row. Crow, crow, oh why you maul? The meat is fresh and the blood still falls. Crow, crow, are you there? He is coming with nothing to bear. Crow, crow, behind you now. Oh crow, please reap. Oh crow, what I sow. Robert Frost. This is not a huge problem, but in my head it's kind of weird that this is from a book, as the description says. I feel like this is a folk tale or something, but you come here pretty soon after Captain Rudimer went crazy from the God of the Depths. This poem seems like it's been around for a while, so the Crow Mauler has probably been a thing for a very, very long time. So it's possible it's not as simple as Captain Rudimer equals Crow Mauler. It makes sense that he became a Crow Mauler, though. One cut content that is very similar to the third diary entry. There's a fourth diary entry, but I'm not going to read it in full. But it basically talks about the thicket and the big tree in which is the God of the Depths' realm, which is kind of redundant. We know he's corrupted by the God of the Depths, so that's why I feel like this might be cut, but I don't know for sure. I've also heard a theory on some YouTube videos that is just not true, and that is that Captain Rudimer is Moonscorched, and that's how he became the Crow Mauler, which just isn't true. If you don't know what Moonscorching is, it is the corruption of people through Rher's light, pretty much. It features prominently in Fear and Hunger 2. However, even if it's not Moonscorch, it could be something very similar. It's possible that the God of the Depths does a very similar corruption like Moonscorching, but in the God of the Depths kind of way. So it's possible that Rher has Moonscorching and the God of the Depths has like Crow Maulerification, I guess. There's another theory that all the characters you can play here are slowly turning into Crow Maulers in Fear and Hunger. The theory states that an ending E in Fear and Hunger is where you go mad and are turning into a Crow Mauler. If you don't know, ending E is where you try to leave after finding Lagard, alive or dead. And then you pretty much are corrupted by the God of the Depths and go crazy and end up back in the dungeon somehow. So I guess it's possible that's what's happening in this ending, but I can't be for sure. Just a small note here, if you're wondering what the key did that we talked about earlier, it gives you the strongest weapon in the game, Miasma. I'm not sure if this has any correlation. I don't know if the Crow Mauler found this weapon or what, but there might be some correlation here, but we just don't know. One last thing before this video ends. In Fear and Hunger 2 Termina, if you play as Osa, you can do like a cool choose-your-own-adventure style in the intro with Osa, and only Osa. In this choose-your-own-adventure, Osa goes to the dungeon of Fear and Hunger almost 500 years later. He can encounter the Mauler again. He will be locked up for some reason, and if he chases you, he'll fall off a bridge. Is this Rudimer or another Mauler? Well, only Miro knows, and Miro's not telling. Thanks for watching. I appreciate all the support, and I love you all. See ya. Have you seen the color blood takes under moonlight? Such a beautiful blend of pale red and sickly green drenched in cold hues of blue. I want you to imagine something. You just started Fear and Hunger 2 Termina, and you're on the train after you picked your character and your backstory. You walk around and you eventually get transported to Rher's realm, and the Hall of the New Gods as you're about to die when someone seemingly saves you. A man with a painted face and a green robe on a tower, with the moon smiling behind him. He seems pretty okay, and he did in fact save you. And he will even restore all your limbs and health if you're low. So at the very least, he is helping you in this instance. This is Percola. And yes, you'll get me to pronounce it right just for this video. He will speak to you in a monotonous voice, and you can tell he's a master manipulator by the way he speaks. He will answer your questions with even more questions. He's clearly trying to be mysterious. He will tell you about Termina, a festival for his master, the trickster moon god Rher. He'll then let you go, and you'll wake up from your dream. So is Percola in the dream? Or are you transported to this tower when you try to fall asleep? Let's find out more about this weird guy in a green robe, shall we? Percola is my favorite character in the Fear and Hunger series, and I have tons of lore videos, so I have to talk about my favorite character eventually, right? So what better time than now? Percola is first described in Fear and Hunger 1, although technically it was added in an update after Fear and Hunger 2 came out. I'm still counting it as lore for the first game. If you ask the new gods about Percola, they will say, Percola and the group associated with that figure, you might recognize them by the body paint covering their faces and body. They are but leeches, leeching on the older gods, pursuing their own agenda. Miserable figures. This is our first hint, chronologically, that Percola is in fact not associated with Rher, the moon god, because if you recall, Rher is an old god. Percola claims from the very beginning that he is a servant of Rher. So, is he lying? Of course we know the answer, but let's dig a bit deeper. When you get to the very end of Fear and Hunger 2 Termina, whether it be ending B or C, Percola will tell you the truth. He is not a servant of Rher anymore. So he used to be, at least. He now serves the Sulfur God, a god who revels in freedom, being completely unrestricted by humanity. You can see my video on him at the top left of the corner if you want right here. However, Percola will tell you this whole Termina festival has been a farce pretty much. He doesn't use it to honor Rher like he originally stated, but he uses it to find candidates for his cult to the new god, the Sulfur God. He will only invite you into his cult if you are the last contestant standing at the end of day 2, instead of day 3, making you particularly bloodthirsty. He will give you his philosophy then and only then. He will ask you if you really think that anyone in the history of time that was in power really gained it through benevolent means. He will ask you if you think that the powers that be played fair to get where they are, or if they used every dirty advantage if they could. Even if they did do it fairly, look out the window, as Mr. House from Fallout New Vegas would say. There is war, fear, hunger, disease in the world. And what do the people of high society do? They protect themselves. You never see politicians go hungry or go to war or get some uncurable disease, at least not anymore. So shouldn't you do the same? Why shouldn't you play unfairly and look out for yourself and only yourself? Look what the people who listen to kings and queens of the world get. Nothing but fear and hunger. This is Percola's philosophy. In this case, I think he and the rest of the Sulfur cult are like the Yellow Mages of the series. They don't particularly worship the Sulfur God, I don't think. I think they just use him because they give them power. Sort of like the Apostles and the God Hand from Berserk. Enough talking though, he will say. Either in ending B or C, it is time to fight. Whether that be for your freedom, or for your indoctrination into the Sulfur cult. It doesn't matter. If you say you've been waiting for this since day 1 to kill him, Percola will say, that makes 2 of us. Then with a quick bow, he will summon a small moon and reveal his true form. Have you seen the color blood takes under moonlight? Such a beautiful blend of pale red and sickly green drenched in cold hues of blue. The best fight in the series will then commence. Percola is quite the tough boss. He will have 2 hands and 2 feet like any humanoid boss. His right hand will have a moon floating above it. This hand is quite dangerous as it can summon lunar meteorites, which do on average about 40 damage per turn. His left hand will be a wing that does an attack called Feather Rain, which will hit you for 5 damage 9 times and will cause bleed. However, this attack often misses a couple feathers, making this the less dangerous of the 2 attacks. My strategy here is to take out the Feather Arm first, because not only can you use it for Feather Rain, it can also block his main body, making you attacking his main HP bar pretty much useless. So you may think, well, I'll just take out both arms. This is the biggest mistake you can do in this fight, because if you take out both arms, he will start using Destruction Magic instead, which is far more dangerous than both a Lunar Meteorite and Feather Rain combined. So here's my overall strategy. Use Necromancy and Blood Golems to give Percola more targets to attack, because like I said earlier, you have to fight him one-on-one, as no matter what ending you're doing, you are the sole surviving Termina contestant at the moment. Once you're all set up, start the fight and immediately burn or bleed his main body. Because if you don't know, using damage over time moves in Fear and Hunger series is completely overpowered. Then, after you do that, immediately take out his Feather Arm so he can't block his main body. If you're lucky, the burn or bleed that you put on his main body will have killed him after the arm is taken out. But if not, he shouldn't have too much health left anyway, so you should be able to take him out no problem. He will then die without any more objections. If you're doing ending B, he will then break the chains he has on Rher, causing him to fight you. Or if you're on ending C, both of you will die. You will be cast into the sulfur pits and be born anew, into a sulfur cultist. Okay, so that's the main story, but what do we know about Percola's early life? Well, Percola was once a Termina contestant just like you, hundreds of years ago. Something awakened in him there, however. He broke free from his monotonous and boring life and became something more. He felt euphoria as he cut down the other contestants in Rher's name. So much so that Rher would make him the winner and eventually the proctor of the Termina Festival from here on out. However, as we've established in several other videos, Rher grew disinterested in humans eventually, and left, no longer holding the Termina Festival. Percola, who had already stopped following Rher in his mind in favor of the Sulfur God, got an idea then. He would still hold the Termina Festival himself instead, but not to honor Rher, but to find people just like him. People who were bloodthirsty enough to kill everyone before the time limit was up, to find new candidates for his cult to the Sulfur God. Now, whether Percola is the leader of the Sulfur cult or not, I'm not 100% sure. If he's not, he's at the very least a recruiter of sorts, so I assume he's very high up in the cult if not the leader. This, however, begs the question how he still has Rher's powers, if he no longer serves him. Well, my theory is that when Rher originally made him the proctor for the following Termina festivals, he gave him some sort of power, or perhaps gave him control over the remnants of Rher somehow. Hence how when he dies, he breaks the chains on him and sort of sicks the remnant of Rher on you. He also has Lunar Meteorite, which is considered a Rher-affiliated magic spell. Now, this is good and all, and we're almost done here, but while writing the script, I had a gnawing question. How do the new gods know about Percola? Sure, he could have taken control of the Termina Festival before the events of Fear and Hunger 1, but strangely, they also know about new gods that are not yet established. So, is it possible the Hall of the New Gods is somehow outside of time? And if they are, wouldn't they know of Percola's death at the end of Fear and Hunger 2? I don't know. So maybe Percola survives the end of Fear and Hunger 2. I don't know for sure though. But Mira does, and Mira's not telling. Thanks for watching. I love you all, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. We've talked about a lot of topics about Fear and Hunger on this channel. The gods, fun facts, the music, tier lists of characters, etc. But there's one thing we haven't talked about. It's you. Aww. And by that I mean the player character. This is a role-playing game and you can build your character however you'd like. But there are a few constants for every class you pick, because not only are you picking a class in Fear and Hunger, but you are still picking a character with a backstory. It does not matter what you pick, there will always be a few constants for each character's story. In this video I will be going over the backstory choices that you can make and what they do, as well as the constants in their backstories. After this video, however, I will be doing one of these on Fear and Hunger 2, but not only the player character, but all of the Termina contestants. So if you want to see that, make sure to like the video and comment your favorite Termina contestant and why, because I do read every comment. Anyway, let's get into it. Let's start with everyone's favorite mercenary, Kara. Born in February in the year of 1564 in Jedediah under the Endless Soul and the capital of the Eastern Sanctuaries, which is one of the largest countries or territories in the Fear and Hunger universe. Kahara was born out of wedlock to two parents who could not care less about him. It is unknown whether Kahara ran away on his own or if he was abandoned. As the New Gods in-game say he left on his own volition, the wiki says he was abandoned, so that's a point of contention, but either way, he fended for himself for years to come. Now, if you're playing as Kahara, you have a choice. You can try to become a pickpocket and learn the skill Steal, or try to become a burglar and learn lockpicking, or you can try to live an honest life as a merchant and start the game with a few measly coins. Canonically, he probably tried to live an honest life, as he does not have any skills when recruited. However, he will pickpocket you, so perhaps he canonically became a pickpocket here. Eventually, he was fed up with whatever life you chose for him, or was chosen for him. He fell in with a band of highwaymen. This band was comprised of ex-soldiers as well as many ne'er-do-wells. After several years with them, Kahara was on a raid with them that was particularly nasty. If you're playing as Kahara, you have the choice to either cut your losses and desert the army, or tough it out. If you desert, you'll get the skill Escape Plan, which will vastly increase your chances of successfully running from a battle. However, if you stay, few of you will survive, which works out for Kahara as less people were there to collect the reward, giving you some more money. Canonically, it is probably that he stuck around, because if you have him in your party, he does not have Escape Plan. Either way, he eventually found himself in the kingdom of Rondon. Seeing the temptation the criminal underworld had in Rondon, Kahara fell to just that underworld. He eventually found a prostitute and against all odds fell in love with her. This prostitute, named Celeste, was unfortunately very indebted to her pimp, so she could not get out of the business. Eventually, Celeste fell pregnant. Whether it was Kahara's is unknown. However, Kahara, being the upstanding gentleman that he is, took on a dangerous yet well-paying job to get her out of debt, as well as make them some extra money on top of it. This job, for some reason, no one wanted to take, and it was to find the captain of the notorious mercenary band, the Knights of the Midnight Sun, from the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger. Kahara was, however, uneasy about this, as there was something wrong about this assignment. The captain, named Lagarde, is in a dungeon that is owned by the Kingdom of Rondon. So why would the kingdom need someone to rescue him, as he is already under their control? Why would they need someone to rescue Lagarde from their own dungeon? Despite his uneasiness, Kahara decided to go for it anyway, as he needed the coin. It also helped that there was a rumor that this particular dungeon had hidden treasures all around it, so he went for it. When he got there, he was immediately captured by an unknown person, but probably a guard, as long as he is not chosen as the main character. However, it is unknown what happens to him in the dungeon. However, considering all the other characters' S endings are confirmed canon, which if you don't know, the S endings are endings that are personal for each specific character that are only available on the hardest difficulty. Everyone's S ending is canon, which we'll explain later. Kahara is the only S ending that is more than likely not canon. In Kahara's S ending, Kahara will find the storied treasure and he will escape the dungeons with lots of wealth. Because of all the other S endings being canon, and we know someone gets the A ending, and that ending the player character will die, well, there's simply only one person that really could have done it. Kahara. Meaning Kahara gets into the dungeon, finds the little girl, and takes her with him, as this dungeon is filled with the world's worst horrors, not a place for a little girl. Kahara will make his way down to the mouth of the God of the Depths and deep in the mines of the dungeon. Kahara will make it to the mouth. Whether he was the one who opened the mouth or not is unknown. However, he more than likely went in and brought the girl to the very depths of the dungeon, where the girl will ascend and become a god, the god of fear and hunger. The god, being grateful, will mercifully kill Kahara. Despite the god killing him, Kahara's actions usher in a new age, one where suffering has meaning, and it pushes humanity further. Although no one will remember him, he is an unsung hero, as he inadvertently pushed humanity further than it ever had been before. Kahara is not mentioned in Fear and Hunger 2 at all. However, in Kahara's S ending, you are shown a picture where he's wielding a sword called the Sabbath. This sword can also be found in Fear and Hunger 2. Some say this might mean that Kahara obviously survived, but I'm not so sure. This image just implies the sword was once one of the treasures of the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger. It doesn't mean Kahara had to be the one that found it and took it out. Either way, Kahara is dead by the events of Fear and Hunger 2. Next up is the knight Darcy. I know some people say Darce, but Darcy sounds more normal to me, so I'm going to say Darcy. Darcy was born in March of 1566 under the Dominating Soul. She was born to a wealthy noble family in the Kingdom of Rondon. She enlisted with the Holy Knights of Almer after many years of training, and she turned out to be quite the formidable warrior, despite her being a noble. During this, if you play as her, you can either choose to focus on dodging or defending. Defending giving you a defensive stance, or focusing on dodging giving you fast stance. Canonically, she focused on defense. Years later, she realized that the Kingdom of Rondon started changing, or at least she just started noticing it. The Kingdom of Rondon stopped focusing on helping the poor, and started focusing on helping the rich and the nobles and the oligarchy only, while leaving the poor and the middle class to suffer. Here you can either choose to harden your resolve and stay a knight, or leave. After much deliberation, she decided to follow her heart and left the Knights. She eventually found a mercenary band called the Knights of the Midnight Sun, led by a very charismatic leader named Lagarde. Lagarde said he also hated Rondon's new goal of only helping the rich. However, if Lagarde actually did hate this or was just trying to manipulate the young warrior, either way, the Knights of the Midnight Sun, with the help of Darcy and their fierce charismatic leader, were a force to be reckoned with now. Despite not liking the Kingdom of Rondon all that much, they were hired by the Kingdom of Rondon, and them being a mercenary band, they didn't have much choice, and they were dangerously proficient at this job. Gaining fame as well as notoriety, the Band of the Hawk, the Knights of the Midnight Sun, became such a powerhouse that the Kingdom of Rondon themselves started to fear them. As the Kingdom of Rondon started to become fearful of the Knights, Darcy, from the inside of the Knights, would grow to fall in love with Lagarde. Although Lagarde didn't reciprocate these feelings, he found her to be a valuable asset, eventually becoming his second in command. Lagarde, finding the occult increasingly interesting, and finding a prophecy that seemed to be about himself, eventually became a recluse, reading occult texts and rumors all day. Darcy started to worry about him and talked to him in private, where she confided that she was worried about it. Lagarde, with his charms, put Darcy's mind at ease. Lagarde then found the key to his prophecy, a cube of the depth which lied Oldergard currently, a northern country. Lagarde then took his band of knights to Oldergard to find this cube. Strangely, however, now, Lagarde did something out of character. He slaughtered the entire village to find this key. It was like the Falador massacre all over again. No one would stand in his way. Darcy, now even more worried about Lagarde, followed anyway due to her infatuation with him. After they completed their mission, they headed back to Rondon, where the kingdom, figuring this to be a perfect opportunity to imprison Lagarde, or even kill him, sent their army to capture him. You can choose to spearhead the assault, or manage the defenses, which, canonically, she probably managed the defenses. But either way, Lagarde was captured and Darcy managed to flee as her band of knights around her fell one by one. More than likely, nearly every single knight died but her. The Kingdom of Rondon arrested Lagarde and threw him in the most dangerous dungeon they had, the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger. Darcy knew that there wouldn't be a long time before he died in this notorious dungeon, so she made her way there right away. During the events of the game, she made it pretty far, but was captured by cave dwellers after trying to convert them to worshipping Almer for some reason. In her ascending, it is more than likely she did not get to Lagarde in time, and she was killed. Darcy, heartbroken, found some ancient occult knowledge in the dungeon for an ancient and forbidden spell for reviving the dead. After she finds the entire text, it requires her to slit her wrists and then use the blood from the slits. She could revive Lagarde. She managed to do so and revived him, but changed into a blood golem looking entity. However, something had changed. Although he was still charismatic, she realized who the real Lagarde was now that he was revived. A very dangerously charismatic man who, to quote a certain someone, wielded love to shrive clean the hearts of men. There is nothing more terrifying. However, after this, it is unknown what happened to Darcy. She more than likely died somehow, but she could have also continued to assist him into becoming a new god, if she survived slitting her own wrists at least. She is not mentioned in Fear and Hunger 2, however. Our penultimate character is my favorite one to play as in Fear and Hunger 1. Enki Ankarian, or the Dark Priest, as his class suggests. Enki was born in October of 1561, under the Enlightened Soul. Enki loved occult knowledge and quickly was scouted to become a Dark Priest along with his twin sister. Like in typical Dark Priest rituals, the twins were pitted against each other in a battle to the death. Enki always preferred the pursuit of knowledge instead of pursuing strengthening his already frail body, and was easily overpowered by his twin sister, where she held a dagger to his throat and spared him. You can either stab her as she walks away, or accept your defeat if you're playing as Enki. If you backstab your sister, the priest will grant you the skill Necromancy, which is arguably one of the greatest early game skills, and then coaxed him into resurrecting his own sister. If you accept defeat, which I believe is canonical, Enki does not have Necromancy as a party member. The Dark Priest will scorn Enki and throw him down a well to have Enki await his own death. Enki, not taking this lying down, learns to control and speak to insects down in the well, and they eventually help him out. After you escape the well, you can choose to burn the Dark Priest's temple down and learn combustion, or take the high road and run away, giving you the books as well as allowing you to use dash. Since Enki doesn't have combustion if he's a party member, I assume he took the high road. After he left the temple grounds, he vowed to become a Dark Priest on his own volition. From here, if you're playing as Enki, you can choose which god to pray to, Sylvian, Gro-Goroth, the god of the depths, or Almer. Depending on what you choose, it will give you some free affinity to that god. It's not very clear which one he prayed to here, canonically, but I'm going to assume it's Almer, for reasons we will talk about in a minute. Enki then wandered for a long time, probably at least a decade, and learned so much. Enki then found himself in the kingdom of Rondon, the Dark Priests finding Enki's new occult knowledge impressive. Enki was granted entrance to the vast libraries of Rondon. Enki spent years here and became annoyed that he could not find a way to truly be happy amongst these occult texts. Enki set his sights on becoming enlightened, and day after day he came up short. Enki became depressed, and with no major breakthrough anywhere on the horizon, Enki decided that he would let himself be crucified as a sacrifice to Almer. While he was on the cross, Nilvian, a new god, gave him a vision of a new god about to grace humanity. Enki, now finding a reason to live, orders the Dark Priest to take him off the cross. He then decided to find out who this man was, and found out he was the captain of the Midnight Sun, Lagard. Enki found where he was hidden, the dungeon of fear and hunger. Enki found his way there, and when he got there, it is more than likely he already found Lagard dead. He, however, decided to look more into the dungeon anyway. He found a certain cube of the depths, and took it and found the ancient city of Mahabre, deep under the dungeon. Enki, finding this extremely interesting and believing this was his chance to reach true enlightenment, found his way to the Grand Library of Mahabre, the city of the gods. Here, Enki found the new god, Voltail, who said that even after he became a new god, he could not find happiness or enlightenment. Enki then found a person named Nostramus in the mines of the dungeon, who told him the secret to enlightenment, the Soul Anchor, a way to obtain the knowledge of the gods, yet retaining a human form. Enki then continued to find the throne of Mahabre, and ascended. He then found himself as a new god in the void, where he used the Soul Anchor and resisted the power of the gods. He found himself back in the real world, with all the knowledge of the gods on the other side. In Fear and Hunger 2, it is said that he wrote many books about the gods, as well as their true nature, finally obtaining enlightenment. For the final character, we have the Outlander, Ragnvaldr, who unfortunately doesn't have as much lore as the other three. But Ragnvaldr was born in July of 1559, under the Tormented Soul. Ragnvaldr was under constant hardship. Day after day, another challenge arose. Despite all this hardship, or perhaps because of it, Ragnvaldr became an extremely strong man, with an unshakable iron will. Some even compared him to the gods themselves. Strangely, however, Ragnvaldr had loving parents, and took a shine particularly to his father. His father showed him how to fight and survive. After decades of hardship, Ragnvaldr became an impressive adult. Despite this, however, his country of Oldergard was hit with a massive famine during an extremely cold winter. The strongest of warriors and explorers of his kinsmen left on a langskip, or a longship, westward to find food and supplies for his kinsmen. On the ship, many died from starvation and cold. If you play as Ragnvaldr, you can choose to be overtaken by your hunger and learn Devour, which effectively eliminates hunger from the game of Fear and Hunger, as you can eat any corpse. But if you don't, madness will take you until you hit land, and you will learn Bloodlust instead. It's unclear what he canonically did, because he has neither of these skills if you have him as a party member, but I'm assuming he did not become a cannibal. Eventually, he landed in Venland. where he and the few kinsmen he had left found a strange land with gods he had never seen or heard of. Here he found a cube, one that radiated with horrible energy, and he, or one of his kinsmen, took it. Finally, he had supplies as well as a strange souvenir. He headed home back to Oldergard. He made it back, and he had a wife and child. His life finally starting to turn around. But as his soul type suggests, he is eternally tormented. Eventually, a strange mercenary group invaded the village while he was away. Unfortunately for Ragnvaldr, the knights find the cube, and not only that, they slaughter every single person in the village. This includes his wife Hilda and his newborn son Bjorn. This also more than likely meant that if his parents were still alive, they were also slaughtered by them. Ragnvaldr, arriving back after the raid was already over, finds everyone he knew and loved dead. Even after the long journey to Vinland, it did not matter. Ragnvaldr, with nothing left at all but rage that burned within him, found out who led the group, a man named Lagard. Ragnvaldr, with nothing left to do in his life, travels south to Rondon and finds Lagard is already imprisoned in the dungeons of Fear and Hunger. Lagard just being imprisoned is not good enough, however. Ragnvaldr wants to kill him with his own two hands. Ragnvaldr then finds the dungeon and goes into the dungeon of Fear and Hunger, where he more than likely finds Lagard already dead. Ragnvaldr, filled with the rage for no one but himself now, kills everything in the dungeon, or at least as much as he can. But strangely, he finds a docile, moonless wolf, whom he befriends for some reason. He even makes his way as far down as Mahabre, the city of the gods, and kills everything there as well, not even stopping at the gods themselves. After which, he turns his rage elsewhere outside the dungeon and goes around the lands, cleansing it of everything he considers evil. He even kills a creature aligned with an old god named Vinushka, which we have no name for this creature other than it's an icky torso. In Fear and Hunger 2, one of Ragnvaldr's descendants is a contestant of the Termina festival, named August. August will also be able to calm down a giant wolf named Moonless, which more than likely is the same dog. And that means that not only Moonless survived, but Ragnvaldr eventually calmed down at least enough to have children, as August is implied to be his descendant. And with all of that, that is all the playable characters in Fear and Hunger 1. However, we just mentioned a Termina contestant a minute ago, and either the next video or the one after that will be about every single Termina contestant. But until then, I love you, and I will see you next time. Bye. This is a re-upload of my past two videos, merged into one video. So if you've seen the past two videos I made on all the Fear and Hunger 2 Termina contestants, you don't have to watch this video. I apologize for there being no video this week. I am sick, as you can hear from my voice. But next week we'll have a good one for you, and I'll see you then. Bye. Welcome back to some Fear and Hunger lore. 3 weeks ago I did a video on all the playable characters in Fear and Hunger 1, and 2 weeks ago I did a video on beating Fear and Hunger 2 with my feet. I was originally going to do a whole video essay on The House of Leaves, a book I've been reading, and like Fear and Hunger, it is a different type of horror, but after 11 pages of the script, I realized this book is 24 years old. People have done video essays on it, and I don't know, I feel like I'd be out of my depth doing a book review. But anyway, now I want to talk about the playable characters in my favorite Fear and Hunger game, the second one. But not only the playable characters, but all the Termina contestants. In this first video, I will cover the first 7 alphabetically, so if you want to see the next part of this, remember to sub and like to see it next week. In Fear and Hunger 2 Termina, the Termina Festival is more like a battle royale. The contestants have 3 days to kill each other, or let each other die off until only one is left. If they wait too long, however, the Light of the Moon God, Rher, will reveal who they truly are, in a display of flesh and bone morphing them into their worst selves, as some YouTuber put it. With this, we really do know these 14 unfortunate souls and who they are. And with that, let's get into it. But before we start, if you could like this video and subscribe, it would mean a lot. We're so close to 8,000 subs, and if you aren't subscribed, I would really appreciate it if you did, and you can always unsub later if you hate it. Anyway, on with the video. To start in alphabetical order, let's go with Abella. Born in Oldergard in September of 1914, her homeland was ravaged by the First World War. In contrast with this, however, Abella had a good childhood with a large family. During her early life, the Second World War was starting out. Abella was glued to the radio, listening to what was happening in Eastern Europa, safe from the front lines. She was too young to fight anyway, but she wanted to help out, so she would tinker with the radio that she loved to hear more. Doing this, she gained a love of electronics, and a few years later, while taking care of her family, she became frustrated she couldn't help out even more. However, with her extreme engineering knowledge, she was more useful at home. Late one night, she was walking in an alleyway and found a wounded man. You can choose to help him or not, but either way, she searches him and she finds out she is a member of a resistance force known as the Nameless Liberty Underground, or the NLU for short. This group was not aligned with either side of the Great War, the Eastern Union or the Bremen Empire. In fact, they would do their best to thwart both sides of the war, stop as much bloodshed as possible. Eventually, either talking with the man she saved or finding the NLU herself, she talks with an NLU member and decides she is largely aligned with their goals. She quickly found a home in the NLU with her advanced engineering. She became extremely trusted and important to the NLU's plans, so they wanted her to go and discover some secret weapon that the Eastern Empire was developing, and the Bremen Empire were extremely interested in a town called Prehevil, the capital of the country of Bohemia. If you want to know what that weapon actually is, I suggest you watch my video on logic, right here. But anyway, the NLU gave Abella a pair of standout red shoes, so that other NLU members would secretly know who she was when she was in Prehevil. And with that, she was put on the first train to Prehevil. Once she was on her way there, the train mysteriously stops, when she has a mysterious dream about a strange man with a painted face who tells her about the Termina festival. She then wakes up and tries to fix the train, but strangely cannot find out what's wrong with it. It should be running. From here, you take control of Abella, where it's unclear what happens canonically, as you don't have to play as her. However, she has a unique interaction with another member, Caligura. If she tries to rest in the mayor's house, he will try to force himself on her. Other than this, we don't know what canonically happens to her, whether she finds logic, the weapon, or not. However, if she wins the festival, she will decide to take it as a blessing after she fights the final boss of the Traces of the Moon God Rher. She takes her knowledge and wants to go see Rher again, and starts the space race and designs the first rocket ship. Other than that, we don't know what happens to her. When we look at her Moonscorched form, if you're not playing as her, she will take the form of a strange elephant being. Someone who is extremely muscular and has a seemingly masculine appearance. But if you want to look more in depth on the Moonscorched form, you can see it here, as I will not be discussing all the Moonscorches in this video because it's already a super long video. Next up is August. August is one of the non-playable contestants, however, so there's not as much lore on him, but we still have a little bit. We don't know exactly when August was born, but we do know it was in July, due to him having the tormented soul. Some contestants call him an old man, but he doesn't look too old, so I'm going to assume he's around 40 or 50. So I'm thinking he was born in the late 1800s, probably around 1890 or so. But we don't know too much about his childhood other than he was born in Oldergard, and his grandfather used to speak to him in the language of Oldergard, which he quickly picked up himself. In the stories his grandfather would tell, his ancestors would have a connection with the Kaiser, the leader of the Bremen army. The Kaiser used to be an enemy of one of his ancestors in the 1500s named Ragnvaldr, who was a protagonist of the first Fear and Hunger game, and you can see his story here in this video. But the Kaiser did achieve godhood. Despite this, however, Ragnvaldr had a wolf companion that is somehow either immortal or just 500 years old. Somehow. This wolf, named Moonless, is a guardian of August's family and is still alive deep under a town called Prehevil. Sometime later, August had a wife and 2 children, something he is very proud of. Despite his habit of traveling and living a nomadic lifestyle, he always makes sure that his wife and kids who are currently in the country of Valand are well provided for. Despite this, however, he learns that the Kaiser has finally been spotted in the town of Prehevil, the capital of Bohemia. August gets on the first train there. From there, Fear and Hunger 2 starts, and we don't really know what is canon. However, August can be seen jumping from rooftop to rooftop, killing Moonscorched, and doing a lot of impressive feats for a 50-year-old man. In certain events, Karen, the photojournalist, who we will get to, claims that she stole a book from August that had all of the Termina contestants written down and all their statistics. Karen thinks this is a book just in case August does need to kill them all and survive himself. August denies this, and we don't know if it's true or not. If the player goes for the A ending, they will end up fighting Moonless, the fabled dog from August's grandfather's stories. If August is alive here, he will calm the dog down, and she will listen to her companion and back off. August will then give the player healing items and apologize on Moonless's behalf. The last event with him is if you get to the White Bunker, and by extension, the Kaiser on the very first day. He will be there trying to kill him, getting 3 good arrows in on his head before getting cut down. In the fight with the Kaiser afterwards, the arrows will still be there. Other than that, we don't really know anything else about August. He will never Moonscorch, as he will always die before it happens, as well as he cannot win the festival as he is not a playable character. Next up is Caligura, an unplayable character, and a disgusting man who is a mobster in the Fear and Hunger universe. More than likely he is from the Vatican. Caligura was born in March, somewhere in the late 1800s to the early 1900s. We don't know much about his childhood other than he wanted to become a race car driver growing up. This ambition would never come to fruition, however, as he was eventually recruited into an unnamed mob family. The only thing we know about this family is that his branch was a rival branch to the Ocado family, which is where a different character whom we will talk about in the next video is a part of. He rose through the ranks of this mob family and was known for his extreme cruelty. People in the Vatican would hear the whispers of a mobster called the Count Dragul. This Count Dragul was obviously Caligura. It is unknown why he found his way to Prehevil, but perhaps he was looking for a mobster who killed the head of the Ocado family. But it is really unknown. This is where Fear and Hunger 2 begins. If you loiter around the train early on, he will push you around. Other than that, he only has 2 unique interactions if you play as 2 different characters. If you play as Abella, the woman we talked about earlier, he will show you how much of a monster he truly is, as he will try to force himself upon you, which is really bad. If you are playing as Marco, whom we will get to later, if you sleep in certain locations, he will wake you up and try to kill you as a rival mobster. He is strangely one of the couple Termina contestants that is just trying to win the festival. He just goes around killing people. He tries to kill Henrik, Karen, as well as Levi. However, no matter what, he will not win and will Moonscorch if given the chance. And like I said earlier, if you want an explanation of all the Moonscorch forms, watch that video I said. If someone does the A ending early enough though, Caligura can survive. Which, we don't know if that's canon though. My favorite playable character is up next, that being a man named Dan. Born in the equivalent of the Netherlands in the Fear and Hunger universe, which doesn't have a name yet, in the year of 1913 or 1914. His parents were members of the Bunny Masks, a cult of Sylvian, the goddess of love. The cult is nomadic and would travel all over Europa, hosting orgies in the forests wherever they ended up. As a toddler, Dan would remember his parents donning the masks and running off into the meadows with the other members of their cult, leaving Dan to fend for himself for up to weeks at a time. Despite their horrible parenting, Dan's parents taught him some basics of healing magic of Sylvian, which he hated the idea of as he grew older, as it became a symbol of his parents' neglect. Around 10 years later, when Dan was 13, his parents went into the woods again, but this time they would never come back. His parents would die from the orgy, as they became lost in the sauce, as they say, and either starved to death or something like that. Dan would then find his way to the kingdom of Rondon, where he would meet a friend who would help him get a job as a butler. He would use this job to get close to a certain Baron Einar von Dutch, who was a doctor. Dan would spend years under the Baron and would befriend his daughter. The Baron treated Dan very well and almost like a son, and would even teach him modern medical practice in exchange for Dan teaching him Sylvian's healing magic. Dan had no reason to say no, and learned the ways of a doctor, although never officially becoming one. Years would pass and Dan would fall in love with the Baron's daughter, Elise, and the Baron himself would agree that they should get married. With the Baron's blessing, they became married. Unfortunately, however, the Second World War would start around 1935. Dan would then become drafted due to his young age and medical knowledge. Dan would send letters back and forth to his wife and father-in-law, which kept his mind in one piece, as well as giving him a reason to keep on living. One day, however, the letters would stop coming. Dan was worried about this, and the second Rondon withdrew, Dan would rush home. Once he got there, he was met with a grisly sight. Both his wife and father-in-law consumed by a ritual to a god he didn't even know. Dan tried to bring his wife back with a Sylvian ritual, where he would sacrifice a part of his body to bring back a recently deceased person, where he sacrificed one of his eyes, but it was too late anyway. They were both gone along with his eye. Seemingly from a ritual that the Baron himself orchestrated. With the Baron dead already, Dan had no one to take his anger out on. He was truly empty. The only thing he could do was find out why the Baron did this and what god he did it for. Dan would research the ritual and the symbol at the crime scene. One of the Baron's documents referenced him going to a town called Prehevil. With nothing left to do but go there and find more about this god, he got on the first train he could. Here he would become part of the Termina festival. However, unlike almost every other contestant, Dan has some unique interactions with some mini-bosses of the game. There are two members of the Sulfur cult, which are Needles and Stitches. When examining them, Dan will find out that somehow these two were his wife and father-in-law. However, their bodies were burnt by sulfuric fire and their faces painted blue. This made no sense, however. Dan saw their bodies. How could they end up here? He would go to find somewhere quiet to contemplate this, where he will be found in the White Mold Apartments, where he will find that very same symbol he found in the house where the ritual took place. He will be sitting over contemplating it. If you are Osa, you can choose to tell him that this symbol is the symbol of the Sulfur God. Either way, however, you can get him to join your party here. He is probably one of the best party members, as he can sacrifice limbs to revive party members as long as they died in the same battle. If Dan wins the festival, he will feel nothing still. Eventually, somehow, hearing from an entity called the Pocket Cat. With nothing left to do and nowhere left to go, Dan will give into despair and become the next vessel for Pocket Cat. If Dan is left to Moonscorched, he strangely won't. He will just take Pocket Cat's offer earlier. Strangely, with a unique cutscene only seen by Dan. So more than likely, if you do not do ending A without Dan in the party, Dan will be dead as you know him no matter what. He will either be dead, transformed into Pocket Cat, or a sulfur cultist just like his late wife and father-in-law. Dan surely had nothing left when he came to Prehevil, and more than likely, he will never leave. Henrik is up next, and he is once again an unplayable character, so there isn't the most amount of lore in him, but we do have a little bit. He was born in December of 1909 in the Kingdom of Rondon. He grew up in a good household to normal parents. His parents owned a tavern called Klimenov's. Here he would hang around where his parents would work. He would like to hang out in the kitchen mostly, where he would help out up until his teenage years, where he would actually start cooking himself. After which he would become a bartender. Here he would fall in love and then get broken up with by someone. The reason I mention that is that he has a horrible fear of rejection because of it. After his job as a bartender, he would try a lot of careers, namely an actor, an artist, a musician, etc., etc. However, no matter what he tried, he would immediately give up because of his fear of rejection. He would never even get a chance because of his fear. So eventually, because of all of his failures, he would make the walk of shame back to his parents' tavern. Here he would find his next love, cooking. He would find out that for once, he was actually really good at cooking. He actually had a natural talent for something, so much so that people would see him as sort of a Gordon Ramsay without the charm, or knowledge, or experience, or the charm, again, or pretty much anything. But he did get some fame from his above-average cooking skill. Newspapers would even start writing articles about his parents' tavern because of him. He eventually would stagnate, though. He would take a vacation to Prehevil to find some inspiration for some new dishes where the events of the game will take place. He is one of the first people to Moonscorched if left alone. That could indicate that he is one of the more weaker mental states, but I'm not sure if that's actually the reason, but it's at least my headcanon. If you find him before he Moonscorches, however, he will try to help the group of train goers in any way he can by trying to find the largest building in the town he can find and looking for food. And to his credit, he is helpful if you help him out, as he will go back to the train and cook you free meals, eliminating the whole hunger mechanic. Although it is Fear and Hunger too, so hunger hardly is a problem anyway. If you're playing Isabella, however, Henrik will attempt to flirt with you, for some reason. If left alone past day 1 morning, though, he will Moonscorch into the Gentleman. And he will do this no matter what if you recruit a Bella. Also, if you wait long enough after you saved him, he will start being scared about the festival and poison the entire food supply, killing people who eat it. But he will die before ever winning the festival, because he is not a playable character. He can, however, survive if the player completes the A ending before he dies in Moonscorches. However, because of us not knowing either canon outcome, we really don't know what happens to him. Karen Sawyer is our penultimate character we are discussing in this video, and also my least favorite playable character. Karen was born in February of 1916 in the Bremen Empire. She was the youngest of a bunch of children of some high-ranking aristocracy of the Bremen Empire. Karen was a mischievous child, and her nanny and older brothers would have to keep her out of trouble. Because of her mostly absent parents, Karen became close with her nanny, Dahlia. Eventually, there was a huge amount of unrest in the Bremen Empire due to an uprising. Dahlia told Karen that her parents became a huge target. Despite them not being around, Dahlia told Karen that her parents did still love her, and concerned with her safety, Karen's parents asked Dahlia, the nanny, to take Karen and run, making Dahlia effectively her adoptive mother. Karen, however, was convinced that Dahlia actually kidnapped her. Dahlia took Karen to Jedediah, the capital of the Eastern Sanctuaries. Going here was really strange for Karen, as she saw poverty firsthand for the first ever time. Remember, Karen was part of the aristocracy in the Bremen Empire, so upon seeing, poor people, it was weird for her. In Jedediah, despite seeing the, poor people, they lived in a pretty decent place. Karen believed that the only reason for this was because Dahlia was getting payments from her parents as ransom. Dahlia told her that her parents were giving her the money to keep her safe, however. Years passed and Karen began to trust Dahlia finally, and became involved with the Eastern Sanctuary's local politics, where she would eventually field for the poor and participate in several civil rights protests, where she was once particularly noticed and was knocked out in a riot. She woke up in a hospital and was told that, just like she used to think, she was kidnapped by Dahlia. She was then sent back to the Bremen Empire, where her mother and new stepfather were, as her real father was killed in the uprising in the Bremen Empire. Because of being lied to by Dahlia this whole time, Karen started to love discovering the truth of all things and showing it to everyone. She became a journalist, specifically a photojournalist. As she dug around, she started to suspect the new leader of the Bremen Empire, the Kaiser, was in fact responsible for her real father's death. So she dug deeper, discovering a strange group of individuals known as the New Gods. Though despite finding this out, it seemed that the Kaiser was not in fact part of this group. However, the more she dug, the more it seemed that the New Gods were behind both world wars happening. Around this time, a ceasefire happened between the Bremen Empire and the Eastern Sanctuaries. This was strange, but Karen dug into the ceasefire and found out that there was something both parties did not want destroyed, in a town that was about to become a battleground, and that is why the truce happened. Karen, finding this strange, hopped onto the first train to the town Prehevil, where the game starts, where she is immediately distrustful of everyone on the train, especially Dan. She believes that all the weird things happening are because of the Bremen Empire doing some experimental weapons testing on them. But as Dan says, that's ridiculous. She can be found in several places throughout the game, taking pictures and skulking around. She can be recruited outside a derelict news station. Near the end of the festival, if she hasn't died or been recruited, she will be in a state of delirium on the third day. She will be saying that people see photojournalists as vultures, profiting off the war and all the dead children. But she sees them as Valkyries, honoring the dead and carrying all their wishes on her back. It is unknown what happens to Karen, but if she wins the festival, she will show off her pictures and convince the world of what happened in Prehevil. Even if no one believes her, she keeps herself sane by trying to convince others of the real truth behind the New Gods and the Kaiser. Finally, for the last person of this video, we have Levi, probably the most tragic character in the game. Levi was born in Prehevil itself, in May of 1924. The poor boy grew up in a rough household. His mother was constantly beat by his father, who was an extremely aggressive drunk. Despite his bad home life, however, a few moments of happiness would shine through. One of which was where Levi would slightly pick up piano by watching his mom play. He expresses wanting to fully learn to play the piano during later events of the game. But one bad night in particular, he heard his father begin to beat his mother from his room. He heard his mother run to him, where Levi can either stand up to his father or pray. Either way, his mother will end up dying because of this beating. As Levi was only a child, he couldn't stand up to his father even if he tried. Although, to break the lore talk real quickly, if you are playing as Levi, it is probably a good idea to try to stand up to him, as this is one of the only ways to have more than 100 HP in either game. Either way though, his mother will die from this beating, leaving Levi in the care of his abusive alcoholic father. Eventually though, his father was not able to take care of him for one reason or another, and he was sent to an orphanage. St. Father Domek's orphanage at that, which was notorious even for orphanages as a really bad place. Staff would mistreat and sexually assault all the kids, as well as chain them up and maybe even sacrifice them to the gods. When he turned 13, he was recruited as a child soldier into the Second World War on the side of the Eastern Sanctuaries. Despite being so young, Levi was a natural soldier, as he was unusually resilient, and not only that, he excelled in marksmanship, being able to compete and even outclass certain adults. Despite this, however, or perhaps because of it, he was assigned a squad of child soldiers to command on his own. Levi, because of this, would grow nihilistic and fester to hatred towards the world that they lived in, as he would constantly see child soldiers under him die in increasingly brutal ways. Despite all the death around him, however, Levi continued to get lucky and live. Not surprisingly, however, he would become addicted to heroin. Eventually, not even this could help him cope, so he deserted. With nowhere to go, he went back to his hometown Prehevil. Going by train, he would find himself in the perversion of his own hometown. If left alone, he will be having panic attacks and withdrawals all alone or getting assaulted by Caligura. What a nice guy Caligura is. He will transform into the Weeping Scope during late day 2. Which to me is kind of surprising, as he doesn't seem in the greatest mental state. I feel like if I were in that situation, I would be Moonscorching the second I step off that train. I feel like I would act similarly, if not worse, than Levi does. If he wins the festival, however, he will leave and do what he does best. Tries to forget about the pain. He will travel from city to city until his nightmares more than likely catch up to him. But he gets a badass motorcycle, so that's something. But it is implied he doesn't last long, even if he is the winner. Some cool fun facts about Levi, however. His name originally was Soldier Number 11. He wasn't supposed to have a name originally. He was supposed to just be a nameless soldier, and he was going to forget his name entirely. But due to Stranger Things being out during the game's development cycle, the game developer, Miro Havernine, scrapped that name, and just named him Levi. And Levi is the only character I really hope lives through Termina, as he is a really tragic character. Next up, we have the man, the myth, the legend, Marco. Born in January of 1911, he was born in the Fear and Hunger equivalent of Sicily. You might ask how we know that, and it is kind of headcanon, but we do know that he was born near the Vatican at least. And in Fear and Hunger 2, there's a quote that he can say, and he will say, "In my home country, we'd have a saying for places like this. Uni pesi scampi us signori." Which I'm not Italian, so that probably sounded like shit, but it is a very common saying in Sicily, according to the wiki at least. So we know he's Italian, and most likely he's specifically Sicilian. But he mentions he had a good home life 1 minute, and then the next thing he could remember, his parents were dead, and he and his sister, who isn't named, were on their own on the streets. This was about when he was 10 years old only, so he had to find a way to live on the streets now. Here, he could choose to become a pickpocket, a burglar, or try to live an honest life. Either way, the streets will beat him down. Hard. He was a small boy, and he was relentlessly bullied for it. As the years passed, though, he hit a growth spurt. And another. And another. Soon, he was the big one, and more muscular than even the bullies, able to easily dispatch them to protect himself and his sister. He began to learn that he could make more money by using violence than anything else. Despite this, however, Marco was a softie, and he refused to do any work for gangs or be a bruiser at all. At one point, he learned about an underground fighting rink, however, where he could use his fighting prowess without killing anyone to make some money. Soon, he would beat almost every opponent one by one. Years would pass, and his sister would eventually start a relationship with a man named, I shit you not, Riccardo Arcardo, a high-ranking mob boss, and apparently the next in line to the whole mob itself. Once Riccardo and Marco's sister started dating, Riccardo was very nice at first to Marco, acting like a perfect gentleman. Eventually, Riccardo asked Marco if he wanted to join the family as a bruiser. Marco politely declined, and surprisingly, Riccardo took it well, and instead offered Marco up with a real boxing coach. One that could not only make him famous, but get him tons of money and increase his fighting skills to the next level. Marco, although hesitant at first, eventually agreed after his sister told him that he should go for it. Marco would eventually meet his trainer, and his trainer trained him in whatever way Marco wanted. Marco, won over by this act of good faith, thought that maybe Riccardo was actually not that bad of a guy after all. He would spend more and more time with his new friend, though without realizing it, he was getting absorbed into the mob itself. After a while, Riccardo told Marco something that he needed done. He needed Marco to kill his next opponent in the ring, as he was a rival mobster. Marco, of course, refused. Riccardo then told him that he had set him up with all these trainers and fights, and Marco needed to listen to him. Marco once again refused. Riccardo then tried a different tactic. He threatened his sister's life. Marco now had no choice but to accept, and so he did just that. He couldn't put his sister's life in danger, so he did the only thing he could. He killed his opponent. After this, Riccardo continued to get Marco to do jobs for him. Every single time, he made sure to leverage his sister's safety. Every time, Marco had no choice but to accept. Before he knew it, he was an enforcer for the Arcardo family. Eventually, Marco had enough, though. Day after day, it ate at him until he finally snapped. No matter what, he had to kill Ricardo. So Marco went to go see him one day, and even surrounded with his other enforcers, Marco managed to get one good clean hit in against him, killing him instantly. He did it so fast that no enforcer could even touch him. Now that Ricardo was dead, Marco just had to leave. He managed to do that with only a few nicks and cuts. Now he had a different problem though. The law and the mob were both after him. So he decided to flee the country. Right before he could, however, he got a call from his sister. She had been in the country of Valand in Ricardo's summer home. Marco told her to stay put, and he would get on the first train there. He would only have one stop beforehand, Prehevil. Here he would witness horrors of the Termina festival, and that's where the game begins. He only has a few events that can happen if you aren't playing as him though. At first, he will stay with Olivia, a character we will talk about in a bit, but Olivia is wheelchair bound, and if you aren't playing as her, she will not have a wheelchair right off the bat. So Marco, being the nice guy that he is, will go look for one. On day 2, he will run into Pav, as well as Tanaka, if Tanaka is even still alive. Pav will stop Tanaka and Marco, threatening them, and telling them that he is going to kill them both. And if you don't intervene, Pav will indeed kill them both. But if you do intervene, you will have to kill Pav. After this, Marco will get the wheelchair to Olivia and train Tanaka in the ways of the fist. And once again, that is if Tanaka is even still alive at this point. They will both train until they both Moonscorch. If not, Marco will just wait around the train until he will Moonscorch into the giant. If you are playing as Marco, the only event is Kalogura recognizing you, and trying to kill you if you sleep in certain locations. He will say he recognizes you and he will try to kill you, but if you say certain things, he will back off. If Marco wins the festival, he will never speak of it again. He will try to just forget what happened in Prehevil. He will get on the next train and find his sister. He won't even tell her what happened in Prehevil. He will just open a gym in Valand to train people in case this ever happens again. Or he can live and do the exact same thing, presumably, if he survives, if someone does ending A, before he Moonscorches. But that's all there is to Marco. A gentle giant. Next up is Mayrina. Mayrina is an interesting case, and she was born in November of 1923. She was born right in the Church of Almer in Prehevil, which you can actually visit in-game. She was born to a dark priest and a caring mother. However, when she was born, her father was not there. But something horrible happened in Mayrina's mother's eyes when she was born. She was born a man. Mayrina's mother knew what happened to men who were born in her father's lineage. They became dark priests. A horrible fate that made prospects kill and do horrible rituals. So to shield Mayrina from her fate, Mayrina's mother raised her as a woman. Her mother's plan worked, and she was shielded from the duty of becoming a dark priest. She was homeschooled in occultism and had a pretty good talent for it. She was noticed by the Vatican and was given the offer to go study occultism further there. Her mother was very proud and told her to go for it. But her father found out her secret. Her father found out that she was born a man, and her father was furious. Mayrina, despite this, said she would remain a girl. She said it felt more natural, and who cared? She liked who she was, and with that, she made her way to the Vatican. There she grew her knowledge and prowess in occultism ever more, though she felt someone was always watching her here. But anyway, one day she got a letter from her father. It said that her mother had passed away. Just as simple as that. No sympathy, no love, no nothing else. Mayrina tried to call home, but no phone lines worked in Prehevil at all. She felt very uneasy about this, and felt as if her father did something really horrible in town. So she boarded the first train there. And there, the game starts. Mayrina has quite a few things that are unique to her. Every once in a while, you can see some girl watching you. And your goal is to make your way to the church where your father is. If you're not playing as Mayrina, she will eventually be kidnapped by the gentleman mayor. If not that, she will be in the bookstore, or you can take her to the church if you're going that direction too. If you get to the church at the beginning of day 1, that girl who is watching you will be there. She will stab Mayrina's father, who will not die there but fade into the ground. So Mayrina's father probably doesn't die, but Mayrina will assume he does. Even if you aren't Mayrina, you will see this scene. Another scene that can happen, although more rare, is in Prehevil Bob, the club. If Dan and Mayrina are there, they will have a funny interaction where Dan will ask Mayrina if she's even old enough to drink, where she will say yes, she's 18, which apparently is the drinking age in Bohemia. I'm American, so it's 21 here, so I found that strange, but whatevs. Mayrina will say she doesn't have her ID on her, and Dan will refuse to serve her a drink. So Mayrina will say she'll just go look in a trash can or something for a bottle, which is a funny little nod to the game itself. Other than that, that's really all we have for Mayrina. Olivia is up next, and she's probably my second favorite playable Termina contestant. She was born on December 31st in 1921, along with her twin sister, who was also born into this world on January 1st, 1922, and her name was Rher. They were born in the Bremen Empire. In their early life, Olivia and her twin sister were very close, despite being polar opposites. Olivia was introverted, and she liked to read books and play with plants, while her sister was outside playing with other children and playing pretend. About a decade later, when they were both around 15, something unfortunate happened. Olivia had a series of strokes and lost movement in her legs. If she got to a doctor fast enough, the movement in her legs could have been saved. But unfortunately, the household they lived in was extremely religious. They didn't believe in modern medicine and science, and all they did was pray for her to get better, which didn't work. I guess they weren't dedicated to Sylvian enough. Because of this, she now had to use a wheelchair, at least for a long time. A couple of years later, Olivia and her sister both got scholarships to a prestigious university in the Bremen Empire. Here, Olivia and Rher would study in their individual areas of study. Olivia would study botany, and Rher would study engineering and New Age technology. Rher would be a social butterfly, and start a relationship with a teacher. Joker would be proud. Olivia, although jealous, advanced in her own field. Rher would then get the opportunity of a lifetime, an exchange program between the Bremen Empire and the Eastern Union. Olivia would graduate and open her own greenhouse. She would eventually lose touch with her sister, however, much to her dismay. Not only this, her parents got a letter that she was being accused of treason and is in an Eastern Empire jail. Later, somehow, news had broke that she had busted her way out of jail by a known terrorist/freedom fighter organization known as the Nameless Liberty Underground, or the NLU for short. She had heard the name before, and it was from that professor that Rher was dating, only to find out that he was executed for being in association with that same group. She went through his stuff and found letters from Rher, and it was about a weapon that she was developing, something called the Logic Project. The last letter talked about the Kaiser, the leader of the Bremen Empire, and he was after something in this town called Prehevil. So Olivia went to go find her sister. Olivia has no huge interactions in the game, but if you play as her and do ending A, it will lead you to Rher, her sister, who has become the machine god, Logic. So I'm going to assume this is the canon ending for Olivia, but we really don't know. If she wins the festival, however, and does ending B, she will become happy, strangely enough. She learned that her wheelchair doesn't define her. Although it was through killing people, she was the sole survivor. Her wheelchair didn't matter. She was better than the other 13 people. She will roam the countryside, just happy to be alive. Which is kind of sweet. The final playable Termina contestant, give it up for Osa, the Yellow Mage. Born in 1910 in Abyssonia, a previously unmentioned country as far as I'm aware in the Fear and Hunger universe until Fear and Hunger 2, Abyssonia is a war-torn nation, and Osa had little love for his home country, though he did become apprentice in a church but refused to participate in any war efforts. He would continue his studies and started outclassing several peers until he was led in the secrets of the church. Here, however, he learned something that he didn't like. In this church, they mostly used religion as a political tool, not to actually worship. They used religion to control over lower status people. He hated this, and he decided he didn't want to be a part of it. Right around this time, he found a scroll in his church about a group of mages who used religion for their own benefit, but also to further knowledge about the universe. They also believed in the natural state of the universe, and that natural state was chaos. The only constant in the world is change, after all. He then traveled to the Eastern Sanctuaries, and was met with disdain due to his beliefs. However, the Yellow Mages eventually found him. They offered him to join and taught him about Gro-Goroth and the other old gods. As he traveled the group, they traveled far and wide, and they found a man named Hadil Azif, an extremely strong and powerful magician. This magician wanted to make his way to the infamous Dungeons of Fear and Hunger, and find something. Osa dismissed him at first, but he was plagued with nightmares, so horrible that Osa even himself started to believe the things that the magician was saying. He then eventually did join and went on that journey with that mage. And as he got closer and closer to the dungeons, people would start to drop out of the adventure one by one. Osa, however, remained strong. Here you get a choose your own adventure style thing, but nothing you really do matters too much. But no matter what happens, he will find a charred head. And even stranger than that, it was talking. The charred head said his name was Nas'hrah. Nas'hrah told Osa to gain more power, all he had to do was follow his own greed and lust for power, no matter what he had to sacrifice to get it. And to help even further, Nas'hrah told Osa to go to a town called Prehevil. So Osa, following his lust for power, did exactly that. He boarded the first train to Prehevil. Here he was struck by the same problem that all of the other contestants had. Osa has a lot of interaction. At several points throughout the game, he will be meditating and be blocking certain areas. He will warn you that if you come closer, he will attack and kill you. This is a contest after all, and he is prepared to defend himself. But he is actually the easiest contestant to get in a fight with. He will also cannot be recruited unless some very certain actions have been done. The only way you can is if you make your way all the way to the bunker in the woods. There he will be shot by an arrow, probably by August, and be weakened. He won't ever let you join your party unless he is in this weakened state. Here's your chance. The only other two interactions are when you're in the Church of Almer and check out the confessional. He will pretend to be a priest and ask you to perform a confession. You can do whatever you want in here, and you can gain Almer affinity by doing it. And he will come out and laugh. He's making a joke. He's not a priest of Almer. He'll find it funny and walk off. The only other event is if you are playing as him. Remember how we talked about Dan last time? How he will be in the White Mold apartments looking at a symbol that the Baron used to sacrifice his wife? Well, here if you're Osa, you can tell Dan that this symbol is for the Sulfur God. And if you want to learn about him, I did a whole video about him very early in this whole Fear and Hunger craze. You can watch it here. But other than that, the last one that can happen is if you are Osa and do the A ending. When you fight the Kaiser, the head will speak up and call Kaiser a bastard baby. And then he will say that Osa has a big penis. For some reason. This is the reason Nas'hrah wanted to go to Prehevil. He wanted to kill the Kaiser, but once you beat him, he will just fade away, not die. And after this, the only thing to be done is be absorbed by logic, making Osa effectively die, or at least lose all sense of self. Whatever happens to Nas'hrah is unknown. But if Osa wins the festival, he will throw Nas'hrah in a lake. He will open his own church and it will gain fame and fortune from around the world. But other than that, that's all the playable contestants of Fear and Hunger 2 Termina. But we do have 3 more unplayable contestants to go in this video. So let's get into those. My favorite non-playable contestant is now here with Pav. Pav was born on December 21st, probably in the 1910s or early 1920s. He was born in a place called the Veronian Republic, and probably had a somewhat decent childhood at least, I would assume. Because when his hometown and country were destroyed, he vowed revenge on those responsible. And who was responsible other than the Kaiser himself? But killing the Kaiser of the world's superpower that is the Bremen Empire would not be easy. It's likely that he would never even get a chance to even see the Kaiser, let alone kill him. So Pav thought of a devious yet pretty genius plan. You see, Pav's whole reason for living at this point was to get revenge. It didn't matter what he did or who he had to kill to get it. He would do it no matter what. He would kill the Kaiser. So his plan was to join the Kaiser. He would become a part of the Bremen Empire. Here he would gain the Kaiser's trust by being the perfect Bremen soldier. If he was brutal enough and perfect enough, maybe, just maybe, he could meet the Kaiser and have his chance to kill him. So Pav did exactly that. By being especially cruel and brutal, Pav rose through the Bremen army's ranks. Here he would become a lieutenant. Once he was high enough rank, he heard some information that the Kaiser would be going to Prehevil to find something he's been searching for, and with minimal security with him at that. Seeing this as his opportunity, Pav hopped on the train by himself to go there too. From here the game starts. Pav is a little different from everybody else, however, at the beginning of the journey. Once the train has stopped, Pav just leaves. You don't even get to see him. He doesn't need the train to get any closer anyway. He will leave before anyone else. Cameron will be the only one to even see him leave. From here, he will look around for the Kaiser. He has a couple events in the main game. If you find a Bella and go with her to find one of the keys of the city, he will meet you after you leave the bunker, saying he's proud of you, and you should find another key that'll help you both get into the city, seemingly being helpful. He will also flirt with a Bella if you are a Bella, until he jokingly says he'll kill you later. With a smile, he'll leave. The next time you can see him is during day 2, where he will be pointing a gun at Marco and Tanaka, where unless you intervene, he will kill them both. I find this sort of strange, however, because I don't see why he would do this. His whole goal is to kill the Kaiser, so why would he kill the others? I feel like he wouldn't even care if he won the festival or not, as long as he got his revenge. But maybe I'm giving him too much credit, and he actually is just willing to kill everyone and live. The last time you can see him is either on day 1 or day 2 night. He will actually find the Kaiser right under the Hollow Tower, where he will challenge him and be cut down without a second thought. Pav will survive though, but just barely. You can take him back to the train and he will survive until day 3 night, or he will pass away due to his injuries not being treated. So no matter what, Pav cannot survive or Moonscorch. That is, unless you get to the A ending before day 2 night, in which case he can, but without his revenge coming to pass. Samari is our next one, and she is weird. She reminds me of Toko from Danganronpa. Samari was born in January, somewhere in either 1923 or 1924, seeing as she is a similar age to Myrina. We don't know much about her early life, but she went to the same school as Myrina in the Vatican. However, unlike Myrina, she was born with a special gift. She was especially gifted in occultism. Not through hard work, however, but through sheer talent. Because of this, she was put in something called the Ninth Circle, a sect of the school that Myrina went to. This sect would do a ritual to the old gods, where they would let their bodies waste away to the point of near death to see the messages from the old gods. Although a huge toll on the body is taken, Samari was gifted with incredible occult abilities because of this, such as mind reading, teleportation, necromancy, and extremely strong blood magic. Despite this, however, she is extremely frail and weak. While she was doing this ritual, she would meet, or at least see, Myrina from afar, where she would fall in love, or at least become obsessed with her. She will never even meet Myrina beforehand, however. Once Myrina leaves, Samari will either escape this ritual, or they will allow her to leave. She will follow Myrina to Prehevil, and will wait just out of sight so no one can ever see her. She will find her way to Myrina's father's church, though, where she will kill him because she knows that there is tension between Myrina and him. Samari did her research on Myrina, almost to a point of being scary. Samari will make sure that the only connection that Myrina has in this world is Samari. If you find her there, you can watch her quote-unquote kill Myrina's father. If you find her on day 1 morning, you can convince her to come back to the train and rest. If you are Myrina, you have some extra dialogue in addition to this, with Myrina saying that she has legit never seen Samari and does not know who she is. Samari will Moonscorch at any other time other than day 1 morning, where she will become Dysmorphia. With this, we can kind of infer that she might have a problem with how she looks or her body, because of the term dysmorphia, but we really don't know much else about her. She is one of the more secretive ones, but I do like her. She's interesting. And our last Termina contestant is now Tanaka. Tanaka probably has the least lore on him, but he has a decent amount of in-game events. All we really know about his past is that he is a businessman from a country called Edo. He was born in August in probably the early 1900s. He is a businessman who took over his father's business. He didn't want to, probably, as his father was way too hard on him. He traveled to Prehevil to capitalize on the war-torn nation. And well, as you can probably figure out, he found himself in a really bad situation. Tanaka has a tendency to die in a lot of ways. It takes a lot to keep him alive. He can die from the woodsman, needles, Pav, and other ways. If you keep him alive through all of that though, he will ask Marco to train him, where after day 2, he will be training with Marco. He will have a red headband on and everything. If he stays alive long enough, he will transform into Judgment. Other than that though, Tanaka doesn't have a lot of lore on him. Just yet, at least. But with that, we've covered all the Termina contestants. I really do appreciate it if you could like this video and subscribe, cause it helps me out a lot. But if you have any more lore suggestions for Fear and Hunger, let me know in the comments, and I might even do a video on them. As this entire lore group of videos about all the playable characters was suggested by a guy in the comments named CraigMachine8137. So I really do read every comment. Thank you all, I love you all, and I'll see you soon. I know, I already sort of explained this topic in my The Perfect Sequel Fear and Hunger 2 Tournament video, but I sort of wanted to refine my opinions and make it its own video. I've also learned a few more things about these Moonscorched, so I want to incorporate these things into this video. So even if you've seen the first video, this will have some more stuff than I even had in the original videos. This will also explain what Moonscorching is, and a little bit about just Moonscorching in general. So with that out of the way, let's get started. What is Moonscorching? Moonscorching is an illness presumably caused by being exposed to Rher's light in some way. Well, who is Rher, you may ask? Well, Rher is the moon god in the Fear and Hunger universe, so just being exposed to his moonlight can cause this. Well, it's sort of up in the air. I believe it can be caused by being exposed to the moonlight in places where Rher has influence, such as Prehevil. The disease has been around since at least the 9th century, however under a different name until very recently. It used to be called Moonlight Cancer. In the first game, it's mentioned a few times in the Voltail fight. So, what are the symptoms? Well, according to Dan's diagnose skill, the outside of the body appears to be burned, having discolored burns all over it. However, at the same time, it's like they were burned by something cold, as the bodies also show signs of hypothermia. The skin is usually extremely dry, cracked, and even falling off. Facial features are also usually distorted, having the eyes fall out as well as the facial skin stretch and just fall off in general. However, there is a slightly different type of moonscorching that is seen in the contestants of the Termina festival. Why is it different? I honestly don't know. It could be people partaking in the Termina festival are in close proximity to Rher, so they get an advanced form of Moonscorch. We really don't know why. However, this advanced Moonscorch is different. It usually shows no signs until it's too late, and seems to be tied to the mind much more, as some people can sort of snap out of it. Snapping out of it can save you from the Moonscorch, even if it is just a little bit, as we see with Henrik on day 1. However, at the end, right before Moonscorching, it is described that there is an unbelievably strong urge to scratch and rip your skin off, as it feels like there's something right under your skin fighting to get out. It feels like something primal is telling you to shed your skin, and then you'll transform. Basic Moonscorching has this feeling too, but it seems it's much more gradual as opposed to the advanced Moonscorch, which happens all at once. In this advanced Moonscorching, it isn't as simple as being burned by cold light, but instead you turn into the reflection of either your worst fears displayed on your own body, or a reflection of your mental state and feelings. So in a way, it makes you a monster of who you already are. This advanced Moonscorch can enlarge body parts, incorporate items the person has on them, and even grow metal-like growths on the body. The Moonscorching takes place over a period of 3 days, or at the very least that's the longest it takes for any person in the Termina festival to turn. It can take anywhere from a few hours to 3 days, as it seems most people turn almost immediately, and some people keep their mind for days. However, it seems the weaker the person's mental state is, the faster they turn. A theory worth mentioning that I heard in Dino Solik's video called Fear and Hunger 2 Termina is the Music Good Part 2 video is the boss fight with Rher in the ending of Ending B may actually not be you fighting Rher at all. However, it could be your character symbolically fighting off the Moonscorch, which I think is a really cool theory. Also, my thumbnail's on this video at one point, so that's pretty cool. We're going to be talking about this advanced Moonscorching in this video mostly. As the title states, we're going to be discussing the specific Termina Festival contestants' Moonscorch forms. Like I said earlier in this video, I believe that these advanced Moonscorch forms are a reflection of the person's innermost psyche, whether it be a fear or who they actually are, or something like that. I also really love this concept. In fact, this is my favorite part of Termina. I think the idea of this and the writing and creativity put on display here is absurdly well done by Mira. So let's get into each contestant and what each form means and where to find this Moonscorch. Let's start with Levi. Levi is an ex-child soldier. He clearly has PTSD and struggles with it. If you don't play as him, he will always have a heroin dependency as a result of his PTSD. Which, I mean, can you really blame him? Who knows how many people he's killed that he didn't have anything personally wrong with? War is hell, some people say, and Levi's Moonscorch embodies that sentiment quite well. Levi will always seem to be in some sort of trouble if you aren't playing as him, whether it be him being scared by people, or him about to be killed by Caligura, or being in withdrawal from heroin. He seems to not really be in his right mind from the start. On day 2 evening, he will be in front of the orphanage Moonscorched, or on day 3, he will be in the orphanage Moonscorched. His Moonscorched form is him naked, but with a growth seemingly around his face and gun, seemingly forcing him to be constantly aiming down his sights. He will cry and shoot and nothing else. This is one of, if not the easiest Moonscorch to kill, and that makes sense, because I think he's really not doing that good in the first place. What this form symbolizes on Levi is quite obvious. He is a faceless soldier, having no life other than killing others, and being depressed about that, pretty much. He doesn't really have anything else. The growth covers his face and forces him to be constantly aiming down the sights. So now he literally can't do anything other than shoot others and cry about. This is pretty depressing and pitiful. This form is also based on the manga, and I know I'm going to butcher this name, Jagan, where the character known as Shintaro Jagasaki can transform, and he has a form that looks very similar to this. And Miro has confirmed on Twitter that this is what this Moonscorched is based off of. In combat, the Weeping Scope isn't all that dangerous. He'll either cry, which does nothing, or do a big line of bullets, which is a little dangerous, but there isn't a ton of damage being done, making this an easy one to deal with if you really need to do it. Abella is up next. Now this one doesn't have a definitive answer, so I'm just going to theory craft here. Abella is a mechanic, and is very useful as a party member. She's strong, and she's extremely versatile. Her Moonscorched form is Shognar, a muscular, seemingly male-looking mechanic with an elephant for a face. In my first video, I said I was pretty confused by this. However, Shognar is apparently a Lovecraftian creation. It is a vampiric elephant, which is obviously the inspiration here. But why a male form? Abella is obviously female. Well, my theory is that she feels very manly, not in a good way though. She is in a very stereotypically male-dominated job. I think she feels like she isn't feminine enough, or she feels like she isn't in touch with her feminine side. Like I said though, I don't know for sure, and I'm kind of just reaching. There's also a possibility that has to do more with the Lovecraft elephant, but my understanding of Lovecraft is surface level at best. I've read The Call of Cthulhu and The Shadow over Innsmouth, and that's about it. To add to the whole male-dominated field thing, the growth on her face that looks like an elephant also bears a resemblance to an enemy early in the game that's sort of close to where you fight Shognar. If you've played Termina at all, you are aware of the Woodsman. No, not that one. Yeah, that one. He has a growth on his carnal area, I guess? No, it's not his penis. It can detach and grab a party member's face, making them useless for the rest of the fight. And they look like this. Then Shognar looks like this. It looks very similar. It's very possible Abella went into the direction of the Woodman and got grabbed by his appendage, then went to the first bunker in the forest. Abella also Moonscorches very early. If you saved Henrik on the first morning, Shognar will be in Tunnel 7 from the very beginning. She has a very annoying move called Doomsday Trumpet. If you get hit by it twice, it's an insta-kill move. If it only hits once, it'll cause nausea. However, it is easier than most Moonscorched. Osa is up next. Osa is a yellow mage who always wanted power. He has used the gods to gain his power, however he wants to be the one in control. Osa's Moonscorched form is called the Mastermind. No, not that one. I promise this joke will land at least once. This one I also really had no idea about in my first video. However, I have heard that this form shows Osa's fear of being controlled, which it appears the growth on his head is controlling him like a parasect. Well, this shows his fear of being controlled was exploited by the Moonscorched. Something else to note that is kind of interesting is that unlike most playable characters who tear their skin off and scream when Moonscorched, Osa goes into the Lotus position. It could be a god is communing with him, or he could be freaking out and trying to calm himself down while transforming, as the Lotus pose is a meditative yoga pose. The Mastermind also looks a lot like a Mumbler in the first Fear and Hunger game, which the followers of the God of the Depths, which I guess now they're the followers of God of Fear and Hunger. No, not that. Oh yeah, that one. The Mastermind can be found in Mausoleum Alley on day 3 night only. Like all yellow mages, he will cast Hurting when you try to get near him, so you gotta rush him down. He can do pretty much the exact same stuff as normal Osa can do, but he can also do Mischief of Rats now. Olivia is up next, and this is my favorite one. This is the one in the Moonscorched that I was talking about earlier that has seemingly metallic growths. Olivia is in a wheelchair, and she feels it is her whole personality. It's obviously not, but she feels it is. This Moonscorched form is the Mechanical Dance, which I don't get the name of. A large metallic machine. When asked, what happened to you? The Mechanical Dance will say, I've always been this way. This indicates that the wheelchair is the first thing Olivia thinks people see about her. She thinks she is her disability, and it is who she is. It's a very depressing thing, and it's probably the worst fate that could have happened to Olivia in this game. As being absorbed into logic, and the A ending is, I guess, okay for her as she's reunited with the sister, and the B ending has her overcoming her disability and learning it's not all she is. Despite her killing everyone, but that's neither here nor there. She can be found in the museum on day 3. The wiki says this may be because she is gravitating towards Logic, who is under the museum. Logic used to be her sister, so it's possible that there is some connection with both of them being pseudo-machines here. One thing I also want to point out is the bottom half of the Mechanical Dance is the pyramid head of Pyramid Head. Or at least it has the same design. Here, look. Dan is next. Dan is depressed and empty. He lost everything and he has nowhere to go. He lost his wife and father-in-law, his only real family to the Sulfur Cult, or at least so he thinks. He is in essence an empty slate. He also has the empty soul. It seems that he becomes Pocket Cat. Pocket Cat is an entity that worships Rher, the moon god. However, how Pocket Cat works is very weird. I should really make a video about Pocket Cat, but it seems Pocket Cat possesses people who are completely empty with nowhere else to go so he can give purpose. Whether it be a physical infection or something only people who have Moonscorched can do, we really don't know. Then what happens to the body of the old Pocket Cat? Does it die? Does it still exist? We don't know. Let me know if you want a video on Pocket Cat. You can find Pocket Cat Dan on day 3 morning in the museum. Marina is next. Now, we get to an interesting subject here. Marina was born a male. She was, however, raised as a girl, as every firstborn male in her area becomes a dark priest. Her mother, however, wanting to save her from the violent life of a dark priest, raised her as a girl to her father's dismay. As once her father finds out, he constantly misgenders her. However, her father does love her in some way, despite being a not-so-good person. When Marina Moonscorches, she becomes the Cocoon. This looks a lot like normal Marina, however, her head is in her groin, and this cocoon is sprouting where her head is. This cocoon is implied to hold the remains of her father. This cocoon is obviously sprouting from her groin. The cocoon is also on her back, technically, making her literally carry her father's expectation. Her Moonscorched form will appear on day 3 night only, and it will be in the secret passage in the Church of Almer. She can engrave herself and the cocoon as well in her fight. Depending on which god she engraves, it will give her a different set of moves. Think of Hui in League of Legends. Either way, she's not that easy of a fight. Karen, the journalist, is usually calm and collected, which makes sense why it takes her so long to Moonscorch. She's a war journalist, so a lot of people think she's profiting off of the soldiers that die in the war like a vulture. She, however, will say that she thinks of them more like Valkyries, carrying the hopes and dreams of the deceased. Her Moonscorched form is pretty self-explanatory, it's just called the Valkyrie, where there are a bunch of monsters on its back. This is kind of on the nose. She can be found on the island on day 3 night. There will be a boat that only spawns on day 3 night, and you have to take this boat to the island to fight her. She fights with these guys on her back that are in the late part of the game. This one's quite a challenge because you can only fight it alone. It obviously is a little easier with ghouls or blood golems, but it's still pretty hard. The last of the playable characters is Marco. Marco was a boxer and a criminal, though not because he wants to be one, but because he was forced into it. His sister fell in love with a hardened criminal who gives favors to Marco despite Marco politely declining. This criminal eventually holds these favors over Marco's head and threatens to kill his sister. Marco, enraged, kills this mobster. Marco is a really big guy, so it makes sense that his Moonscorched form is called the Giant. The Giant is a big monster that looks like it's choking someone. I've heard a couple different theories on what this symbolizes. I've heard that this could symbolize that he feels like he has hurt his sister by his life choices, and he's strangling her with what he's done. Another theory that I thought of myself is that he's strangling himself. If you've played as Marco, or had him as a party member, or even just interacted with him, you know he's actually kind of a good guy. He's nice and caring, he's a really good dude. This giant could be his outward persona, strangling his real personality. I kind of expressed this in my first video. Marco can be found in Rher's realm in the White Mold Apartments on the 3rd morning. It is one of the largest amounts of health of all the Moonscorched, which makes sense. It can be quite tedious, once again, especially if you only have one person. Now we're on to people that you can't play as that are still Termina contestants. However, it should be worth mentioning that both Pav and August cannot Moonscorch. They will always die before they Moonscorch. Anyway, on to the 4 contestants that you can't play as yet. Tanaka is a businessman. That's like his whole personality. However, from what little we do know about him, his father is overbearing and wants his son to be very successful and does not give him a break. Tanaka didn't get a choice of what he wanted to do with his life. It was chosen for him from birth. When he Moonscorches, he becomes Judgment, the name of which makes no sense really, to me at least. However, the appearance is pretty easy to decipher. There's glass all in his body. What do we know that has to do with business that also has to do with glass? Well, the glass ceiling. Glass ceiling is a business term that means the barrier that makes it hard for women or minorities to advance in companies. I believe Tanaka is Asian, so it would make sense that he has the glass ceiling broken on him. This is in the 1940s after all. Racism is pretty rampant. So he broke the glass ceiling. He also has what seems to be a BDSM whip. I really don't know why he has this. I guess it makes sense because he's whipping his employees or his underlings. He can be found in the museum if he somehow hasn't already died by day 3 night. He can also be found in the White Mold Apartments if he was training with Marco. Henrik is a cook who isn't really much other than an ordinary guy in a bad way. He's a fence sitter, and he does everything he can to be a gentleman and keep everyone happy. And guess what? That's exactly what his Moonscorched form is called, the Gentleman. He is surprisingly not hostile, like all the other Moonscorched contestants. I believe he is non-confrontational to a fault. If you're like me, you didn't even know that this was Henrik until researching it. I thought this was just a fucked up looking dude in Prehevil. He will be in the mansion if you saved Abella day 1, however, he will be in the mansion on day 3 if he had lived till then. He is weirdly dangerous, however. Both of his arms actually have a decent amount of health. The knife arm can cut off limbs, which is annoying, and the fork arm can do tons of damage as well as infect you, which is annoying. Samari is this goth girl whose backstory really doesn't matter too much, because her Moonscorched doesn't have too much to do with it. Samari's Moonscorched form is called dysmorphia. This refers to body dysmorphia, a mental condition where the individual thinks they have flaws in their body and appearance. Nothing directly says she has a problem with her body, but we can kind of infer this. She will also say that this is her true form and she is radiating now. So it's possible this is how she feels she should look. Samari can be found in Rher's realm in Almer's church. The final person is Caligura, who is a really bad person. He tries to S.A. Abella, even. He is also a gangster. He also tries to kill Levi several times. He also tries to kill Karen. He's just a bad guy. His Moonscorched form is pretty fittingly called the Monster. He looks like, well, the Monster. He looks like a big ballsack looking guy with a lot of arms. He now looks like he is what he is on the inside, a monster. It could also be said that he looks like a ballsack because of his many evil sexual things he's done. He is also, in my opinion, the most annoying Moonscorched to fight, because he can be in 2 different locations, both of which being in the sewer. So just walk around in the sewer of shit ton until you find him. Well, that's the explanation of all the Moonscorched forms, and just Moonscorching in general. Let me know if you have any more topics you want me to cover in Fear and Hunger, and I appreciate and love you all. Bye. Just a quick video here. If you didn't see, Miro on Twitter posted this about 20 hours ago. I'm a little late, sorry. About the birthdays and how they relate to all the souls. This is going to be an in-game document, so it's obviously low quality, and that's perfectly fine. Here's a bigger version of it. As you can see, it's kind of like a wheel with all the soul names and everything on it. And I just made it a little easier for everyone, and I made a higher quality version by myself because I was bored. And this is a high quality version of how each soul is represented in the Fear and Hunger universe. I have no script this video, if you couldn't tell, so I'm just kind of talking out of my ass. There's not going to be a Darkwood video today, probably, but I do want to get this out as soon as possible. This just, we're going to go over a little bit because this is now canon, I'm assuming. If you didn't know, each month is broken up into 2 halves, and then on the 4 solstices, it is also broken up. So if you're born on the summer solstice, you'd have the order soul. It's kind of like astrology. So I have everyone who has each soul down here. I wrote that down. If you want to see this picture, I'm going to upload it and put it in the comments as well, so you can see it. I don't know how I'm going to do that yet, but we're going to figure it out. So let's just go over this. If you were born between January 1st and 15th, you'd have the Radiating Soul. If you were born between January 16th and 31st, you'd have the Tainted. February 1st through 14th, you'd have the Endless. February 15th through 28th, it'd be the Beastly, which we have not seen yet. A lot of these we haven't seen yet, and we'll go over that. March 1st through 15th, you'd have the Dominating. March 16th through the 31st, you'd have the Decrepit Soul. April 1st through April 15th, you'd have the Amoral Soul, or Amoral, I don't know. I'm assuming that's amoral. April 16th through 30th, you'd have the Halved Soul. May 1st through 15th, you'd have the Gladiatorial Soul, which, by the way, I would have that, I'm just saying. May 16th through 31st, you'd have the Solitary Soul. June 1st through 15th, you'd have the Submissive Soul, which, just saying, same. June 16th through 30th, you'd have the Shepherding Soul, another one we haven't seen. July 1st through 15th, you'd have the Tormented Soul. July 16th through 31st, you'd have the Stagnant Soul. August 1st through 15th, you'd have the Defiant Soul. August 16th through 31st, you'd have the Latent Soul. I used to know a guy named Latent. September 1st through 15th, you'd have the Caressing Soul. September 16th through 30th, you'd have the Innocent Soul. October 1st through 15th, you'd have the Enlightened Soul. October 16th through 31st, you'd have the Blank Soul. November 1st through 15th, you'd have the Morning Soul. November 16th through 30th, you'd have the Changeling Soul. December 1st through 15th, you'd have the Suffocated Soul. And December 16th through 31st, you'd have the Shadowed Soul. Now, I don't know too much about the solstices and stuff like that, but I don't believe they're on the same day every year. I could be wrong about that. But as you see, if you are born on the vernal equinox of any year, you'd have the antagonistic soul. The summer solstice of any year, you'd have the ordered soul. Autumnal equinox, you'd have the loving soul. And the winter solstice, you'd have the chaotic soul. Now, I believe the solstices change based on the year. I could be wrong. But basically, the only one we know for sure is Pav was born on December 25th. And I don't believe the winter solstice is always on the 25th. So we know for a fact Pav is the chaotic soul. So let's go over all the souls here. I have them all written down based on color. That was a lot of colors to get through as well, so this might look a little off. But if you don't know, Relia, Samari, and the Radiating One... Wow, I mistyped that. Were born between January 1st and 15th, giving them the Radiating Soul. Marco... Actually, we know Relia was born on January 1st, even. Marco, who has the Tainted Soul, was born sometime between the 16th and the 31st. Nilvian, Kahara, and Karen were all born in the Endless Soul, which is the 1st through 14th of February. No one we know of has been born with the Beastly Soul. Francois and Darcy were born between March 1st and 15th, giving them the Dominating Soul. Caligura was born between the 16th and 31st, giving him the Decrepit Soul. No one's been born with the Amoral Soul. No one's been born with the Halved Soul, which that should say unknown, not halved, sorry. No one we know has been born between May 1st and 15th, giving them the Gladiatorial Soul, other than me. Levi has the Solitary Soul between the 16th and the 31st. No one has the Submissive or Shepherding Soul. Ron Shambara, Ragnvalder, and August are all born between the 1st and 15th of July. No one has been born under the Stagnant Soul or the Defiant Soul that we know of yet. Tanaka has been born under the Latent Soul, giving him the birthday of August 16th through 31st. Bella was born between September 1st and 15th, giving her the Caressing Soul. We don't know anyone with the Unknown Soul. And with the most people born under it, between October 1st and 15th, we have the Enlightened Soul, which was Betel, Nas'hrah, Valtail, Enki, and Osa. Dan has the Blank Soul. It is also very possible that Pocket Cat has the Blank Soul as well. It is also very possible that all Pocket Cat candidates are born under the Blank Soul, so that's very possible. The Morning One was born between November 1st and 15th, giving her the Morning Soul. The Changeling Soul, Marina was born under, so she has that one, because she was born between the 16th and 30th of December. Henrik was born between the 1st and 15th of December, giving him the Suffocated Soul. We knew that already because he is a Sagittarius. Olivia was born between the 16th and the 31st of December, giving her the Shadowed Soul, which we also knew because she was born on the 31st of December. That's pretty much all we know, other than Pav was born on the 25th of December because he has the Chaotic Soul. But we don't know anyone with the other three Solstice or Equinox Souls, so that will be interesting to get into. With the new update coming out pretty soon for Fear and Hunger 2, we will be getting more characters, I would assume, and I believe that Miro did confirm all of this on Twitter, yeah, pretty much that's all I wanted to cover. This is just some more lore that I thought I would get off there. So yeah, I appreciate you all for watching. Go watch my Darkwood series. I love you all. Bye-bye. This video is probably going to be pretty short because I have been working hard on the House of Leaves video and it isn't going to be ready this week. So here's some of the contractually obligated Fear and Hunger lore. This topic I've thought about for a while and I just haven't had a reason to make it because of how short the topic is. Now it's a good time as any for it. If you like this video and all these lore videos, make sure you like this video because it helps the channel out a lot. Also, if you have any lore content you'd like to see, make sure to comment it and it might be in the next video. Anyway, I love you and here's the lore. When you are playing Fear and Hunger 1, you're going to be going down the rabbit hole of the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger. You'll start in the dungeon, then go deeper into the mine, then go deeper into an even deeper dungeon, and if you use a special key, you can go even deeper. Here you will find it, Mahabre, or Mahabre, the city of the gods, the ancient city, Mahabre. There are many names for this ancient city that is seemingly impossibly underground. But what is Mahabre? Why is it so deep underground? How was there a sun? What was it made for? Who was it made for? Why are there these golems here? Let's talk about it. Mahabre was created a long time ago. We don't exactly know when. It has to have been an inordinate amount of time ago. This city was either made directly by the old gods or for people in worship of the old gods. This was in a time where the only gods that people widely worshipped were the old gods. They worshipped Gro-Goroth, Sylvian, Rher, the god of the depths, and probably Vinushka. This was during a time when the old gods were still around the earth, as not long after the old gods would have left the earth alone, and we'll get to why they left in a minute. But this city was originally created to worship them. The city was like this for a long time, and the old gods favored the city and its worship quite a lot. So much so that they even appointed a king. The king's name is unknown, but we do know he has some relation to the old gods, and he was eventually the king of all humanity. We don't know a whole lot about this king, but I've heard theories like he is the one who either discovered or created the Golden Throne and became a new god, or perhaps created or discovered it and made sure no one wanted to use it by creating two swords. This king, however, was fully aligned with the old gods, and when they left, he did too. During his reign, however, he created two artifacts that you can find. One of which is the Red Virtue Sword, which is wielded by the Heartless One, or whatever her name is going to be in the next update. The super boss in Fear and Hunger 2. The other one is not confirmed. However, I personally believe it is the Blue Sin from the first Fear and Hunger game. I'm almost 100% sure it is this. Think about it. There is no way the name is a coincidence. Red Virtue is legitimately the direct opposite of the name Blue Sin. Virtue is also the opposite of sin, and red is kind of the opposite of blue. In addition to this, the only way to get the Blue Sin in Fear and Hunger 1 is by using the book The Passages of Mahabre. The reason being if you grab it in the mines will collapse. After these two relics were made, humans started losing faith in the old gods. Certain ambitious humans thought they could reach the heights of the old gods themselves with the secrets of Mahabre. It is unknown how long ago these humans did this, but it's more than likely been thousands of years. Many humans took the ideas of the old gods and attempted to use them to become gods themselves, particularly through the Golden Throne. They would transform the city to be a bastion for the new gods afterwards, and no longer the old gods. Around here, or perhaps quite a bit before, the old gods became either dissatisfied or felt betrayed by the corruption of their city, so they left. But traces of them were left behind, as the old gods are almost a force of nature themselves, so you can't fully get rid of them. Several new gods later would transform the city more and more. Libraries would be erected, torture castles, towers that invoke dreams, as well as a whole decadent golden palace for no reason other than greed. In the year 809, 5 people learned of this ancient city, those people being Chambra, Francois, Nostramus, Nilvian, and Voltaire. They found a ruin where the city was buried. This fellowship did succeed and found this city, and 4 of the 5 became new gods. In the book describing the fellowship, it describes Mahabre as a hub for multiple different planes of existence, and where man could meet his maker. It is truly the city of the gods, old and new. Later on, treasure hunters and tomb raiders would find this place, and would loot it and find millions in treasure. Obviously, the Red Virtue and Blue Sin had to have been gotten out of the city somehow. There's also tons of books in the Grand Library, which was built by Bethel the Enlightened One. Who knows what is actually even in this library? Tons of hidden knowledge, including texts on how to become enlightened. Other texts involve the Necronomicon of Gro-Goroth, as well as plenty of others. The looters probably also have looted the Francois the Dominating One's golden palace. It is made of pure gold after all. Plenty of other things have been done here in the streets of Mahabre. Several gods of enlightenment, or perhaps every god of enlightenment, and I have a theory on that for another video, but all of them have tried to create life in this city. Sure, they've made golems, but they've never really created life itself yet. The closest perhaps might be the blood golems that can retain sentience. However, the city itself is full of knowledge, as well as plenty of wealth to lure in treasure hunters. At some point, either very early or very recently, the city was locked behind a door in the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger, only accessible by using the Cube of the God of the Depths, or just the Cube of the Depths for short. Not only this, there are devices in the ancient city that were erected that take the cube which can seemingly turn back time. If this actually happens and it actually allows you to time travel, I don't know, but I doubt it. It almost seems like it's an echo of the past. However, the new gods are there as they used to be in this echo, so I'm not exactly sure how time works here. The new gods themselves are even confused, it seems. However, the people that were once walking these streets are just shadows in these echoes. The sun seemingly does not give off warmth, and the text in-game says the cold rays of the sun beat down on your face and give no warmth. If you ask the new gods about their city, they will give this quick summary. The city of the gods. Once we took over the city from the older gods, we decided to reside here. Still, some remnants of the older gods still linger in the city. Time and space do not follow the same rules here. The sun doesn't warm you, and death is not the same once you walk these streets. In the present, however, the city is overgrown and left to disrepair and forgotten. To end this short video off, I feel like I should mention one of my favorite tracks in the whole series plays here, if you are in the Echo of the Past. I talk about all my favorite music here in this video on screen that you can watch, but this one is so eerily calm. It makes me feel like I'm seeing the end of something, but the next thing never comes. I am constantly reliving the end of this city, or of just life itself, over and over. The second part of the song, which is called Mahabre Streets, by the way, and is the one you are hearing in the background right now, is sad, almost. There's no noise, just pots and pans banging every once in a while. It seems like this place has long been abandoned, and it used to be full of life and happy, but now it's just an echo of the past. I don't know, it's just a great track. But with that, that brings us to the end of what Mahabre is. If you liked it, I'd appreciate it if you liked the video and commented your favorite Fear and Hunger OST. I do read every comment, and I'm curious your guys' favorite tracks and why. If you have any theories about Mahabre, I would also love to see those in the comments, as I do read them all. Anyway, here's a very stupid edit I made a long time ago.
Donna! Those panties are mine.
You are a god!
I love you all, and I hope to see you next time. I have a short Fear and Hunger lore video for you today. As I did a video about Mahabre, one of the final areas in the first Fear and Hunger game, I figured we should discuss the town of Fear and Hunger 2, that being the capital of the in-lore country of Bohemia. The town is called Prehevil, or Prehevil, it depends on who you ask. In real life, it is based on the city of Prague in the Czech Republic. In real life, however, Bohemia is technically still a real place, but it refers to the westernmost region of the Czech Republic. However, it is not a real country. It's just a region. So for my American brethren, it would be like if the country was named the Pacific Northwest instead of the United States of America, but I digress. In the old times, before the city was even established, there was a lake to the west named Lake Verdite, which has an island in the middle named Devil's Island, which is translated literally to the Devil's Island. In addition to this lake and island, a little later, a tower was constructed, known as the Hollow Tower. It is unknown when this tower was constructed, but we do know that the town was constructed around the tower itself. The tower is mysterious, and it is just an elevator that raises to the top of the tower with nothing at the top, when no town events are going on at least. Hence the name, the Hollow Tower. However, this tower has a secret, as it is the center point where the Termina festival is held, where the proctor of the festival oversees the festival of Termina. This proctor is known as Percola, which is the only proctor we know of. However, there was at least one more proctor a long time ago for the festival. But because of this, it is very possible that the entire town of Prehevil was constructed around the tower to be the perfect town for the Termina festival. The Termina festival is a sort of battle royale to appease the moon god, or the sulfur god in Fear and Hunger 2's case. And because of this, this city was very prosperous during the Cruel Age, which was around the year of 1600. However, the city is no longer as prosperous as it once was. Because the city was originally constructed around the Hollow Tower for the Termina festival, the city is very much steeped in religion, which in the modern day is becoming less and less the norm, which is directly correlated why the city isn't as prosperous as it once was, because of the world's propensity to move towards technology and science instead of religion. Because of it becoming less popular, they had to add more modern things in the town, like modern shopping districts, and more modern buildings like movie theaters and news stations. However, these parts of the town are often neglected, even more so than the other parts of the town. However, even in these modern parts of Prehevil, there are still religious artifacts and statues everywhere, showing that the town is very much still sticking to their old ways, despite it not getting them really anywhere. Because of this, the town is known for how religious it is, especially for the worship of Almer, the Ascended One, which you can learn more about in this video I uploaded about him. However, it would seem that all of this worship for Almer is a front. The Church of Almer doesn't really seem to only worship Almer, but his counterpart, the Sulfur God, as well. A pretty widely accepted evil god in the Fear and Hunger lore. Because of this, there are human sacrifices all over town to either Almer or the Sulfur God. There are references to other gods in the town though, not just those two, like the statue of Sylvian, the goddess of love, in the city's red light district. Strangely, however, the higher-ups of the country want to keep the capital of Bohemia, Prehevil. This is strange, however, because although it isn't exactly a tiny town, it is in the middle of nowhere and not all that big. There are no towns anywhere near it. It's not a central trade hub or anything, so it's very weird that it is the capital of the country, and it has to have some sort of importance to the higher-ups of the world. The town itself also holds some dark secrets. According to the Prehevil document, looking back at the history of this place, there has been a settlement here for as long as the history books cover in the area. It is always centered around the mysterious hollow tower that works as the central pillar of the community. The city flourished during the Cruel Age in the 1600s, but quickly fell from prominence the closer we got to modern times. I understand the city is medium in size as far as cities in Eastern Europa go, but I still find it hard to believe that this would serve as the hub of any kind of civilized world. For some reason, the government officials insist that Prehevil keeps its capital identity despite it being one of the more remote and unwelcoming cities in all of Bohemia, if not all of Europa. The only explanation I can come up with is that the country is proud of its old archaic rites that still go down in the city when they want to show their full support. If you were to visit Prehevil and sightsee its small center, you'd see glimpses of its ancient glory days, still well and alive in these modern times. Do not let the Western-style shopping district and its latest movie posters and advertisements fool you. The locals still worship the old world order and dank and crumbling parts of town. Ritualistic murder sites are just around the corner no matter where you are in the city. While the churches look to be dedicated to our one true god Almer from the outside, insides tell a whole different story. Ancient gods without name in any known language still linger in those crypts. And why wouldn't they? You can hear the priests chant their masses in the moonlit alleys during the dead of night. The whole wicked city is a playground for ancient beings and the people that offer themselves to the first taker without second thought. The city is almost considered evil by the rest of the world. There are random ritualistic sacrifices and murders all the time and nothing is done about it. And it would seem that the mayor of this town holds almost no power whatsoever. It seems that the clergy is really in control, which would make more sense as the closer to the center of town you get, the more religious and strange locations there are. Before the 1900s, the city was the territory of the Eastern Union. During this occupation, the Eastern Union made a series of tunnels under the city, almost like the Denver airport, where secret projects were conducted. More importantly of which is the Logic Project, which you can see my video on here, but the short version is the Eastern Union and the Nameless Liberty Underground, a neutral party, were attempting to make a man-made god of technology, and pretty much succeeded. The Bremen Empire, the game's equivalent of the Nazis, learned of this, however, and sent a very large force to occupy this town immediately. After which, a peace treaty was immediately signed so that more of the town was not destroyed to protect the Logic Project, which it would seem was more important than the war itself to the leader of the Bremen Empire, the Yellow King. In the year 1942, the year that Fear and Hunger 2 takes place, something has happened to the town, and it wasn't the war. It would seem a mass killing has happened in the center of Prehevil, or perhaps more Termina festivals had happened and killed almost all of the residents of the town. Mayrina, one of the possible protagonists, thinks her father, a higher up in the Church of Almer, had something to do with it. However, there are a lot of Moonscorched villagers around as well, so that also gives credence to the Termina festival being involved. As soon as the 14 contestants arrive in town at the beginning of the game, Percola, proctor of the Termina festival, has taken up residence in the Hollow Tower for a bit yet again, where he patiently awaits someone to kill everyone else and either gain the Sulfur God favor or at the very least be the last one standing. However, if the player character does the A ending, the festival will strangely be cancelled, allowing everyone who is still alive in Prehevil to leave unharmed. However, even if this ending does come to fruition, it would seem that everyone who is Moonscorched in the town will either die or just be left there. Other than that, however, that is pretty much all there is about the town of Prehevil. There is some other stuff like the orphanage, the church, and the museum, but those are topics for another day. If you like this video and you want to see more Fear and Hunger lore, make sure you like and comment if you learned something. And also, if you didn't see, I am currently working on a really big video on Serial Experiments Lane, a disturbing anime. So if you're excited to see that and want to see it, make sure you subscribe so you don't miss out on any uploads. But with that, I love you all, and I will see you next time. If you are here, I imagine you've played the first Fear and Hunger game, so no one can tell me that, man, Pugster, you didn't give me a spoiler warning, because that's happened before now. But anyway, I welcome you to the endings of Fear and Hunger Explained. Like any good RPG, Fear and Hunger has a ton of endings, even more than Elden Ring. By the way, I'm going to stream that when the DLC comes out. So, in this video, I'm going to explain all endings, and all the S endings. We will also be discussing which endings are canonical, possibly canonical, and just plain non-canon. I'm also going to throw some theories out there, but I will let you know when I'm throwing a theory, so you don't have to take me 100% seriously on that. Anyway, now that we have the preliminaries out of the way, let's get to all the endings. Ending A. Ending A is one of the harder achievements to achieve in the game. To get this ending, you have to find the girl in the cage in one of the first rooms of the dungeon. An optional step is to also find 2 items that will make the girl like you more and make the final boss in this ending a little easier. You can find the first one, the dagger, in the clearing, which you need to go this way for this ending anyway, so you might as well just pick it up and give it to her. The second item is in a jail cell in the prison section of the game. You can find the peculiar doll in the same cell you can recruit Kahara. Giving her both of these will skip 2 turns of the final boss fight on the end of this route. So this is optional, but it's not really out of your way at all, so just get these items and give them to the girl. After you get the girl, you have to find the 3 purple organs of the God of the Depths. One can be found right before Lagard's cell, which is the one that everyone's seen. The second one can be found in the thicket. To get here, you need to find the mock-up book from the first level of the dungeon, then bring it to the fake bookcase in the second level of the dungeons. It will open up the clearing with the dagger we talked about earlier. Going here, you're going to want to go to the top right of this room and blow up the debris with an explosive vial. You can access the thicket from here. And once you get there, just get to the second from bottom floor. You know you made it to the right floor when you see these green lights when you fall in. On this floor, you want to go all the way to the top left of this room to find the second purple organ. Cut it open and continue. Third and final purple organ is all the way at the end of the game in the King's Passage. Go all the way to the end of the passage in the present day to find the purple organ. Cut it open and make your way back to Lagard's cell. From here, make your way back to the Cave Dweller village. This time that yellow mouth that's always been closed will be open, leading to the gauntlet. The gauntlet is, in my opinion, the hardest area in the entire game, and maybe even in the entire series. Here there are swinging axes like in Skyrim, and if you get hit by them, you just instantly die. Holes in the floor that will open up, leading you to a room with the double crow mauler, a giant ball from Indiana Jones, a bunch of spike traps that'll do a shit ton of damage, and a bunch of bugs that are there just to annoy you by doing chip damage. You have to make your way through this to the area with a bunch of bodies to crawl over. Make your way to the edge of this with the girl in your party and she'll stare into the darkness. You tell her to be careful around the edge so she doesn't fall in, but she'll give you a reassuring smile. You feel terrified. Not because she's close to the edge, but something horrible is happening right before your eyes. Despite the girl's gentle, reassuring, and genuine smile, the source of the terror is from her. Something is seriously wrong with her. She'll fall to the ground and start contorting like the girl from The Exorcist that I don't remember the name of. Then initiate a fight with you. As awful as it is, you have to fight her. Fight her as much as you can while she's contorting, and after a little, she'll transform into a form similar to how the Yellow King looks, who we'll get to in a different ending. She'll keep transforming into something greater. Now, in this phase of the fight, she'll skip turns if you gave her the dagger and the doll. She'll look down lovingly at them and reminisce, as if she remembers the kindness you showed her. After this phase, she'll transform into a weird-looking woman splitting apart at her seams. After you've damaged this phase enough, she'll transform again. This time into a weird dinosaur-looking being with the body on top. You know the deal? Deal even more damage to her and make her transform into her final form. This time she becomes something completely unrecognizable from her original form. It appears to be an angel-looking being sprouting in a cross pose from the corpse of the dinosaur-looking thing. The wiki says it may be based on Glutton from Silent Hill 3, but I never played that one, and when I looked it up, it looks nothing like the God of Fear and Hunger, so whatever. Eventually she'll start self-mutilating and you can get some easy damage in on those turns. Be careful in the last phase because it adds an insta-kill move with a coin flip. which will completely end your run and you'll have to run through the entire gauntlet again. Keep fighting this, and after a while you'll win. However, it will not matter. You'll return to the bottom of the pit. The god of fear and hunger is still alive at the bottom, with you just crawling, just trying not to die. The new god will ask you why you keep persisting. She says it's okay and the pain will go away soon. She asks if you really thought you'd get out of these dungeons in one piece. She tells you to just be at peace. You're becoming part of something greater and she's thankful. She'll then kill you peacefully and without any pain. On the outside world, a new god becomes recognized. It's not a purely benevolent god like her mother thought she'd be, but the new god is something the world needed instead. The god of fear and hunger. In the words of the game, fear motivated people and hunger made people move forward. It was a god that embodied these two things. Two seemingly horrible things, but exactly what the world needs to progress. It was the best case scenario. This god not only embodies fear and hunger in-universe, but also in the real world. It symbolizes the game's message quite a bit. The point of this god is to find a meaning in the suffering. It may be bad, however, suffering is needed to move forward. There can be no progress without suffering. The point of this is to find a point in the suffering, because it will happen no matter what, and the best we can do is find a meaning in the suffering. This ending is canon. In the second game, the god of fear and hunger is a main god, and is the god that symbolizes what we just said, and is still worshipped 300 to 400 years later. This is my second favorite ending, because of what it represents. Ending B. Ending B is very similar to the first one. You need to do everything that we said in Ending A, but instead of having the girl in the party, you cannot have her in the party. Instead of her transforming, Gro-Goroth, the god of destruction, will show himself. Well, not him, but traces of him that are still left in this world. Fighting him is incredibly hard. The best way I can deal with this fight is to status effect him in some way. Either fire, poison, bleed. I'm assuming all of these work. But without status effects, he's probably the hardest fight in the game. Beating him will trigger a cutscene. The traces of Gro-Goroth will tell you that the old gods are too pure for this world. They are the true embodiment of destruction, love, and darkness and things like that. No human can comprehend them. He tells you to imagine if you could see everyone's perception of destruction at once. What destruction is to every single being. All the perceptions of destruction is true, and it is true destruction. So, destruction is all of those things all at once. Same thing if you were to imagine love, in Sylvian's case. All those perceptions at the same time are real. The human mind cannot comprehend it. Therefore, humans are weak and not worth it to the old gods. That's why they're all gone. Though for beating even the mere traces of Gro-Goroth, who could just crush you instantly if it so pleased, he will ask you if you just want to see a slight glimpse of what true destruction is. No matter what you answer, he will show you. You see all of it. Nothing could have prepared you for this moment. However, the moment you saw this dungeon, this was going to be your fate. Your body collapses under the intense vision you're seeing. It shuts down in response. Because Gro-Goroth is right. The human body is weak and not comprehend the true embodiment of destruction. You're never seen again. It's almost as if you never existed. You learned what true destruction was, but that was only a fraction of what you could have learned. And even that was too much for human ears. This ending could be canon. It's most likely for some character it is. I'm not 100% sure who. Someone did bring Nas'hrah here and he got burned and almost completely destroyed. I don't mind this ending. It just seems like a Cthulhu type ending where you witness even just a fraction of the truth and you just straight die for knowing it. Ending C and Ending C2. Ending C and Ending C2 are pretty similar, at least the way to get them are nearly identical. It's just as easy as beating the game with Lagard in your party. Once you get all 4 new god souls, go to the throne and attempt to ascend. The game will stop you and Lagard will say this is all for him. He was the destined one to sit here and ascend and become a new god. He sits and ascends. All you have to do is sit on the throne yourself. Walk through the void and find your other 2 party members if you want. Get to Lagard in the void and he will say he's been here for hundreds of years, just waiting. He says he finally understands. To live is to suffer. The only thing we can do as humans is to find a meaning in that suffering. He understands that now, and he is here to usher in a new age. He has to be the one to find this paradise as a new god for humans. Only he can do it. He says he loves you, though, and he will release you from this darkness one way or the other. Now, you can either bow to him or fight him. Either way, he'll say he loves you. It's unconditional. Fighting him will trigger Ending C. After winning this relatively hard fight, he will be dead. You will leave learning some of the secrets of this world. Day in and day out goes by, and you keep having dreams about your time in this place. Eventually, they become so lucid you cannot tell the difference between your dreams and the waking moments. Then eventually, you'll never wake up at all. You're still in the dungeon. You were destined to never leave this place. Ending C2 is achieved by bowing to Lagard, now named the Yellow King. He will say he loves you, and he lets you go. You live out your days in relative peace, and eventually a man is so powerful as a king shows up, calling himself the Yellow King, uniting all the lands and making a utopia. And you see him one more time when you're old and frail. It's Lagard, looking as if he never aged a day. Did he do this for all a good reason? Or is he just making a utopia to feed his ego? Doesn't matter? I don't think so. I expressed my sentiment over this ending in the first video in Fear and Hunger I did, and it was the first ever ending I got. Morality doesn't matter and it doesn't exist. If you're doing good for the people for evil reasons, it doesn't matter. This ending is non-canon. Although Lagard is alive in the second Fear and Hunger game, he is not the Yellow King as you see him here. He's a pale imitation of this. We'll explain why this is later, but just so you know, this ending is non-canon, although it is my favorite ending. Ending D. The D ending is the default ending of Fear and Hunger, and it is the easiest one to get. All you have to do is run through the game normally, ascend on the throne without Lagard in your party, and you'll eventually meet yourself in the void. This gives you a choose-your-own-adventure-like ending where you can see how you would be as a new god. There are 4 forms of this ending. The first one is you choose all the answers where you are strong and you fought all the other religions and become the one and only true god, despite you only being a new god. All other gods are forgotten and you become the one true god. The second one, where you crush other religions but you were not well known enough and didn't have enough followers. You're beheaded and seceded. You do, however, live on as a symbol of times past. The good old days would be a fitting saying for this one. Third ending, where you are well known but do not show yourself and don't crush other religions. People look up to you as a kind and merciful god. People remember your religion, and eventually you have influence similar to that of the old gods, but not quite. The last one, you are a god, and you don't crush opposing religions, and you don't have a lot of influence. Therefore, only a few cults are formed around you. Eventually, your religion dies out, and you are dethroned by the next cycle of new gods. You are forgotten and sent to the Grand Hall of the New Gods, where they wait for whatever it is they're waiting for. None of these endings are canon, not even a little bit, but it is cool to see how you would be as a new god. I was beheaded. Ending E is sort of a bad ending. You're not really supposed to get it. Once you find Lagard, alive or dead, you must leave the dungeon and try not to find the secrets of the old. However, when you try and leave, you are right back in the dungeons. You delved too deep. The darkness of the dungeon has entered and tainted your mind. You can never leave. Once again, this is non-canon, but it's funny to think if you've had enough, you can just go, but not really. S endings. These endings are only obtainable in hard mode and are mostly all canon. The way to achieve them differs from each character as you play as, so the way you get Enki's ending is different from how you'd get Ragnvaldr's ending. I don't have footage of these, and I only got them each once, and I never recorded when I did it. And I am not going back to get them, so you'll just have to imagine, and I'll tell you how to get each ending and what it means for each player. Kahara. This is, I believe, the only S ending that is non-canon among these. The way you get this ending is if you go and talk to the merchant in the dungeons. He will sell you 2 maps for a treasure in the ancient city of Mahabre. Find these treasures and try to leave, and you'll be forced into a fight with the merchant where you'll have to kill him and get a 3rd map. Find this 3rd treasure and leave. You'll be able to go back home and provide for your family forever with your newfound wealth. Yay, happy ending. Too bad this is non-canonical and he dies. Oh well. Enki's ending is a little harder to get. Go into the mines and find Nas'hrah, the weird guy in the mines that seemingly does nothing in the normal game. After fighting the old knight in the mines, you can enter his laboratory. After this, talk to him. He will tell you how to become enlightened. Do not open the chest in this room, however. After this, go through the normal ending until you get to the fight with Voltail, the god of enlightenment. After you beat him up in the past, go into the present and find him. He will tell you he regrets becoming a new god, and then after this is the hard part. You need to find a blank scroll, which is total RNG, and use it to acquire the skill Walk on Water. After this, you need to head over to where you fought the salmon snake, walk on the water, and find Nas'hrah again in his secret laboratory and talk to him. Be careful choosing the dialogue here when talking to him, and you need to tell him about Voltail and how he regrets becoming a new god. Nas'hrah will then give you a soul anchor. Put this on in your accessory slot and then do the normal ending. Meet your new god self in the void after ascending and choose to resist. This will only work if you have the soul anchor. Doing this will keep your earthly body and give you the knowledge of the gods. You will become enlightened. This is more than likely canon. You can find books in the second Fear and Hunger games written by Enki, so he must have made it out and enlightened, I assume. Ragnvaldr has the hardest ending to get in the game. In concept, it's very simple. In execution, not so much. You need to kill all the boss monsters in the game. Simple, right? Well, in hard mode, which is the only mode you can get this in, you cannot have any party members except for necromancy victims or blood golems, as well as you cannot save, so you have one chance and one life. So on one save file, without even saving once, you need to kill the Black Witch, the Iron Shakespeare, the Butterfly, the Crow Mauler, the Cave Mother, the Salmon Snake, the White Angel, the Old Guardian, Nilvian, Chambra, Voltaire, and Francois. And you need to have a soul stone for all of them. Once you do this, you have to find Lagarde dead in his cell and you can leave, prompting the game to tell you that you have purified the dungeon of all evil. This ending is probably canon. We know Ragnvaldr survives and meets Moonless because of the events of Fear and Hunger 2, so this seems like a good candidate for what happened to him. Finally, Darcy. Or Darce, I don't know how to pronounce this. I'm just going to say Darcy because it sounds like a normal name. Which all of you said you liked her the least. Damn, guys. Hers is easy, though. All you have to do is first see Lagarde dead. You'll then need to find 3 torn instructions on how to fully revive the dead. One is in the Grand Library, one is in the final fight arena with the Enlightened One, and the last one is in the room with the cages in Mahabre. Once you have all these instructions, you can craft the scroll to teach Darcy the spell. Go back up and find Lagarde and use the spell on him. Darcy will then revive Lagarde. Not in his normal form, though. In some sadistic, skinless monster form. This ending is more than likely canon. After this, it is likely Lagarde ascends, but not in the way he wants to. He becomes a tainted new god instead of the beautiful, perfect utopia one we saw in Ending C. He still becomes the Yellow King, but a pale imitation. We know this as in Fear and Hunger 2, when you fight the Yellow King, if you cast Rot on him, he will revert to this appearance, showing he is not the perfect being we see in Ending C. Also, because in the Ending C ending, he pretty much started and made a perfect utopia, and, you know, not a pseudo-Nazi Germany. Well, that's about it. That's all the endings. I thank each and every one of you for watching, and I want you to tell me your favorite ending in the comments. Thank you all for your continued support. I will see you next time, and remember, I will stream the Elden Ring DLC when it comes out. Bye-bye. Once again, I imagine if you are watching this, you have either played Fear and Hunger 1 and 2, or you realized the game was just too hard and you just want to see the endings. Which I get, but you have to realize I'm going to pull no punches and there's going to be spoilers. So, there's your warning. However, unlike the first game, we do not know which one of these 3 endings are canon, or if any of them are even canon, or if all of them are canon. We don't know. Fear and Hunger 2 is a game made by Finnish developer Miro Havernin. The game was fully released in December of 2022. The series didn't get really popular in English-speaking countries until 2023, when several YouTubers covered it. The first game follows 4 playable characters looking for a man named Lagarde. Eventually, the daughter of Lagarde becomes an ascended god. Lagarde himself lives somehow and establishes an empire known as the Bremen Empire, dubbing himself the Kaiser. Several hundred years later, a servant of the moon god, Perkel, is holding a festival in the moon god's name, the Termina Festival, a festival in which 14 people must fight it out until only one is standing, all in the sacrifice to the moon god. That is all you need to know about the game to know about the endings. However, you should have played the game yourself, obviously, but if you understand that, or can't, here we go. Ending A. Ending A is the hardest one to get, but worth it if you want a quote-unquote happy ending. It involves finding 3 telectroscopes in 3 different Bremen bunkers. An easy way to describe this ending is to keep following the blue moths in the game. The first one is in the first bunker you will probably find immediately. It's in the first building on the far left of the forest in the beginning area of the game right outside the train. This is the bunker where you will meet Needles and possibly Moonscorched Shabella if
You eat all my beans!
you weren't fast enough to get here. Go to the bottom of the bunker by pouring in 2 gas cans and take the elevator down to the bottom of the bunker. Down here you will find a body with an eagle key and a weird machine. To turn on the machine, it's as easy as pressing the on button. If you want to see what this machine really is, go into Rher's realm here and look again. A strange flesh machine that you just turned on. What is this strange living machine, you may ask yourself? Now you can leave the bunker. The second bunker is a little harder to get to. You need to go into the deep forest. There are 2 ways that I am aware to get here. The first of which is finding the skin Bible of Vinushka. Once you do, you can read this book and draw Vinushka's symbol in the summoning circle right outside the train. This will cause a tree to grow and you can climb onto it to get to the deep forest. The second way is a little longer, but it doesn't rely on RNG. You need to go all the way through the city and make your way south once you make it to the ruined west side of the city. You'll find another entrance into the deep forest here. From here, you need to search around until you find a secret entrance into the even deeper forest. Be careful here, though, because the centaur is here just patrolling around. Despite me being a bona fide Funger god that I am, I have never even attempted to fight this thing seriously. I really gotta do that sometime. But I digress. Keep going and following the blue moth. You will find another bunker. Here, you will find Stitches. Kill her and find 2 more gas cans in this bunker as well, or you can just use any you find lying around. Then once again, go down the elevator and turn on the second telectroscope. Then once again, you can leave. Okay, now this is the really hard part. The third telectroscope is much harder. In fact, it is the second hardest thing to do in this ending. It doesn't help that the only somewhat competent tutorial on YouTube on how to get this is 40 minutes long. So I've taken this upon myself to explain it in brevity because no one else can, it seems. Okay, here we go. The third telectroscope involves solving the sewer puzzle to get it. The puzzle involves switching levers back and forth to turn on and off sewer pipes to get to the third bunker underneath the church. It doesn't help that the sewers in this game are almost as bad as the ones in Elden Ring.
What is that? Bear ass.
You want to start here at the manhole in the main part of the city, in between the bookstore save point and the Church of Almer. From here, you can go down to the sewer and head northeast. This will bring you to the sewer lever puzzle. Now, you want to set these levers to down, up, down, up. This won't make a ton of sense yet because you still won't be able to do anything here. However, if you go back up and then go down the sewer manhole near the White Mold Apartments, and then go as far east as you can, you are now able to access the sewer treatment plant from the other side with the levers you turned off. From here, go to the top of the plant and release the ladder. You can now once again access the control panel. This time, switch the levers to up, down, down, up. Now you can climb to the second level of the plant and enter the door. Go through and climb the ladder to the top. From here, go right and push the blue box near this waterfall, or sewage fall. Then switch the switches once again to up, down, up, down. Then once again, climb the plank to the top, and then go push the blue box into the middle of the grate right in the line of the sewage fall. Go back down to the switches and just switch the fourth switch on and off real quick. This will turn the sewage fall on and off really quick and push the blue boxes into the water, allowing you to go through. That's the puzzle, and it's really annoying. You can pause and rewind if you need to. It's an annoying ass puzzle. Once you do all of that, climb down the ladder and follow the blue moths again. But be careful because there are rats down here that can do a fuck ton of damage. So avoid them as best as you can. Make your way to the bottom right of this room and then go into the next room and then go north to fight Moonless. She's a tough fight, but take out Black Steel. This will give you one of the best, if not the best, one-handed weapons in the game. Then blind her with glass. Then do what you have to do. I would take out Miasma and then keep fighting her until August will stop the fight and give you some healing items. I'm honestly not sure what happens if August is already dead here, so someone can tell me that in the comments. Either way, finish the fight with Moonless and go into the bunker and turn on the third telectroscope. After that, go and head to the tower where the game is supposed to end. Once you're at the tower, do not go in. Instead, go west to the museum. Here, you will find the butler from the beginning of the game, and he will tell you to find 3 people in this museum. They will tell you to set the clock in the middle of the museum to 1:35 or 13:35, with the symbol for sulfur. It doesn't change throughout each playthrough, so it will always be this code. This door will open, and you can climb down the world's longest ladder. Now you will be at the end of the line, the White Bunker. This place is really hard to navigate through your first time, but since this boss is really hard, there's a good chance that, like me, you will learn this place like the back of your hand. In the first floor of the bunker, you can find a gas can if you need it, if you go straight north and avoid the flamethrower trooper who will insta-kill you if he hits you outside of battle, which has ruined several of my runs, so fuck this guy in particular. You can find the gas can to the left of him. Continue to the bottom left of this room. You can go to the second floor from here. If you need yet another gas can, you can find one to the north of this crow guy. Then at the top right of the second floor here, you can pour 2 gas cans into the generator. And then once again, go to the bottom left of this room. This will take you to the third floor of the bunker. Now listen up, because this is important. In this third room, there's a Sylvian trooper and a platoon. A disgusting monster which I assume is a marriage between a man and a tank? Some sort of Sylvian marriage, because this is a Sylvian trooper, who, by the way, is in my favorite type of clothes. Makima is one of my favorite anime characters, by the way. I'm not taking questions at this time. You need to catch up with this trooper and fight her before she gets to the end of this room. If she does, she will summon the platoon with 10,000 health. At every turn, it has the chance to do a coin flip and insta-kill you. Which I feel like I have the worst luck in the fucking world with this thing. I have died, no joke, 9 or 10 times to this thing. So the best case scenario is you need to catch up to the Sylvian trooper and kill her in one single turn. Doing so will give you access to the next floor. Or you can fight the platoon and kill it, and that'll work too. I just don't advise it. This room will bring you once again to the Grand Hall of the New Gods. Then you will once again be pulled out and brought to a room, the Machine God's White Womb. But before you enter this door, the Kaiser will stop you. This fight is quite a bit harder than in the first game. In the first game, what could Lagard do? Use an asterisk and piss on me and do 3 damage or something? Well, now he's got a sword and can cut off limbs, and his sword arm has quite a bit of health. So my suggestion is to take a blunt weapon and stun the arm. Or just have arm guards and a salmon snake rune. So take him out and continue. Here in the womb, Logic will fight you. She will have a main body with 6 tanks. Every once in a while, these tanks will activate and start an extremely strong attack. Every turn, she will cast Red Arc in some way or another. Either a single attack, a double attack, or one that hits everyone. This wouldn't be hard, except she has 20,000 HP and your attacks seem to do half damage here. And on top of that, after 13 turns, she will mature into the real Machine God. This one has a woman on the throne and the Hand of Creation and Hand of Destruction. Once she goes into this phase, she will heal 9,999 HP and start the fight once again. If you somehow make it here and aren't dead and didn't kill her in 13 turns, take out the Hand of Destruction immediately. It has 4,000 HP and can use Hurting, Black Orb, or Combustion. The Hand of Creation is useless and only heals like 200 HP per turn, which if you are here, it's less damage than one singular attack will do. The other problem with this phase is regardless if you kill the Hand of Destruction or not, she will cast Moth Swarm. The blue moths from earlier will come and hit you and do a bit of damage and heal Logic the same amount of damage. After you somehow kill this annoyingly difficult boss, which I think is a contender for the hardest boss in the series by the way, she will open up and show you her real self. It's the girl in the pink dress that you've been following all game. If you're playing as Olivia, which I am here, she will say that this is her sister. The god will open up and absorb you and your party. This Machine God is sort of like the third impact in Neon Genesis Evangelion. It completely absorbs you and everybody else. Giving true world peace, sure, but the loss of all individuality. However, everyone not dead will circumvent the Moonscorching and the Termina festival will be ended prematurely, making this the only ending where more than one person can survive. However, you and your party will not be escaping Logic, and you will be absorbed. Ending B. Ending B is a little easier to describe, and it was also the first ending I got. As we've discussed, there are 14 people in the Termina Festival. This ending just has you complete your end of the bargain. You have to either kill the other 13 people, or you can have them killed, or do whatever it takes to be the last person standing. You need to do this only on day 3, or deny Perkala's offers if you do it sooner than day 3 morning. Perkal will congratulate you when you get to the top of the tower, and he will say that the Moon God left this world long ago along with the other gods. So Perkal has stopped serving him. However, he has continued the festival in the name of the new god instead, the Sulfur God. He won't tell you much about the Sulfur God, so I suggest you watch my video on him on screen right here if you want to know more. But he will say he'll just let you go instead, as long as you can get through him. This ending's a little easier, however, it is the second hardest one to get in my opinion. Not because it's hard to get to the final boss, but because the final 2 bosses are decently hard to fight back to back. The first fight is Perkal. The strategy I have for him is to immediately take out his left wing, as in the right one on the screen. This wing can cast Feather Rain, which is quite annoying. However, the main problem with this wing is it will block everything else if you don't take it out. However, do not take out both arms whatever you do. If you do, he will cast Black Orb and Hurting instead, which is much more devastating than Lunar Storm or Feather Rain. His torso isn't too strong, having only 4,500 HP, so it's smart to put a dot on his torso as soon as possible to take it out fast. Because if you don't know, dots in Fear and Hunger are stupid strong. So set him on fire or bleed him. After you take him out, he will be battered and beaten, and with his last breaths he will break the chain that he had on the Moon Gods, or the remnants of him. I'm not sure what this actually is symbolizing, so if anyone knows, put that in the comment. And with that, the traces of Rher will come to fight you. Rher is much more annoying than Perkal. He has several eyes that will constantly drain your mind, making magic almost impossible, and if you're at 0 mind, he will also do a coin flip attack that will instantly kill you. So do what you need to do fast before your mind gets sapped. He can also summon a dreamscape that can either stab you or cut off a limb, which is super annoying. He can also Moonscorch you, which will not turn you into a monster, but will instead set you on fire, which as we discussed is a big deal in Fear and Hunger. It also doesn't help that if you get a limb cut off when you have a 2-handed weapon, your run is pretty much over if you don't have arm guards, the fluted armor, or the salmon snake rune. Now you might think this is not too bad, but if you don't read between the lines earlier, you have to fight these 2 bosses alone. You can have a non-controllable party members like ghouls, blood golems, or black Caleb, but it's really annoying to pretty much have one effective way of damaging the enemy and 3 meat shields. Once Rher gets bored of you or whatever, he will return to space or wherever he goes to, and you will wake up on the 4th day. You are alive, and your mind's been injected with eldritch knowledge, but somehow you're more or less sane. Sure, you have probably killed a bunch of innocent people, but you've come out on top. You take the train to wherever your heart desires now. It's a new day. Depending on who you were playing, this ending will get a small excerpt on what their character did with their freedom after. Abella, now confused and wanting to know more with the eldritch knowledge she has attained while fighting Rher, decided she wants to talk to him again, without the help of Perkle. She researches and helps the space program for a decade and becomes the first astronaut, about to meet Rher once more. Dan, still depressed, ponders to himself. If he was upset with his father-in-law for sacrificing himself and his daughter to Sulfur, then he just did much worse to win this festival. With nothing left to live for, he considers what Pocket Cat has said to him. He knows what Dan did, and he knows he's an empty slate. Why not take the offer? Dan thinks to himself. More than likely, Dan becomes the new Pocket Cat no matter what here. Karen, now knowing a bunch about the occult and the old and new gods, decides to try to tell the world about what she has seen. She has to convince the world, despite being almost unbelievable. However, having a goal in mind keeps the fear out of her mind and gives her something to focus on. Levi, originally happy that he has cut all ties with his previous life, moves from place to place. Eventually, the memories start creeping into his mind of what he did. He never stood in one place again due to nightmares or PTSD. He never found a home. Marina, almost happy that all of that happened, decided to settle down in the country of Valand. She moved to the capital and found a new home in the Red Light District, finding kindred spirits. However, someone had followed her from her past. This person is more than likely Samari. What this means, however, is very confusing, because in this ending, you had to have killed Samari. So how is she alive? There's no way she could have lived through the festival, so how is she here? We don't know. Marco continues to Rondon, meeting his sister and never telling anyone about this experience. No one would even believe him if he did. He eventually started a boxing gym to help others prepare in case they're in a similar situation to him, because he had to do something to alleviate his guilt. Olivia, at first traumatized by her experiences, turned this trauma into strength and happiness. Olivia was the winner, with her disability and all. She did it. She was strong. She triumphed over all these capable people. She realized she is more than her disability and is a strong person underneath it. She felt her sister helping her along the way every step of the journey. She was now truly free. This was the one and only person that is a happy ending for, which I resonate with. Osa realizes that he has no gods and no masters now, only him. He throws Nas'hrah's head into the lake and feels free. He starts his own temple and it rivaled a lot of others, even Almer. This time, he was in charge, with no one above him. So that's ending B. It's kind of like a bittersweet, hollow ending. However, this ending is the only ending that doesn't really change anything. I kind of like this ending the most because it isn't an extreme change. Ending A is more than likely a loss of all individuality. Sure, it's all world peace and all, but no one is getting to be their own person anymore. Ending C, which we will get to, is the exact opposite. It's complete freedom with no moral compasses anymore for anyone. However, ending B, nothing changes. I love the world I live in, and I accept it, flaws and all. So, this is my favorite ending. Ending C is probably the easiest to get in my opinion. Now, before you yell at me, I truly find it easier to kill everyone by the end of day 2 than to deal with Rher. But let's get into it formally. To get ending C, all you have to do is exactly what you did in ending B. However, you have to kill everyone by the end of day 2. Even if it's morning of day 3, you can no longer get this ending. So instead of getting 8 guaranteed saves, you get 5. If you plan it out though, it really is not as hard as it seems. You really don't have to deal with any Moonscorched people at all. Once you do that, and enter the tower, Perkle will tell you what this is all really for. He is no longer a servant of the moon god Rher, he is now a servant of the Sulfur God, and this whole festival was just to find someone worthy of being in the cult of Sulfur. And you, particularly savage and bloodthirsty in the act of killing everyone by the end of day 2, has impressed Perkle, so much so that he will want you to join him. He will tell you about the Sulfur cult, which you can hear more about in my video on Sulfur, which is on screen, but he will say to become a cult member of Sulfur, you have to die in a ritual. You will be reborn in the Sulfur pits, where your humanity will now be burned away by burning sulfur. Perkle will say you will now fight as equals. If you want to hear about the Perkle fight, go listen to Ending B. But after you win, you will both die. You will be cast into the Sulfur pits where you can see him, the Sulfur God. What this means is really unknown right now. You'll be reborn as a sulfur cultist, but that doesn't really mean anything, other than you will be able to do whatever you want without a conscience. So that's it. That's all 3 endings of Fear and Hunger 2. There might be more added, but as of January 2024, that's it. I really hope everyone enjoyed, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. I love you all. And that's all the lore we have before this next update. I hope you all are all now caught up, and I love every single one of you. See you next time.